Welcome in both sidesing. Also, Delilah Scissors, good to see you. Welcome in Jesus' lard. I don't know why I tried to make it less offensive. Welcome in, PK. Also, Mrs. JJ, Rosie Bear, Danny J, good to see you. PMT, welcome in. Welcome back, Sam. And welcome back, Huck. And if I didn't read your name, that's because you're not here yet. But if you do happen to have a belief in a god or gods, or a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request out. I'm not looking to debate or argue. I'm not here to insult or put you down. I'm not even here to burgle your god, although there is always room in the shed for one more. I'm just here to question, to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, go ahead and request up. I really just want to know what it is you believe and why, if you even really know. But we will be getting started very soon. I'll be taking the first guest here in just a few minutes, but I just want to make sure. And, well, first off, thank you guys for getting us up to nearly 2,000 likes already. If we keep tapping that, get a few more people in here who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Don't forget that you can always hit that repost button in the share menu, or if the option's available, definitely share it to your story. That'll get more people to see it on their FYP. Hello, Nishu. And Eli, welcome. Hello, welcome in, Joseph. Welcome, Edward. And yeah, tell me you're the Minecraft mob. What do you mean, creeper? Eli says, I'm pantheist. Are you? What do you... That definitely raises... Are you and everything is gone? I mean, Hello, birdies. Welcome in. Welcome. I always thought I'd be more of an Enderman. Huck. Like, I'm really tall, and I suppose if you look directly at me, I might be closer than you think. I don't know what that second part means, but somehow I'll be an Enderman. Kitty says, what are your beliefs? Well, what my beliefs are don't really matter to the exercise. So if you're open, my beliefs are just a distraction. An unnecessary one at that. Steve and Ernest, I guess you read the egg. Yeah, That's a neat story. It raises a lot of questions, and it is a story after all. I don't think the author was even trying something that he thought would be pleasant to others. But I don't know. Cat Father, I'm doing pretty good. It's 7 a.m. in Norway. Yep, just starting your day the right way with the Batcolyte. And we're starting the live right way by hitting that goal right before we bring up our first guest. I definitely gotta say thank you to Everlasting Godstopper, to Donna B, and to Birdies. Thank you all so much. I think we're about ready. Gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you are capable of questioning your beliefs. Well, go ahead and request up. I think I'm ready. It's in the queue. Yep, that's about par for the course. Oh, there we go. Hello, D9. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS, God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior, and that Jehovah is God.
Age, please.
You can call him by many names, but yeah.
Why do you call him Jehovah?
I just think that's the most
Anything like
Jehovah.
Interesting. You just think it's the most common term. What denomination? Just Christian, not any other kind of Christian.
No, just Christian.
I see. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, I have not.
Why not?
It doesn't really come to me like that.
What do you mean? You cut out there for a moment. Maybe it was me. What do you mean it doesn't come to you like that?
People on TikTok.
If you're too busy
Sorry,
in
I
real
was
life,
just...
yeah.
The room, she was like, who are you talking to? So I was sending people on TikTok.
Jenny from work. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know. You said why or what do I believe in?
I asked why you hadn't read the Bible all the way through, and you said it doesn't work that way for you. What did you mean by that?
I mean, I've read, scripts of the Bible at different times, and I haven't gone from Genesis to Revelations all in, all in a period of time just to, read the whole Bible. I've read books of the Bible, but I haven't gone from Genesis to Revelations. I don't know if I've read the whole thing.
Do you believe the stories that you've read?
Parts, yes, literal. Other parts, literal. Other parts, I think that they are more, what's the word that I'm looking for?
Metaphoric.
Yeah, metaphor.
So, do you believe in the 6-day creation, D9?
I believe that God sees things in 6 days, in that, means the way we perceive those 6 days could be,
So,
hundreds,
you're saying the first
thousands, maybe even
chapter is
hundreds of
written.
thousands of years.
You're saying the first chapter is written from God's perspective.
Exactly written by God, but from his perspective, not exact
Chapter.
days.
Why does it talk about days in his perspective?
Because I think that's the way that man perceives his perception of time.
Man perceives long days.
I think that there were steps to the creation, and it was a simplified. It was a simplified way of just saying, on the first day, God created the heavens and the earth. That was step one, and then
okay, so they're not
so
days,
on and so forth.
In the earth and let there be light. Step 2 was the firmament and the dry land. 4, the sun and moon. Step 5, most of the animals. Step 6, the rest of the animals and the humans.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. That's what I. That's what I think. That's what I believe.
Think. So in that order, but not those short days.
I don't think that everything was derived in a 24-hour day, but I could be wrong.
I see. So you don't think they're days. You leave room for the possibility that they could be days, but you don't.
Not only that, I also leave room for the possibility that the day
could be
that.
Right, it seems you already left that open. That seemed to be where you start. But you leave room for the possibility that they might be days. And you leave room for the possibility that they might not be days. But you don't leave room for the possibility that the story is not true. Or do you?
No, I mean, yeah, I do leave room for that possibility. Like I said, I do question my beliefs, but again, it's a belief. It is something to be questioned. It's not a fact.
So there's room for the possibility that you could be wrong, but you don't lean that way. You think that God created things in this order, in these sequences, but just not days.
Yeah, that is what a belief would be.
I see. Well, this is what your belief would be, right? And so your belief is it that God created Adam and Eve next? Or do you believe that Adam and Eve's story is literal? Is what I'm asking.
Well, I mean, yeah, after the beasts of the earth, yeah. I mean, yeah. In the sequence of
after
which
the beasts
the Bible,
of the earth.
In the sequence of which the Bible explains it, yes.
In the sequence of which, and that's where the question is going to be, isn't it? Because in the sequence, the Bible explains it. It gets a little
away.
Well, you have chapter 1 giving you the order we just discussed.
Can you explicitly, it sounds like you're very knowledgeable and that you that you have studied this in length. So, if for me, I cannot give the exact sequence, but
right. So D9, if the sequence was as we discussed in chapter 1, light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, people, if that was the order given, and you just said Adam and Eve came after the beasts of the field, but in chapter 2, if it says that before there were plants, he makes a man, and then he makes the plants, and then the animals, including the beasts and the fowl and all that, and then he makes the woman, that would be a different order, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be a different order. Could you give me the exact verse?
Well, like I said, it would be chapter 2. You'd have to read through, from 2:5 pretty much up till Eve to get the order. So that'd be nearly 20 verses.
So would that be the same thing as, like, giving life to those things, right? So
I don't know.
So you could essentially create something but not give life to it. Do you agree?
I don't know. Are you saying that he created things in the order of Genesis 1, but didn't give life to them until the other order in Genesis 2?
Well, I mean,
that would contradict where it says in 2:19, and out of the ground he formed the beast, after saying that it wasn't good for Adam to be alone. So
repeat that statement.
Right, in 2:19, when it says he formed the beasts of the field and the fowl of the ground, right after saying Adam, it's not good for Adam to be alone, that he'll make a helper. That seems like he's making them then, not just giving them life, forming them out of the ground.
But that doesn't speak to the fact of the giving life.
No, it says specifically he formed them out of the ground.
Yes, formed
after he had already made Adam. So if your version, your understanding, or whatever this is that you're saying now, that he made them and gave them life later, that wouldn't make sense, because it doesn't describe him giving them life. It describes him making them.
Yes. So essentially, I do think that Genesis 1 is... Why does that weird music happen whenever I talk, but it's silent when you talk?
The music is there even when I'm talking.
Okay, so essentially in Genesis 1, I think that, the aspect of, in this perspective, giving life is what's exponentially explicit in this conversation. So in Genesis 1, it's talking about the way things were coming to be.
Exponentially explicit. What does that mean?
So I mean by that is that it's very instructive. It's something that we have to pay attention to, and so what I think that where we're getting to is that in Genesis 1, we're talking about the way things that came to being on the earth, and then in Genesis 2, the way you described it is how God formed the order in which he formed it, right? So the order in which he formed it, perhaps it was, he started with Adam, and then he was like, oh wait, but I need to make sure that I form these other things
Plants.
yeah, the ecosystem, right? So I need an ecosystem for Adam to live in, right? And
So
so
are you
then you
saying
get the
that
plants.
are you saying that he made man and then he made the plants and the animals and then gave Adam life?
Well, we'll see. Then it would be, he formed these things, and then, as in Genesis 2 describes, he formed these things. He formed Adam first, but then in Genesis 1, it was he put these other things on the earth first, so that way Adam
Fascinating.
could survive.
Fascinating. It's too bad it doesn't say that at all. But
Just
I know you're
like
not looking at the text right now.
yeah,
If you
I'm
were,
trying to find
you
my
might,
Bible, but
yeah. Because what you were saying is now that he somehow formed Adam first, then
well,
went
no,
back and
that's actually what you said based off of the text, correct?
Genesis 2:5 and
Yeah,
6
yeah. So,
and
so,
7.
so based off of what you said that the text says is that he formed Adam first, and then he went on to form other things, and Eve was one of those things that he formed, and now then that can be like you know how an episode of of a of a show can start with the end and then it goes back to the beginning of how you get to that end. I mean, that could be the way in which the Bible was written for Genesis 1 and 2.
Genesis 1 and 2. So you're saying, I'm sorry, which one are you saying is starting with the end?
Well, I mean, uh, the end would be the Genesis 1, in which how he places things on the earth, right?
In a particular order, right?
Yeah, and then that's how it starts, and then it flashes back to how those things were actually the order in which it was formed, right?
So Genesis 1 tells you the order in which things are formed, and
No,
Genesis 2 flashes back to tell you the order in which things are formed differently.
no,
Oh,
we're talking about two different things. So we're talking about how Genesis 1 is how God placed things on the earth.
on the first day he made the light, and the second day he made the firmament, the third day he made the plants, and the fourth day he made the sun and the moon, and the fifth day he made the animals, and the sixth day he made the man and the woman. Is that not order?
I mean, I do not know the text that well, but I will say that what you said was that he formed Adam before he formed some of those other things. Am I wrong?
In chapter 2 it says that, but in chapter 1 it says the opposite, which is why I'm asking you the question.
Exactly, which is why I'm telling you in the terms of like an episode, the first episode of a show. Have you ever watched Breaking Bad? Yeah, so Breaking Bad is very much so in the sense of where it always, not always, but most of the time, it kind of shows you what the ending of an episode is, and then it flashes back and it goes to the beginning of how you get to that point, right?
So which one's the end? Which one's the
one
when
where
he starts with in the beginning the Lord God said, let there be light, or in the beginning when God began to form, right? That one. In the beginning, that's the end.
I mean, it can be, it can also go to, it, the formation or where he put man on the earth, and that's and where Adam actually was created, where he was given life. That was the end, and that is where chapter
That's
2.
so. Chapter 2 starts at the end.
No.
Oh, I'm confused. Which one's starting at the end?
So chapter 2 would be at the end.
Would be at the end.
But that would be what was shown in the beginning, if that makes sense, of the episode.
No. What was shown in the beginning of the episode was chapter 2.
Okay, so say for instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, did this, did that, and he put man on the earth, right?
Is that the beginning or the end?
When man hits the ground, I would say that is the end. But then at the same time, if in chapter 2,
it says, before there were any plants in the field, for the Lord God had not yet made it to rain, and there was no man to till the field. He makes a mist from the ground, and then he makes a man.
Do you not?
And then he makes the plants. And do I not understand what?
Do you not understand the analogy, or are you just
I understand the analogy.
Literal sense?
No, I understand the analogy.
But are you
I know. Stop. I'm still speaking.
Sense?
I'm still speaking. I understand the analogy. I know what you mean when an episode of something starts at the beginning or starts at the end, and then they flesh out the story to get to that point. I know what you're talking about. I don't see that happening in the text here, and so that's why I'm asking you.
In what way
which
do
one?
You not see that?
I can't tell you in which way I don't see something that doesn't make any sense. D9, you have yet to make the analogy fit. So I'm asking you which one of these is starting at the end so that I can understand your analogy a little bit better.
Well, I mean, it would be where Adam is placed on the earth, right? So it would be where the point in Genesis 1 where Adam is placed on the earth, that would be kind of the beginning of the end. Holy shit.
The beginning of the end?
Holy shit, you just made me realize something. Yeah, that's enlightenment. Because without man, that right there, you just, wow. And I don't know if you realize it, but you just enlightened me right there. Because, yeah, that's the beginning of the end. Because without man, how would you destroy the earth?
Right. D9, it's a very weird realization you came to that has nothing to do with what we were talking about. But I get you.
It does touch on real topics within the world.
It would if it were if the story said anything like that. But you're talking about where God creates man, right?
Yeah, but
I hear what you're saying. Like you're trying to make a metaphor about it now, about
it's all
man destroying the earth or something, which isn't. If you've read the book, what happens? So I don't know how that's related to the question I'm asking, which is to find out which of these stories is telling you your
it's
analogy.
Not related to the question. It just speaks to my, now new revelation of the fact that, it just really kind of solidifies the fact that we are all sinners.
it doesn't solidify any of that, D9. I mean, I guess in your mind, if it does, I can't tell you that. It doesn't, but it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Especially when I was still trying to figure out which of these stories is starting at the end, like you said.
Well, no, I already told you that, and it sounded like we came to an understanding. I told you that when man was placed on the earth, so in Genesis 1, where God says, or when God makes Adam, right? When he made Adam, which in my interpretation now, that would be giving him life, right? So when God made Adam, that is where we're talking about.
Which time?
In Genesis 1, like I said.
So when he makes Adam at the end of Genesis 1.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with him making Adam before the plants in Genesis 2? Which was the question. Which of these orders is true?
Because according to your description of the text, which I'm taking...
Right, with a grain of salt, hypothetically.
Yeah,
so
I think that you've studied this. I think you're probably well-versed and more well-versed than I. But I do think that, you know, if Adam was formed first, he didn't fully make him. It was just when he decided to plant him in Genesis 1, that is when Adam was made. That's the point in which...
So when it says he made both man and woman in his image, both of them, that part is when he gave him a soul, not the part in Genesis 2 when it says he breathed the breath of life in him and he became a living soul. Not that part. That's not when he gives him life. When he does that before the plants and the animals.
Okay, so in Genesis 2, he breathes in him life?
Yes. Out of the ground he forms man from the dust and breathes the breath of life in his nostrils for some reason. And then he becomes a living soul. That's what it says in Genesis 2.
And who is the Son of Man?
D9. How does this answer my question as to which order is true?
Sorry, I'm on a...
You're having a new revelation that has nothing to do with the question. And also, I would highly recommend, before taking any of these revelations to heart, to actually read the script.
Yeah, I mean, I have read all of Genesis 1. I've read all up to where was it that I left off on my last take? Zechariah, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, from Genesis to Zechariah. And yeah, now you're giving me new revelations right now, which is crazy. Because these are things that, like, you're making me think about things in a different perspective, which is crazy. And I mean, for me, it's insane. Yeah, I don't think you're a believer because, I mean, obviously, your name is Thrayle. You know, you're the undead. But yeah, it's, you know, even the demons know who God is, right? So it's...
Okay, Thrayle is not Thrall, and it doesn't mean undead.
No, it's more of like a
term
slave
for a servant.
It's more of like a slave term.
And Thrayle isn't Thrall, so not the same at all.
I mean,
So, D9.
Thrayle doesn't really
D9.
have any meaning, but it
It
does
does now.
derive from Thrall.
No, it doesn't derive from Thrall. I made the word up so I would know what it derives from, D9. So, rather than try to argue with me about the etymology of the name I made up.
I'm not trying to argue.
Yeah, you are. So rather than do that, let's go back to which of these events happened first in your episode of Breaking Bad of the Genesis creation.
I don't know.
Is there any possibility, D9, that there is an error or a contradiction, or that even that these are two different stories?
Yeah, well, 100%. 100% there's an error or a contradiction, but two different stories, I don't know about that. I think the way they're depicted,
where one story begins with light and firmament, even in which on day 2 where he separates the waters to create dry land, seems contradictory from the part in Genesis 2 where it says that he had not yet made it rain, there was no water. He sends a mist up from the ground to water the face of the earth, kind of implying that it's an opposite effect, right? In one version of the story, things are wet and he has to make them dry. In the other version of the story, things are dry and he has to make them wet.
So you're saying that there's a possibility in which there was two different beginnings, essentially.
Is it possible that these are two different stories told by an ancient people who had no idea and just made up stories and then merged them together later?
Would it be the same ancient people, or would it be two different ancient peoples?
Similar ancient peoples from a similar region.
Yeah, that is a possibility.
And that they would merge their stories to help create a unified cultural identity.
Okay, but so yes, you are correct. Now, how would that refute Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior?
That's a great question, D9. That's a great question. I don't know that it necessarily does, but it would call into question the original sin for which he is paying penance. What is the price he's paying if the Adam and Eve story is a myth?
Well, I mean, Jesus Christ is paying penance for all of humankind, all of sin, right?
For all of sin. What is sin?
Sin is the opposite morality of God, of what is good.
Sin is the opposite morality of what is good.
Of what is God, what is good.
Same thing.
Yes.
Why?
Because God is good. God is love.
Did God not create evil?
Yeah, God created the evil.
So if God created evil, is he all good?
Yeah.
Didn't he create sin as well?
No, sin was created by man.
When?
When man decided to disobey God.
When?
When Adam took a bite of the apple.
Which, if this were a myth, if that weren't a story that actually happened, disobeyed God.
Can I ask you a question? A very personal question?
It probably won't get answered if it's very personal, but go ahead.
Okay. Do you ever think ill of your brother, sister, or friend?
I'm not seeing how that's going to answer the question.
I'm just asking. Do you ever think ill of
I'm
them?
not
Like,
seeing how that's going to answer the question. You're getting into a weird thought crime kind of territory of belief, and
no,
I'm not sure how that answers. But what was the question I asked before you lose that?
You were asking about. You were asking if sin, where sin was derived from, and then I said when Adam took a bite of the apple.
Which, if it were a mythical story, would raise the question when, which is why we're on this road.
Okay, but I wanted to ask, but this is where it led my thought process to. So I wanted to ask you, have you ever thought ill of somebody else? Have you ever wanted something bad to happen to somebody else?
My answer isn't going to help you here, and I'm not sure why we're going this direction. So I'm not answering.
It's not going to help. It's not going to help for the viewers, possibly, but
it's not about helping the viewers. It's about seeing if you can question your beliefs, D9, and you're turning this into a weird sermon that it's something to do with me, and it's not going to go there. We're not doing it.
No, I am questioning my beliefs.
So then question your beliefs.
Yeah, and
if you've had thoughts about things and people, then go from there. I don't know what me and my thoughts are going to do to help you question your beliefs if you're not even listening to my questions and you're taking weird interpretive revelations from questions and episodes of Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I'm a weird person for sure.
I didn't say that.
But your original question was exactly what?
If this is a myth, then what is the sin that Jesus is dying for? What is it he's paying penance for?
He's paying penance for for
my thought crime. The thought crime you just tried to get me to admit to. See what I mean? That's a really weird place to go, D9. So Jesus pays a price 2,000 years ago because you can't not think bad thoughts about your neighbor.
Not just your thought crime, but
that doesn't answer the question.
Crime. For physical crime, for
D9,
thought crime.
You're not listening. So Jesus, 2,000 years ago, paid a price for all of the negative things that people do.
Yes.
According to who?
According to God.
Negative according to who?
According to God.
How do you learn of what God's idea of positive and negative is?
Well, we learn it from the Bible. That's my wife, and
I know, and it sounds like she wants you to get off the phone, D9.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna let you go save
my wife.
I'm gonna let you go actually save your soul another time. Appreciate you being here and answering the questions. What an interesting place to take things. Episodes of Breaking Bad start at the end, apparently, and that has something to do with Genesis 2, starting with Adam. I don't get it. But if you think thought crimes, well, don't worry, Jesus already paid for that. So many questions left hanging. That's all right, though. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, so many questioning your beliefs. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, what is questioning you? Well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And also, we're at 16,000 likes. That's pretty good, guys. If we keep tapping that screen, I bet we could break 20 before the top of the hour. And we had a whole bunch of new names in queue there, but it turns out they're not very patient. But if you are, and you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, we'll go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to argue with you or burgle your god, but I do want to know. Question. I see a familiar name. I will get to you probably here soon, but I do like to start off with new guests. So, other familiar names. So, welcome, Rev and Cat. Also, welcome both sizing. I see PK got your name changed back. Welcome, Crystal J and Heather's Descent. Welcome in Wolf and Michael V. Good to see you, Cat the Witch. Bats, good to see you. Deftones do. And Chancellor Abbott, welcome back. Give them a chance and they did not load. But maybe our next guest will actually be there. Hello, I did not leave for TikTok TOS.
58.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power?
I have a belief in Jesus Christ.
I see. And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Like many times.
Many times. And do you believe all the stories within it to be true and literal?
I do believe it to be true and literal. Some of them are metaphorically, but most of them are literal and are truths in God and who we are and what we believe in.
Fascinating. Do you believe the 6-day creation as it was told? Genesis
I do
1?
believe. Yes, I do. We are here on this earth. You have to believe in something, right?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, you have to believe in something. You can't be here with no existence or no providence of what mankind is.
Why?
Or the belief of death and life.
Why?
Well, if you don't have a belief in heaven or hell, then why are you here?
That doesn't make any sense, Michelle. What do you mean here?
Exactly. So
That doesn't
you're
make
just
sense.
here on earth to what? Do nothing?
What do you mean, do nothing?
Well, if you're born into this existence of the world and you're just representing whatever belief you're in and you have no belief in the afterlife, then why are we here?
Are you saying that you only exist?
I believe
Then what
that
are you
we have
saying?
one life to live,
We have one life
and
to
we
live.
we
This
make
one.
the best of it.
Okay.
And Jesus Christ, our Savior,
Where does
gave
that
us
go
an
from?
afterlife to believe in, that we are good people. We
An
strive to be good.
afterlife. So you're saying you
of it to believe.
And then they give you an afterlife to believe in. Why? What does that have to do with here?
Well,
And then
it's the precedence of your. Then you'll live with
Michelle,
Jesus. If you do
Michelle,
bad,
Michelle,
you'll live with Satan,
you,
and you'll burn for the rest of your life.
Michelle, the rest of your life, that doesn't make sense. You said we only have one life. It was this life. What does
It
that
is.
have to do with, what does that have to do with burning for the rest of, that doesn't make sense. If
It
you
does.
burn,
No, what I'm saying
for the
is,
rest of
whatever
your
you
life, and you live it like you have one life to live, then what is this afterlife stuff? What does that have to
well,
do with anything?
it's whether you do bad or good. Okay, so Jesus came to die for our sins because we're all sinful, and you have your one life on this earth,
Right.
but then you have an afterlife after that.
What is that? Where does that come from?
The Bible,
Why do you believe the Bible?
because it's the Word of God.
Why do you believe that?
Because God made me.
God made you believe
God
it?
made you.
God made you believe it? I'm trying to ask why you believe it.
Because
I'm trying to ask why you believe it.
believe it.
Let me just understand. You believe the Bible because the Bible told you to believe the Bible. Why do you believe the Bible when it tells you to believe the Bible?
I was raised in a Christian family, therefore I believe the Bible. I've been taught it, I've read
You've
it.
never questioned it.
Never. I believe never.
Why not?
And I wouldn't.
Why did you request on a panel that says, can you question your beliefs, Michelle?
Because I want to understand why people question the faith.
So
And sir,
just to
what is your
clarify,
belief?
stop.
Sir,
My
what is
beliefs
your
don't
beliefs?
matter. My beliefs don't matter.
Yeah,
You
they
clearly
do. They
know-
do.
Michelle, I'm speaking. You need to really learn how to read and pay attention. Read and pay attention. I'm going to go ahead and mute you. Michelle, you have requested up on a panel that says, can you question your beliefs? What is your belief? And why do you believe? And you think that I'm here to be questioned about my beliefs. I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs. And since you're not, I see. You question. I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs. And since you're not, well, we tried. If anybody else has a belief in fifth grade, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you. I'm not here to make you look like a fool, although you might do that on your own. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Hi. Hello.
Hello, Noblesso. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 33 from Holland.
You're very quiet.
Yeah, indeed. It's 8 o'clock in the morning.
So you're very muffled and it's hard to hear you. I didn't hear your age. I need to be able to hear you if you're going to be on panel.
I am 33. Can you hear me?
33. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Well, from my kind of sense, it's not called a belief anymore because I have experienced some things which got me closer, or actually got me closer, gave me my soul, which I already got from back then. But the point is, yeah, I don't believe anymore. I know. I know I have a soul. And
What is
the
a
future
soul?
and the present. Wow, why are you asking a lot of things? But I'm going to.
Yeah, you're on a panel called "Can You Question Your Beliefs?" Noblesso. Did you read the screen or?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna ask questions. It's kind of what I do.
Yeah, you're welcome to ask questions.
Thank
I
you.
will explain it to you. Well, what's a soul? You're asking one hell of a question. The thing is about the soul is it was given. People may say created, but it was given to us, blown from.
What was given? What is a soul?
Well, soul is eternal. We live in this world with limited time, just to make sure we have every right to live in.
What is eternal? What is a soul? You said a soul is eternal. You're not answering the question. What is a soul?
There is no explanation for a soul because soul is
Great, so you don't know. That's fine to say that you don't know.
No,
It's
no,
okay.
it's not about that. It's not about that. Let me
You
finish.
do know. Then what is a soul?
It's everything. You can.
I didn't say there's souls. You said there was a soul. You said God gave you your soul, which he already gave you, which didn't make any sense. Noblesso, what is a soul?
I have rediscovered my soul. That's what I'm saying.
What is a soul? What did you rediscover?
How you can shape the future in the present, and how the past dictates the present in kind of ways. You can. The thing is about religion is you uphold responsibility to the
Go
future.
make a video. If you don't want
You uphold
to people, if you don't want to respond to them, if you don't want to hear their questions, if you don't want to actually be heard and speak into the microphone, go make a video somewhere. Then, at least you can watch back. Wow. Okay. I'm very patient. Clearly, I'm very patient. Hello, Ration.
Give me 1 second.
While Rav gets from his quiet place.
You've got a timing tendency.
I know.
Speaking of timing tendency, in the Batcave earlier, I predicted that you would leave at question 16, and you left promptly. I wonder if you were counting questions or if I'm a little prophetic.
I don't know. I don't know which it is, but I definitely knew that the clock was ticking.
Yeah. You will never catch me.
I was told. You left, and Hazel said, "This is the last question." And I said, "No, he did not leave at question number 16.
So funny.
I did indeed.
Thrayle runs, you guys.
Or I
He
count
dodges
questions.
the questions.
They weren't my questions.
That's what they
They're
do.
good questions, though.
Rav, were you here? Yeah, I don't think you were. You weren't here when the guest said to me and Thrayle, "You guys are dodging," and then left.
I was so late today to start the live, I didn't get to finish the clip, so I'll have to do that after this one.
So funny.
Remind me after the live.
I will
post the clip. Hey, Chase, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, yeah, I'm 23.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or
I'm a theist.
which god do you believe in?
I'm gonna say I believe in a god.
Is your god of any particular scripture or practice?
No, I would say I approach the existence of God through like idealism in terms of philosophy. So it's not a matter of the actual like religious text. It's more so in regards to
Do you believe
philosophical.
in
Yeah.
do you believe in any of the gods from any religious texts, and you just came up here to talk about your idealism?
Well, I would say that a true idealist who is a mystic would recognize the threads between all religions that point to the existence of God. So I would say, actually, yeah, I'm coming from every religious perspective,
So
and
you're an
simultaneously not.
omnist.
Like I'm a pantheist.
Pantheism is not the same as every religion. That would be God is everything.
Wait, what did you say? Did you ask if I'm an omniist?
Omnist.
I don't know what that means.
A
I've never heard it
believer
before.
that all religions are true or have a thread of truth.
Well, I have a thread of truth. I would probably
Right.
say
So you're an
yes.
omnist, idealist.
Sure. I mean,
What
the
makes
thing
you an
that-
idealist? Do you believe mind is the universe, or everything's
Yes,
consciousness?
exactly.
Or
Both. I believe mind is the universe, consciousness is the universe, God is the universe, and these are all terms that we use to essentially refer to the same thing.
so everything's a sandwich?
Well, it is all a consciousness sandwich. Yeah.
Consciousness sandwich, of course. Why is everything consciousness? And before we actually go there, what is consciousness?
Consciousness is, to be more explicit, is the idea of phenomenal consciousness, the what it is likeness to experience the world from the first person perspective.
The what is it likeness from the first person perspective?
Yeah, exactly. That's the feels, the raw
And so
feels.
for you, everything is what it is like from a first person perspective, even things
Yes,
that don't
because
have a
all-
conscious perspective.
Right, because the thing that we are most adequately acquainted with is our conscious perspective, and everything else we know about the world. Yeah, I would say that. I
Okay,
am a
so
mystic, yes.
I'd prefer you stick to
Sorry, I
the
saw chat.
questions up
Sorry,
here.
sorry.
Yeah.
All right, I'll lock it.
So you're saying that everything derives from everything about our interpretation derives from our perspective, from our conscious perspective. So everything is that conscious perspective. But are you saying that there's nothing that exists absent our conscious perspective?
I would say that, but I would also add that there are many things that we cannot access from our conscious perspective. It does not mean that those things are not conscious in nature, in the same way that we would prescribe physical properties to the things that we are not perceiving. They hold the
How do
same like
you-
metaphysical baggage, so to speak.
This is boring.
How do you
Go
know?
ahead.
How do you know that these things have consciousness?
What things?
I'm sorry.
Anything.
Yeah, all
Yeah.
the things.
So the obvious point is I know that I am conscious, and this
How do you
kind
know
of
that?
is because I think like Descartes, cogito ergo sum, right? Like I think
Yeah,
therefore
like-
I am, right? I know that I
Right.
have an internal what it is likeness, and so as such I construct scientific belief from this kind of internal assumption. It
Right, but how
seems
can
like
you be sure that I
Yeah.
think, therefore I am? How are you sure of that?
well, the whole point of like that argument is it's self-evident. You know that you think, therefore that is the only criterion by which you can evaluate whether you are, right? If we're going to talk about how do I know that other life has a what it is likeness, it seems like the most consistent biological criterion is that of metabolism. So I would say that anything that looks like it presents metabolism or metabolic properties when observed.
So that wouldn't be
is-
everything then. That would just be things that we classify as life with metabolism.
But I would say that, we have
So
the
then-
things we classify life. They create this kind of representational field of the world
They
beyond
create
themselves.
a representational field of the world. Are you talking about their perspective and the way they
Yeah.
perceive things and their
Exactly.
brains or minds, if they do process?
Yeah.
So what does that have to do?
Are what form like the world of physical quantities as we know it, like the
So
rock
just
or the
just
desk.
to understand, you're saying that absent the observance of these biological entities, then there wouldn't be the existence of physical matter.
I would say that, yeah, without a mind to perceive said quantities, the physical world would not exist as we know it. Yeah, I
It
would say
seems a
that.
rather
So,
bold assumption.
yeah, that is why would you assume that?
Because everything that we know about physical quantities are themselves reducible to the experience of said measurements.
Because because we understand physical quantities from our physical and conscious experiences, and therefore those things only exist because of those experiences.
Well, yeah, they have to. Right.
No, it sounds like you're making a leap there at the end. You're deciding because we only understand things from our perspective, then only our perspective exists.
We might as
Well,
well just be
actually,
brains
I'm
and
not.
bats at that point.
Right.
No, I'm not actually. I'm. That is the baseline for my metaphysical perspective, the fact that we only know our perspective, but we can still construct a plausible metaphysics that is both idealist and accounts for the fact that we all have our own mental perspective of the world.
Go ahead,
You
Raph.
depend every single day on the perspective of others, do you not?
Well, even more so in his worldview, because the universe wouldn't exist without the perspective of others.
So,
Nothing would exist without things perceiving them.
But also, the only thing that exists is one thing that perceives all. So, in a sense, it is actually not contradictory at all, because there is only one thing
Right,
that everything is reducible.
because you've decided that everything is this consciousness, and that this consciousness is somehow conscious of itself.
Yeah, because
I want to made assumption after assumption into assumption land of imaginative assumptions, and I don't see how you don't see it. But Raph was trying to ask a question.
Assumption informed by the fact that we know that we are.
No, you didn't.
That is the only assumption that I'm making. Everything else is a language artifact.
That's not true.
That's a wild assumption.
I actually think it is an assumption that is enlightened by the fact that we are most acquainted with the fact that we are.
Chase, why did you request up here?
Because of the prompt. Can you question your beliefs?
Can you?
Yeah, I think we can evaluate belief systems from philosophical criterion.
I'm really bored. Does anybody have questions for this?
I do have a few questions. I really do. What were you saying about the consciousness things? Do you think that consciousness emerges from the universe? Or...
No. I think consciousness is the universe. I think that consciousness has an emergent property. His hand waving.
He didn't finish the question.
But Chase doesn't care if he gets to verbally assault you.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Chase, just pretend like we've been friends for 20 years, okay? Just we're hanging out, you know what I mean? I'm asking you questions, haven't seen you in a while. I've been having these thoughts about all the kinds of different things. I'd love to ask you a couple questions about your thoughts on these things. Consciousness, how can consciousness exist outside of how are you saying that consciousness precedes the universe and is the universe and permeates the universe?
I would say that every time we refer to the universe, we are also referring to consciousness. There is no universe outside of consciousness. There is no consciousness outside of universe. These are the same things that we are referring to.
So when you say consciousness, are you saying the same thing that I'm experiencing right now?
Yes, it is what you are experiencing internally right now is a part of the consciousness that we are all experiencing. I cannot
And
access it, but we are both a part of it.
you can't access it, so how do you know that it's there?
It is informed from the fact that I know my consciousness is there, and we can establish an empirical criterion, namely metabolism, to evaluate when life presents itself as being conscious. So because I know that I am conscious, and I know that biology can establish a criteria to evaluate other agents' consciousness, I can reasonably assume that you also have an internal what it is likeness.
Great.
I'm not
Let's pump.
proving it
No,
in
no.
terms
Yeah,
of
yeah.
like a
Great. Let's
logic,
pump the brakes
but
for 2 seconds because I had a couple things I didn't understand.
yeah.
You began to say you began to talk about life being conscious, and there's some process or something at some point life gains consciousness. Is that what you were saying?
I wouldn't say that life gains consciousness. I would say all life is
I
That's an
guess.
assumption.
Yeah. Okay. I think what I'm trying to get at though is like you're saying that it's something that you can't tap into, but you know it's there, and that um, like couldn't it just as easily be if you don't know how to access it, then how do you know it's there?
I would say the reason why we know it is there and we cannot pin it down outside of our own internal experience is because science, as a methodological discipline that we created,
Can you,
is defined.
Chase? I got to tell
Yeah.
you, man. There's no way listening to you right now.
Nobody's actually listening, Chase. You're boring everybody to death. You're not actually paying attention to the questions, and you're just speaking at these huge lengths to sound smarter than you are, and it's not working.
Are you like do you speak like what do you do during the week, Chase? Like
Yeah, I'm a student right now.
you're a student. That's great. Are
Yeah.
you enjoying your studies?
Yeah, I think they're really pertinent to what I'm talking about right now. And I think they're also
Great,
marketable professionally. So,
great. That's great.
yeah.
That's great. This isn't a job interview. This is in class.
Well,
This
yeah,
is
yeah.
a few people discussing what one believes and how they know what they believe and how they came to those beliefs and that sort of thing. And to me, they don't sound like your beliefs. Like I haven't
They're
learned
not.
anything about you.
It's a
I have not
debate,
learned
Rav, and he
anything new
wants to
about you.
win.
Yeah, well, I don't like Chase. You don't think this is a debate, do you?
No, of
Sure
course not.
does.
I would love to prove to
So
you guys that I'm not here to debate. I'm here to talk about what I believe.
See, he's
yeah,
got to prove something. He's always got to
show it.
prove something.
Yeah,
Well, now I have to.
He's got to prove it.
Why do you have to prove it? What do you prove it?
Because his testosterone's kicking in and he feels challenged. What little there is. Hey, I gotta make sure and thank Donna B, Morgan Le Fay, and Kat DeWitch for us, Morgan.
I would say more so.
Find your voice. Who are
I
you?
would hope that
What do
I
you
didn't
believe?
come
Really,
here.
what
I
do you
didn't come here
believe?
to debate.
What is? I'm going to try this one more time. When you say consciousness, see, to me, it is far more plot. By the way, I'm somebody that believes in God, but I don't believe probably in the God that you're espousing. To me, God is an emergent thing. That consciousness must be emergent. There's no consciousness 14 billion years ago. Why would there be consciousness now? Or why would there be consciousness until there's consciousness? It's something that emerges out of it. What's the problem with it emerging? Why is that so offensive?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with consciousness as an emergent property in principle. I think my perspective more so comes from the fact that cognitive neuroscientists have pointed to consciousness as an emergent property for the entire extent that neuroscience has been a discipline. And so I personally, I have problems with consciousness as an emergent property because it hand waves the problem of consciousness. It just says that, oh, we don't know how consciousness emerges from physical quantities. We just know that it will with sufficient complexity.
It doesn't hand wave it. Wait, how is that hand waving? What the fuck do you think hand waving is?
I think it's hand waving because it doesn't explain the actual physical mechanisms by which consciousness emerges. It just states that it is emergent.
So it needs to explain something it doesn't know.
Wait a second.
Yeah,
wait a
I would
second.
say same because it doesn't.
It needs to make guesses and throw them out there
chain
and
of events.
Well, I don't think
these
that there are
assertions.
guesses to be made. No.
Assume, and then say they're not assumptions because you don't know what an assumption is. Go ahead, Rav.
Okay. Do you agree that the universe is 14 billion years old?
I mean, I don't know the exact number, but I would trust what you have to say. Yeah.
Would you believe that it's billions of years old?
I would say that our model.
Do you have any reason to doubt the efficacy of that model?
Of space-time?
And our current best understanding of the universe?
Well, if we're going to talk about, like, quantum physics, this is kind of outside of my realm of expertise, but yeah, I know that there are quantum physicists.
I'm asking you, like, what you think. Like, do you not believe the universe is 14 billion years old?
No, I do.
Okay.
You're talking like it's a debate. You're not listening. You're talking like it's a debate. Nobody's trying to debate you. Nobody's trying to argue with you.
All right, I'm here.
I thought we've been friends for 20 years.
Yeah, it's been so long.
Rob.
It's been so long. Missed you, man. All right, so, okay. The universe is 14 billion years old. Do you think, like, the best model is, like, the Big Bang or something like that?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah, like, you're, like, a normal science understanding person.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So, then from there, what happens? What's the next step? What's the next step?
Humans evolve. We use language to construct the world.
Production of the cosmos, but I appreciate that, frankly, because you understand that gravity and physics and all these amazing things. So, like, at what point is there consciousness in that?
Yeah, I actually agree. I think that trying to pin down consciousness on the timeline is fundamentally misguided because consciousness itself created the timeline that we are using to evaluate this physical perspective.
I think you were there, but then you flipped it back and said something about consciousness. Are you saying that it is through our, like, let me ask you this, would this comport with you? Consciousness emerges, and as consciousness emerges, certain concepts we give language to certain concepts that we gain understanding about. And you could argue that in the rearview mirror, the chances of us arguing those concepts are 100%. But I think the process by which we came to those concepts are murky, trial and error, and difficult.
I agree with everything you said about coming to conclusions about concepts, but I wouldn't say that consciousness emerges from said conclusions. I would say that consciousness is the conduit by which we come to all of these conclusions, as false as they may be, as we construct the world over time.
But only because consciousness depends on a perspective to begin with.
Well, everything depends on a perspective.
And what would be the perspective if all living things went away, heaven forbid? What would be the perspective?
I would say that there is
left in the poll, guys.
Perspective.
What, Chase?
Because all that there is life. All that we know is that we are living.
I guess then I do not see the interconnectedness of the conscious that you're trying to describe. I don't see the unifying principle between like, aside from them being alive, things being alive, I don't see a consciousness that connects them unless you're redefining consciousness.
No, I know what you mean.
He already did.
It's an abstraction.
Missed that.
Do you hear how self-centered and human-centric that is?
I
my
invented a
perspective.
term. It doesn't exist, but I invented it, and it's men's centrism.
What does that
I
mean,
think I
Raph?
think that like idealism is
So the
almost
men's is
opposed to.
Latin for mind, and
Mm-hmm.
centric meaning centering. So we have anthropocentrism, which centers humans, but
Mm-hmm.
humans who center the mind are men's centric. Like
Uh-huh.
mens rea. Mens rea is a legal term to describe state of mind when somebody committed an offense, and I'm saying men's centric.
He still thinks it's a debate, Rav. He was trying to give closing statements.
Oh, sorry, did I? Oh,
No, it's all right. The poll has spoken. And I don't
it's
know,
good to see you
Chase.
again, Chase.
Yeah.
It's been a long time, but it's good to see you.
20 years. Chase,
uh,
if you're still listening, if you decide that you actually want to question your beliefs instead of debate or mock debate or try again later.
Look, it's been a long time. People change, you know.
if you hear a squeal at any point, it's because there's a fucking mouse in here. Anyway.
Are you afraid of the mouse?
Well, I just would rather him not be inside.
I think I'd rather have a cat in a hat than a mouse in a house.
Yeah, Chase. You're one to talk, bud.
Wait.
He said have fun having boring combos. Right, like that one. Like the
Well,
one we just
when
had.
he finds his way back, he can figure out if it's a boring combo or not. But
Thrayle, I encountered the person that is going to tell you that you're the devil tonight if they make it in here. I don't know if you saw the screenshot I put in the chat from
no.
Daniel Green's live, but if that guy makes it in, if that guest makes it in here, he's definitely the one that's going to tell you you're the devil.
Somebody will eventually.
My money's on that guy. He was something else. He had Daniel with 6 pairs of sunglasses on.
Why not 7? 6, 7?
Hello, I can hear you. You were eager to be up here. What's up?
I am. I talked about it in the Discord a little bit, but I have changed my beliefs.
Really?
Really, really.
How have you changed your beliefs?
I am leaning more towards atheopaganism, which structurally I believe is atheism or is culturally pagan. I don't know. Help.
Spicy psychology, rituals for fun and
Yeah.
feel goods, but no belief in anything actually supernatural.
I don't know about anything supernatural. Well, no, you're right. You're right. Because, I mean, realistically, it boils down to my belief in it's just shit science. We don't, science that hasn't been explained yet.
I wonder. You see, it's just shit that hasn't been discovered yet or
Explained, yeah.
Explained,
through
yeah.
science, yeah.
what is shit that hasn't been explained through science yet?
Well, there's that wonderful word you love so much, energy. The consciousness All the ones where people just kind of go, you know what? I don't really know.
So all of the I don't knows.
Mm-hmm.
Do you expect that they will all be explained one day in some scientific way?
Nope. To be completely frank, I don't expect anything to be explained, at least in my lifetime.
That raises the other question. What are your thoughts on afterlife now?
I don't think they've changed. Insofar as, and maybe they have, so I'll say it out loud. There is great comfort in the idea of reuniting with family or reincarnating as quote unquote what you deserve to be or anything like that. It's the idea of an afterlife is a comfort to the human psyche. And I don't believe there's anything there but to return what minerals and vitamins and whatnot I have in my body to the earth.
And you don't see anything supernatural in that? Anything, metaphysical?
I want there to be, but I want there to be because I enjoy the whimsy. And there's an aspect to each belief and religion and tradition and story that I've encountered and read. Sorry, my train of thought kind of like disappeared on me.
Thrayle, I don't know if you're aware, but every time you turn on your microphone or something,
There's
you're in like a boiler room or something like that.
It's a heater. It's 27 degrees outside.
Yeah, I heard.
It's a very loud
That's
heater.
warm.
Balmy.
Yeah, I should probably just leave the mic open because the
Yeah, it'll
TikTok,
equalize.
yeah, takes it out.
Broadcasting from a C10.
Yeah. I may turn it off here in a little bit, but not yet.
I sit in my parka.
Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
So I just had a conversation with Hazel about this, actually. Because we were discussing the importance of different concepts, and truth was one of them. But in her line of questioning, what was it that came up first? I think truth was first and then honesty came up afterwards. And I said, I had rated, because it was on a scale from 1 to 10, and I had rated truth at 10. But I had also rated honesty at 10, with the caveat that it's one thing to tell the truth. It's a completely different thing to be honest about the truth. So, by that logic, I would say that while I think the truth is important, I do not require my beliefs to be true.
You find the truth important, but you don't require your beliefs to be true.
Yes.
Does that leave you open or vulnerable to believe things that aren't true if you don't require that of your beliefs?
Can you say that again?
Does that leave you vulnerable to believe things that aren't true if you don't require truth of your beliefs?
I think I may have contradicted myself.
That's understandable. So when I ask, does it matter if what you believe is true or not? And you said you don't require truth of your beliefs. But truth does matter.
I crossed wires in my head, definitely, for sure. Sorry.
That's all right. I'll let you think on it.
Okay.
Think about the importance of truth and what impact it plays on your beliefs and what beliefs you accept or shape going forward.
I will think on that.
I'm excited for you.
Are you?
You're in a deconstruction of something that, while I see these changes happen in people all the time, and I make them too, I don't know if I can't remember the last time I had a worldview shifting change. And
Isn't that weird?
I know I've had them, I just can't remember.
Can't like specifically pinpoint. I mean, like, 'cause it's, and like, I see what you're saying. I've got so much to think about.
It sounds like you do.
So, Morgan, over the last 5 years, I have had probably 2 or 3 worldview shifting changes a year.
Mm-hmm.
It's been like a very transformative time in my life, right? Like a lot of things have changed.
Yeah.
They're super big and stressful and daunting, and it feels like so much because it is so much, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just take your time and sit with yourself and work through it at your own pace and the way you need to do it. You know? Existential crises are good and at the end of them. And I think that I know that you can handle it and that you're going to be good on the other side. But I think what I'm trying to say is I have now started to see these like changes as like such intensely like wonderful opportunities to learn about yourself.
Yes. And that's been such a huge thing being here on the Batcolyte Live. Like for me, it's really given me a huge opportunity to like really look at all of the facets, you know?
Yes, I do.
I am curious about how you came about maybe, well, the structure, like why this structure, why this sort of, you know what I'm saying? Like what was it that sort of prompted this?
Can you narrow your question a little bit more? I'm
Yeah,
not sure I understand it.
What's the catalyst of your deconstruction?
Yep, thank you.
He just spoke, so no. No, realistically, it's been my time in here. It's been the, I guess, third person observation, removing myself from my belief to be able to, I guess, Socratically question somebody else's. Or at least try to.
You've done well.
Has questioning other people's beliefs, oh my fucking god, I cannot even chat today. Has questioning other people's beliefs did stepping outside of your own ideas or beliefs to question other people's then like cause you to, as you were doing this, like reflect on your own in a really deep, like, is that what happened?
Oh, absolutely. Without a doubt. But I mean, like, that's a constant state of thinking for me. I'm always, I mean, because like a standard I apply to myself is like that I want to be the person that I didn't have, but also insofar as like, why would I ask somebody this question if I wouldn't ask it of myself?
So in asking yourself all the questions that you were asking other people, this is where you ended up.
Yeah. At least this far. I mean, I'm not saying I'm finished
you're not
observing
done,
or
right?
analyzing it all.
Do you think deconstruction is a process that is ever finished?
Fuck no. If you ever stop asking questions of yourself or anything, like, then what the hell's the point?
Yeah.
It just gets boring, you know?
Are you happy that you have been spending the time here and given yourself the opportunity to ask these questions of yourself, which that you might not have done otherwise?
Thrilled. Absolutely thrilled. I've spoken about it a few times before in the past that I am a huge, I'm really into anthropology, and it's something that I would love to pursue professionally, in some aspect. And this has really cemented that realization for me that this is something that I love.
Do you think that the context of asking other people questions allowed you to ask yourself questions you never would have thought to ask before?
Absolutely. And then also, listening to the lines of questioning others have, who obviously come from different backgrounds, different perspectives. Sorry, I got distracted by Catfather's comment because I need to say I had the thought as I was saying it, and I was like, God damn it, someone's gonna say something. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought.
Is there one question or a couple questions that stick out to you as the things that really started to pick your brain apart, or cause you to pick your own brain apart?
Really, it's just been concepts that I haven't either been introduced to or deep dove into until they were brought up here. And then just I guess vicariously through researching those on my own time, I turned those questions on myself, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I think that you are a pretty fair and logical person from what I can tell. So I can see you going and researching these things and thinking what would I ask somebody about this, and then asking yourself those same questions.
And then also I really do, I want to be able to understand both sides so I can make an objective decision for my benefit, if that makes sense. And so I guess the example that I can think of is where you and Thrayle tend to get stumped with non-believers, I guess, if that makes sense. Or non-theists. Sometimes there comes a point where you both are just well, I don't, why did you request up here if you don't have a belief? And I've found, and correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm misinterpreting it, I've found that I have been able to sometimes drive a deeper conversation with people like that by just taking the opposite perspective, because I'm, I guess, so fresh in it or fresh out of it. I don't know how to really describe that.
So I think what you're seeing here is the product of two people who have been lifelong atheists, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have this understanding of why people don't believe, right? Because these are two lifelong atheists. Whereas people who do have a belief, we could dig forever with, because there's this a again, correct me if
Is her audio cutting out for everybody, or just
at least have this lack of
Okay.
understanding of. Oh,
It's back
it's not.
then.
Oh, now I have.
As soon as we
audio.
comment,
Okay.
yeah, we say something and then it's better.
I personally have this lack of. I am searching for this understanding of why people believe like this and believe in the way that they do, like have this conviction, you know. So I can ask believers questions forever because I'm trying to gain understanding of something, right? But I understand why non-believers don't
Right.
believe, because I've never had a belief. And I think it's so
Right.
it's the same effect with you, but in the opposite way.
Opposite direction, opposite side of the spectrum.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, I think that's a valid thing to say. I think it probably has allowed you to dig in on things that we might not think to dig in on because we have this understanding. Again, like lifelong atheists. Like I get why people are atheists.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree.
I do have to, really quick, thank Heather's Descent, Donna B, Danny Grax, Joe, also Cat DeWitch, and I do want to thank Yirza also for helping to gift the panel, but thank you all for helping with the goal. I appreciate all of you so much. Morgan, I wonder, first off, I've got to say I do enjoy your questions, and I do like where you've taken some of the conversations that seem they're not going anywhere. I wonder what questions your unique perspective will help you find, and if those questions will change with your perspective.
I suppose time will tell, huh?
Exactly. Yeah. I also
And I
would have
think that
accepted,
you were-
I don't know.
I think that you were onto something about it being a process, like a forever process, right? Like, so in the last, 4 or 5 months that I have been here very, very regularly, I still don't believe in any gods, right? But my view on many things like surrounding this topic has drastically changed. And I have had one of these moments where like my worldview kind of like crumbled down and then I built it back up. And I think as we continue to ask questions, like it inevitably will continue to evolve.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Thrayle.
Thanks, Thrayle. And thanks, audience. Thanks, believers, non-believers, gifters, all of you people. Thrayle's so right every time he says this is the best audience.
Absolutely. They are. Not just because they stayed, but because they're all questioning. And they recognize that.
And we get to do it together, which makes it a lot easier.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, are we ready to get back to questioning some more beliefs?
Always, you caught me on an insomnia night.
That's good, because I'm going to have to sleep at some point.
Woo!
I don't know what that means. Sleep.
You took a nap.
Yeah, a little one.
I'm not sleeping, you're sleeping.
Were you there when he woke up and he said, the first thing he says is, I'm not awake, you're awake.
Oh my god. I can't.
Is that a Nishu? Did you mean to request up Nishu? No. Did you mean to request up Nishu? I'm gonna guess not. I'll set you back down. Don't worry. I'm always hesitant when I see a long time chatter in the queue. I'm like, did they really mean to? Didn't think so.
Poor thing.
That's like
I didn't really hear anything.
that night that Lava came up. Lava is she will accidentally request up so fast and then not notice and be on the panel and not know it. And I was like, oh god, she accidentally requested. But she didn't. That was cool.
It was cool. No worries, Nishu. It was good to have you for even a moment. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We're not here to burgle your gods, although there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Was that the most tactful thing you could have said right this second?
I'm keeping them warm.
You can't even keep you warm! What do you mean you're keeping them warm?
Look, the heater's off. We're warm right now. For now.
Need to get you some heating, the water bottles.
Oh, but then they'll turn into ice packs.
No, they won't. That's not how those work. You know that.
Do we have a guest?
Hold on. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I actually, I have a bit of an update. I came on as a guest a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Sounds about right.
I have since adopted a religion.
Fascinating. You were an agnostic when you came up, weren't you?
I had a personally developed belief of universe being a guiding presence, a guiding force to make matter tend towards complexity, ultimately creating consciousness.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
I'm very impressed.
Tending towards complexity is what we focused on.
Yeah.
Okay. And so what is the faith that you have now found?
Flying spaghetti monster.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I saw a journalistic piece on it going more and choose to practice it.
Fascinating. So, do you believe in do you believe in the Mosey?
You're more knowledgeable than I, but
do you know your 8 condiments?
Oh, you're so much more knowledgeable than I.
You need to know the 8 condiments.
Yeah, I clearly have more research to do, but again, the
Spaghetti is not a competition, Thrayle.
I thought it was the 8 suggestions.
I heard Daniel say something earlier about noodly appendages.
There's a divine noodly appendage, yes.
There's an imposter among us.
I was gonna say, if you truly need a resource, I know a very knowledgeable pastafarian.
Hit me.
Would be
He's great. Yeah, Pod's great.
Yeah.
I was vaguely aware as of a week and a half ago, and the more awareness I gained, the more I became a believer.
I see.
Are you gonna go get your driver's license photo updated with the colander on your head?
With the
you can do
colander?
that, right?
You can do that.
It's
I
religiously
appreciate that you
protected.
think I have a driver's license.
Yeah, it's religious. It's a religious like headwear, and you can get your driver's license photo done with the colander on your head.
I would absolutely love to exercise that. I'm kind of aiming more at the tax exempts.
So you're planning. You're planning to start a church.
Yeah, I'm a business owner. I mean a church.
I'm sorry.
This guy is great.
Yeah, I meant that as a joke, obviously.
The IRS doesn't joke around, son.
Yeah,
you know what? Here's the thing. Thrayle.
Either does my flying spaghetti monster, okay?
Oh, God.
What came first?
The IRS came first for sure, but it's fine.
Religion came first.
What I was gonna say was, I think this is the only time that somebody's come up on the panel and told us they gained a belief after talking to us, and we have been just tickled by it.
Yeah, I mean, so I thought it was particularly relevant because separate from your panel, which I've listened to, a fair amount in the last few weeks, I did actually question my beliefs and change them.
What did you change them to? Wait, other than the spaghetti monster, or is it like?
was that dramatic pause on purpose?
It's more of a structure of them. Like, I suppose my underlying belief still remains pretty much the same, but the format of the religion and the structure, the practice, the ideology is something that I've come to adopt. So I have absolutely not just questioned, but changed what I believe in.
Would you recommend this to others?
Oh my God, I couldn't recommend anything more. I think it's as far as religion goes, this is the best that I've become aware of.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, okay, yes, the Pastafarianism is great, but I meant, like, would you recommend questioning your beliefs and then rethinking your belief structure to others?
Absolutely. How could you possibly have a belief without questioning it? That's just ignorant.
And so this has been a very positive experience for you, kicked off by coming here and being questioned.
I don't want to say kicked off by, but you guys were a part of the spiritual journey that has led me to my new deity.
Good. So you see that, guys? We're not scary, and this is a positive experience.
Oh no! And I don't know how many of you were present. I think Kat was present.
I was here, yeah.
So yeah, I'm not sure how much you recall from our initial conversation, but I found no like malice or hostility in that at all. Like I do have a self-made and intricate and specific belief structure, and it's rare that I even would allow myself the opportunity to explore it, let alone try and be questioned upon it.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to question you.
Hey, thank you guys. And again, I come in and out in the comments or whatever listening, and I very, very much enjoy what you guys do.
Don't ever stop asking questions.
Appreciate y'all. But I suppose that sounds like about my time.
It is mostly, but I do appreciate you being here. I think the only question that I have left is, do you retain your belief that things tend towards complexity?
Yeah. So the flying
have
spaghetti.
You just added carbohydrates to that complexity?
They are
the
complex.
spaghetti monster would take the place of the amalgamous deity that I referred to as
I
universe.
see.
It gives a plate to my appetite.
Parmesan be
wonder-
upon you.
I wonder if you
And
would maintain this belief in the. Are you familiar with absurdism?
of course.
Okay. You're practicing it well then. I appreciate you now. I wish you well and hope you keep asking questions.
Absolutely. I mean, what's the point of life if we're not something spaghetti?
Ramen. All right, we'll catch up with you later. Nah, thank you so much for being here. Hello, Brandon.
W. Oh, hi, Bran. W. Batcolyte tonight, and W. guests.
Absolutely.
It's been a while. Hope you've been well.
I've been pretty well. I've been fairly alive. Yeah, I'd say I'm good. How have you guys been?
Been pretty good.
Fairly alive.
I'm in the middle of a worldview shift.
It's a hell of a time to be in one of those.
Yup.
Yeah. It's definitely a time.
How's your worldview doing? Still
My
traditionally
world,
venerating your gods?
yes, still have my same beliefs, but I have my worldview in the sense of how the world is going right now has kind of shifted. I've lost a little bit of faith in humanity.
I don't know that I'm necessarily going to help you restore that, but
Oh, I don't expect anything will unless what happened changes. But yeah, I still believe in my gods. I still worship how I always did. I still keep my traditional views.
you still question.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Every single time that I have doubts, I sit down and question, because that's what we're told to do. That's what you're supposed to do. And no matter what religion you're a part of, no matter what belief system you have, if you can't question it, how can you believe it? The idea of belief should be constantly ever evolving as your worldview and as every single day changes how you view different things. You should be questioning it.
Quick crash course for our listeners in case they don't know or remember you. You're a Norse pagan who follows that your gods exist in a not a literal sense, but in a well, actually, is it a literal sense? I forget now.
I believe that my gods literally exist. We believe that our gods, that there are times when our gods come and walk amongst us, that they come and they operate amongst us. But we do not believe that they have, how would be the best way to word it? We don't believe they have an active stake in how we do things. Like, they may choose to help, they may not. They may choose to do things, they may not. It's no real skin off their back.
But you believe that they exist as actual entities with thoughts,
yes,
mind, personality. They can
yes, very much so. Yes,
take forms of the animals they're set to in lore and interact with us.
That lore is a very, barring a few examples, that's a very neo-pagan thing. In the older traditional lores, there's not very many stories about the gods taking the forms of animals and other entities. I mean, barring Loki, not many. The only real descriptors we get of any of the gods taking any other forms is the depictions of Odin but Odin's forms are not really so much as he changes his shape. It's more just like he throws on a bigger hat. Like, it's more like disguising rather than actively shape-shifting. It's a fairly new thing.
In what ways do you believe they interact?
So, I believe that, just as my personal belief, I believe that in times where I have had moments where I have needed, you know, a bit of a sign to move on, a bit of a sign to keep going, a bit of help during my day. The slightest wee thing that I see, if it gives me what I'm asking for, I believe that could be my gods. It could not be. It could be entirely coincidental. But I believe it could be.
Your qualifiers make you hard to question, as always, Bran.
Maybe I don't know what you mean by that.
Wrong. I could absolutely be wrong.
I mean, I absolutely could be.
That you,
I have no. Sorry, go ahead.
In recognizing that you could be wrong, does that serve as a shield from questioning further to see if you truly might be?
I mean, I'm not intentionally trying to shield myself from questions. As you know, I'll answer any question put to me, and if the answer is...
I know you will.
I think that there is a lot more that I have to learn and to know and to understand. Maybe I'll learn that in my lifetime. I don't know if I ever will. But I do not think anybody has the answers. I think we only have what we can believe at this point in time.
What was that, Raph?
You alright?
Yeah, sorry. Didn't quite have the mic all the way muted. Yeah, I'm alright.
But yeah, I'm not intentionally trying to shield myself from questions. And I'm definitely not trying to almost put a veil over my own eyes of it, like trying to trick myself into thinking everything I believe is right. What I believe and the reasons I believe it are enough for me. And as long as they're enough for me, then by the teachings that we're told, that's enough. Does that make sense to others the way it makes sense in my head, or am I just rabbling like a madman right now?
Sometimes you do that too. It's been a while. I'm glad to have you back, Bran.
It's nice to be back.
I was thinking about you the other day. I was thinking that we hadn't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I just, sometimes you hear something or sometimes something happens and you just like, I need to just take a bit of a step back from everything. So I was just taking a little break.
No explanation necessary. It's nice to see you.
Well, does anybody have any more questions for Bran before we bring up a believer we haven't questioned to near exhaustion before?
I do. I don't think I've ever met Bran before.
I thought you might.
Hello, Bran. How are you?
Hello, Morgan. I'm doing very good. How's yourself?
Oh, just another night of insomnia. Can you give me a recap of what your belief is?
Yes, of course I can. So, I believe in the mostly lost at this point, but traditional practices of the worship of the Old Norse gods. When I say I believe in the traditional practices, I do not hold any affiliation with heathenry, with Odinism, with Asatru, or with anything that has been touched by neo-paganistic hands. I believe in the traditions set down by my father, my grandfather, which come from oral and small amounts of written traditions from where my family originally come from in Norway.
Fantastic. Okay. How do you interact with your deities?
I interact with them the way, I guess the way you would typically say anybody who, or not anybody, majority of people that actively take part in the veneration or worship of a god does that. I pray to them. I ask them for aid when I feel that I need it. And if they do give me that aid, then I make an offering to them on an altar. There's other things as well, like during the year we have certain holidays and traditions where certain ritualistic elements come into it, but those are not everyday things. So I wouldn't count them as everyday worship or I don't like the term worship because it's not like we worship our gods. It's more like
ask them for
giving respect and thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand. Oh, I had a question and now I lost it. Yup. I'll think of something later. That's all I have for right now.
Bran, does it matter to you if your gods exist or not?
That is a very good question. I suppose if a big button was to appear in front of me and say, press this and you'll get all the answers, and I pressed it and found out my gods weren't real, I guess in a sense I would be upset. I would be disheartened and I'd feel quite foolish at what I believed in didn't exist. But my beliefs in my gods are not what make up the majority of the reasons as to why I am who I am. They certainly have helped me in the ways that I've perceived that they have. Would it change so much if the times where I prayed for strength and I prayed to Thor and I thought he was what was giving me that strength, it turns out it wasn't him, it was something else? I guess in the long run I would assume not entirely, because I still got strength. I still got what I was asking for. I guess in answer I would feel slightly foolish, I'd feel a little bit disheartened, but it wouldn't crush me altogether, I don't think.
What if it was you? The things that you provided each time you prayed?
That would certainly be an astounding revelation to myself. Not in a... Sorry, that sounded a lot more deprecating than I meant it to. I am not one of those people that sits and thinks I can't do anything. I'm very good at quite a few things. But it would be surprising in some of the situations that I've been in where I've prayed and I've gained the answers that I was asking for, or at least the step to understanding what I need to do to get those answers. I'd be surprised if they came just from the inner workings of my ADHD and autism-riddled brain.
Felt.
Have you ever considered making a list of the things that you feel were interactions with your gods, and looking in to see if any or all of them could be explained through natural causes?
I have not. That may be something I'll take on doing.
It's an idea I got from, because I never had a belief like that. So it's an idea I got from a former believer.
It's a very good idea. Sorry, I also understand that might have sounded a lot more sarcastic. That was not meant sarcastic at all. That is a genuinely very good idea. I will actually have to look into doing that.
Were you always Norse pagan?
No, not at all. I was raised by an Irish mother to be an Irish Catholic, and then in my teenage years, I fell out of. I actually have no qualms with the majority of Catholicism and Christianity. It's fairly, it's got its bad points, which religion doesn't.
Right.
I actually find that when it comes to Christians, when you take into consideration the grander scope of Catholic, Protestant, evangelicals, all that kind of lot, Catholics are the chillest. They're just kind of there. Like, you never see a Catholic priest standing on a street corner waving a Bible and yelling at people they're going to, burn, They're just kind of in their churches doing what they do.
Yep.
They're just there.
Have you experienced Catholicism outside of your country of origin?
It's very small amounts, I'll be very honest about that. I have lots of family in America, and 3 of my familial groupings in America are related through blood to direct relatives here in Scotland and Ireland. They emigrated over, so they do still practice Catholicism over there. And I understand that American Catholicism is slightly different from what we would have over here.
If it gives you any background, both sides of my family are Irish and Italian, and both sides of my family were Catholic.
So I understand that when it comes to Catholicism, Irish and Scots traditionally, if they are Catholic, practice Roman Catholicism, which is similar in line to what Italians would practice and understand. But I do understand that outside of Italian families and Irish families, American Catholicism, I do understand, has quite a, I don't want to say sinister, but darker kind of turn.
It's much darker. It's not, at least in my experience. And I don't know if that's a direct result of like the religious separation that occurred when America was settled, or I don't know.
This is also a recent right-wing sort of, not to get political, but that Catholicism has become increasingly conservative in its approach, especially in America.
Yeah.
Before we get too far into the weeds, we do have a few people in requests, and before I do bring up a next guest, I just want to thank everybody for tapping the screen up to 63,000 likes. That's awesome. You guys are amazing. If it turns out that these are ghosts, which happens a lot, then go ahead and request on up and be patient in the queue, guys. We will bring up one new guest at a time. And we are here just to question your beliefs, not to debate them, not to argue with you or tell you that you're wrong, just to see if you can question what you believe. Maybe then we might have some more questions for you. Did anybody have any more questions for Bran before we do bring up a new guest? Just want to make sure that we...
I don't have any more at this time.
Okay. You can stick around and question Bran, of course. You are welcome.
Thank you very much.
I have put you through the ringer several times, so I know you can question. Turns out they're mostly ghosts yet again. We're gonna get 3 at once here in a second. I know it.
Do you know it or do you believe it?
Oh, hey, look. Somebody, not a ghost.
Words
Hello.
mean things, Thrayle.
Hello, Mosaic. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Say again?
I need your age.
My age?
Yes.
Age is just a number.
Yep, it's the one that I need right now.
It's not
45
a number
sounds
that's
good.
usually following your date of birth.
Right.
Yeah, I don't, 45 sounds good.
Cool. So, do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I am a god.
What do you mean by you are a god?
If you don't understand that, I cannot tell you.
What does the word god mean to you?
No, orchestrator. No.
Are you saying
No, orchestrator. No. Sorry, Bran, hang on. I mean,
hold on.
orchestrator, no. Mosaic, I've got to ask you real quick.
Before you kick me off, you're gonna
you're
probably block me.
Yeah,
real
it's
quick.
probably not going to block you. Just going to kick you off for being drunk. Because I don't find that conversations with drunks really go anywhere. Except down. But maybe when you're not drunk, you can request back up and we could possibly have a conversation then.
I wonder if, in a sober state, he is potentially one of the people who adhere to the Luciferian sect of Satanism.
I think you might be giving him more credit than
Absolutely, it's always fun to just have a little bit of a little bit of belief that somebody could be more than just what's
Just
at the bottom of the bottle they're currently holding.
That's what I've been saying.
Just a little whimsy. Well,
Just
I
a
don't
little
know.
whimsy.
He seemed like a lot of whimsy there, but
Oh no! I swear,
that
I
would
think
be
I think you've got the pronunciation wrong there, Thrayle. It's common. It's a hard Scottish word. I think it's a lot of whiskey. Is what he is.
that's what it is. Yeah, I don't know, Patati, if it's the god of wine or the god of self-indulgence. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if gods have anything to do with it. But that does leave us open now if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. If you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. And if you're able to comment in the comments, it doesn't seem that you're blocked. Hello, Mama Duke. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah. Can I get your age too?
43.
Same. Born in what year? What year were you born? Let's make sure.
I'm not playing games here. If you can't answer the questions, then you can't be here.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Brian. Welcome back.
Hello there. Good to be back. Thank you for having me.
Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
33.
And I'm going to ask it like I always do. Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
You bet. I'm still a Mormon, and as you might know, if you're familiar with Mormonism, today was the Sabbath, so I got to attend church today, and it was pretty great.
Isn't the Sabbath on Saturday?
I suppose in Judaism, is it? It's on Saturday,
Where did
but
the idea of the Sabbath come from?
Judaism, right?
Yeah, so if Judaism says the Sabbath is on a Saturday,
Yeah.
why did you switch it to Sunday?
That's a good question. I think it had something to do with Jesus being resurrected on Sunday. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong.
So you're saying that
that's
God's
why.
day of rest was switched because Jesus died, or Jesus was resurrected?
Because that was a pretty important thing in the religion.
Brian, did you do any of the research that you said you were going to do the last time you were here?
I bought a book called World Religions for Dummies, and I'm loving it. I'm reading about Hinduism right now, and wow, man, it's awesome. It's the oldest religion, and
by
what?
That's not entirely correct.
Yeah, by what resource?
I guess according to the book.
Okay, so normally,
that's also the
especially
thing,
in the Dummies series, there's a really cool thing in the back of the book called an index. And a lot of times in the index, it will list all of the sources that were used to furnish the information for the book. And that can give you further research if you want to get a more in-depth understanding of the things you're reading about in the Dummies series of books.
Right on. That's good to know. There's so much information out there, but I got to start somewhere, you know.
You do.
For clarification, the oldest religion is kind of up in debate. Some would say that
I'm sure it is.
Some would say that it's Zoroastrianism, and some would argue that it's animism. But
I was going to say, I've heard arguments for animism.
I would personally stand on the side of animism, but I understand that when you hear religion, some people think organized religion. Therefore, if that's what you're going by, then it would be Zoroastrianism. But, you know, swings and roundabouts.
Spirituality.
Yeah, of course.
We're kind of getting off track.
Yeah. So I did have a question that I wanted to ask Brian if he's open to answering it.
I did have a follow-up. I'm so sorry.
By all means, you go ahead and I'll wait until you're done.
Thank you. So, Hinduism you've covered in this book, yes?
I'm reading it. I'm a slow reader, by the way.
No, that's okay. I mean, that was just, I'm assuming that is the only religion you have covered in this book, yes?
Yes. It's the first one.
From what you've already read, have you looked at your belief system in comparison to what you've read about Hinduism at all?
Let me think about that. I'm trying to see what the similarities are, what they have in common.
It would probably be a good exercise. Do you know what a Venn diagram is?
The circle one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do that.
Yeah. Because so far, what I've read is that through the Hindu belief system, all other religions are just as valid.
Mm-hmm.
Which is pretty cool. I like
It's an
it a
interesting
lot.
concept to consider, huh?
Yeah, I like that. Well, in the Book of Mormon, there's a verse that says charity is like the biggest thing you can have, right? The best thing you can have. And then charity believeth all things. So people take that verse for granted, I think. I think it's a lot more telling.
Does that verse,
it's a lot more.
What does that verse have to do with believing in the validity of all other religions other than your own? Or not other, but including your own?
Believeth all things, meaning able to believe in all things.
Okay, you said the whole sentence is charity believeth all things. So it's not a command to believe all things, right?
It's like an indirect command, because if the best way to be a Christian is to have charity, and then in the book it says charity believeth all things. It's like,
my friend, I mean this with no disrespect. What is the highest level of education you completed? And if you're not comfortable answering that, I'm okay with that.
I'm in college right now. I'm 6 credits away from associates.
What's your degree in?
It's in electronic systems. I'm a real tinkerer. I love fixing stuff. So
for those of us on the other side of the pond, does anybody know the UK equivalent of an associate's?
It's like a 2-year program,
it's
right?
a 2-year degree.
2-year.
Like a bachelor's?
Half of a bachelor's, basically.
Does it only take 2 years for you to get a bachelor's degree?
Well, no, it doesn't. But I mean, your bachelor's is can vary. Can be 3 or 4 here in the UK.
Yeah.
But
so typically a bachelor's is 4 here.
So right, okay, cool. I think I've got an idea what you're saying. Sorry, it's just so it could help me understand. Thank you.
Can I just steel man what he said, because I think that we understood this differently, and I understand what he's saying. So, what I heard was, since charity understands all things, the idea being that if charity can understand all things, meaning understand, what is it? What did you say? What's the line? Charity believes all things.
Charity believeth all things.
Okay. I think what I'm hearing there is something along the lines of charity charity would not like the sea refuses no river.
Right on. It's like having openness, like, because being hard-hearted is like the worst thing you could do in Christianity, which is ironic because a lot of Christians are hard-hearted in their belief. They won't allow for any expansion of their beliefs. But so I think being open is what that verse is referring to, being open to possibilities and different interpretations, and kind of like what you guys do is questioning and yeah, honoring people's answers. Honoring, giving space for them, exploring,
questioning their answers.
Could be questioning. So I'm questioning, and I just wish I was a faster reader so I can learn more.
No judgment at all. My partner's a Marine.
Hey,
Yeah.
Brian.
Hi. How are you?
How we doing? I'm good.
Good.
So I love that you brought up the making space for everybody's belief, right? Is that what you take that verse to mean?
Yeah.
Okay. How does that tie in with Mormonism's doctrine of baptisms for the dead?
Baptisms for the dead. Well, baptisms for the dead is just offering something for something to those that have passed on.
And
the
to
Mormon
Jewish
view.
people as well.
But
Say again.
yeah, so how does that if
It's just offering.
I mean, so how is that leaving space for everybody to experience their beliefs if Mormonism teaches that after the fact Mormon people can come and do their work and essentially give them Mormonism instead of their lifelong belief that they held for their entire existence?
Well, so when they do work for the dead, it's an offer. They have to accept it. They don't have to take it. That's what they teach. So they could say nope, no thanks.
But is that truly leaving space for other people's beliefs? If Mormons really,
Yeah, because they also have to get
come back and
permission. They also have to get permission
from the person who died.
Someone close to the person who died. If unless they're like thousands of years old or hundreds of years old, but either way, they still don't have to accept it.
Old. Are you aware that Jews were posthumous?
Who died? Years old, but
Holocaust.
What does that mean?
Which
baptized into what? What
is posthumous?
Baptisms for the dead.
Yeah, right.
Baptisms for the dead.
It's
okay. No, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Now that you are aware.
Well, according to Mormonism, if it's not done by the authority of someone holding the proper priesthood, then it can't be done.
Wait, the issue is whether or not the priesthood, or the issue is whether or not it was done consensually.
What were they being baptized into?
Mormon.
Know what baptism?
People were doing their temple work.
Oh, you're saying people in the church were doing the temple work for the people in the Holocaust.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, but like I said, it's still up to them whether they accept it. They don't have to accept it.
Who?
So it's not. It's still consent. It's still they still have to consent to it in the afterlife.
What?
If somebody forcefully
Does that
gives
make
me
sense?
it makes me if somebody forcefully makes you drink a cup of tea and then says you don't have to drink that after you've been forced to drink the cup of tea, is that really consent?
So the baptism happens symbolically, right? It's not the actual person getting baptized. And so the ritual itself is done, and then they have to receive that ritual. Does that make sense?
So then, by that logic and that understanding, you, as a Mormon, if you were to pass, you would not mind, say for instance,
a pagan who follows along the Celtic beliefs, you would not mind them covering your body with owl's feathers and praying to their gods to guide you onto the next world as one of their own. You wouldn't mind.
I think that would be beautiful. I love that.
Being interred outside of your belief is beautiful.
Yeah, because that's an honor to be. No, that's receiving that from a believer of that faith is an honor. So why would
So am I
like,
hearing
be
you say
offended by
that?
that?
Am I hearing you say that because they honored you through their belief, that's respectful?
Absolutely.
There's a difference between honouring and subversing someone's beliefs. Like my stepdad, my dad, very, very devout Catholic. Intensely so. If he were to pass away, I would not conduct any of my beliefs' funeral rites on him. Not out of the fact that I don't believe he deserves honour. I would certainly honour his passing privately and personally in my own way, by drinking in his name, by feasting in his name, by telling stories about him. But he deserves to be buried. He deserves to go out the way that his beliefs say that he should go out. It would be rude, and I would say borderline cruel of me to turn around and go, no, that's my dad. He's going to be put on a pyre and he's going to be cremated. That would be entirely cruel, because that would subvert his beliefs, his will, his wants.
Yeah, I think in the case where
if I can somebody who has already outlined to his very atheist wife how he wants to be dealt with when he passes, if my wife turned around and had me posthumously baptized, I would be horrified.
This is becoming more of a lecture and less of a questioning. I am curious here, Brian. Who is this ritual for?
the ritual of a baptism for the dead. Can I just say that
who is it for?
For the person that is deceased.
Or
can I deceased?
One who didn't consent to it, the one who's
So
who hang on, the one who is unalived in their faith, who died believing what they believe, is getting pulled into your belief, and that's for them.
So, in the case that it's clearly defined that the person that the person would not want to be buried or would not want to have that ritual done, it wouldn't be done. That's why they asked.
In the case that it's somebody who made it clear that they didn't want it to be done, so someone has to say in their life that they don't want to be baptized as a Mormon. Otherwise, they could be baptized as a Mormon.
Brian, I don't know if you know this, but I actually already converted you to the Flying Spaghetti, the church, a member of the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. How does it feel?
You're a Pastafarian.
Wow.
You're no longer a Mormon. Congratulations.
That's a revelation.
You no longer believe in Jesus. You believe in the Flying Spaghetti Monster. Congratulations.
No. I still believe in
you don't have a choice in that. It's already been done.
Ten Commandments.
It's already been done. Well, I did.
What am I allowed?
Been done.
Accept it. I don't think if I didn't accept it, it was done.
And so, how can somebody who is not alive accept such a thing?
Because they can accept it in the afterlife.
Do you think that
I see.
Whoever's
do you think that if somebody
shuffling
doesn't
cards,
do you think that
we
if
can
somebody
hear that.
doesn't subscribe do you think if somebody doesn't subscribe to that
Brian, is that you shuffling cards?
No, I'm not shuffling cards.
Okay.
Maybe it's the pages of your book that you were reading.
That's probably it.
Here's so here's my question. Going back again to the idea that you proposed from that scripture, that that all beliefs are that scripture up for me again.
charity
Being open to other people's beliefs.
Right. Okay. So here's the question, because so baptisms for the dead is a thing. Why does the Mormon Church believe that baptisms for the dead need to happen? And can you? I know why. I'm hoping you know why, but I want to see what you understand.
For
Means does exaltation mean?
These being part of the celestial glory in the afterlife, which is where God is.
Okay.
Essentially.
So beliefs are respected equally in the afterlife.
A hierarchy
has to occur so that you can
I actually have a lot of questions about because yeah, there's some problems with it for sure. Yeah, I mean every religion. But no, I still, like I said, I had a great day in church.
Is that why you came up here, Brian, is to tell us about your great day in church? Or are you actually here to question your beliefs?
Well, I wanted to show wisdom and all the other ones.
What would you say what would you say if the vast majority of Jewish people found it offensive that that Mormons were doing posthumous baptisms for Jewish people who were unalived during the holiday?
They do it, the way we do things?
I guess the question is, why wouldn't a prophet know that that was offensive? Like, why wouldn't they have that clarity from God? Why would they have find out? Find out. I think you're and any beliefs thus far.
Okay.
I have a question based on what you said when you came into onto the panel, if you don't mind me asking.
Sure.
You said that today was the Sabbath, and so you got to go to church.
Yeah.
Is there? is there only certain times you're allowed to go to church, or was that just like a way it worded when it came out your mouth, just out of curiosity?
I think I unconsciously I just said it like that because it's a privilege to go, and they do my church, my ward meets at 11 or at 9 o'clock, so I go at 9 o'clock, and I can attend the building sometimes when there's activities, but
right. So I guess what I'm asking are you allocated set times and days where you are permitted to pray, worship?
no, you can pray and worship whenever you want, but the church meets at certain times for sacrament, for the ritual called sacrament.
Okay. I was just curious about that, just the way it was said kind of made me. Ooh.
Quick question.
Oh, go ahead, Morgan.
Do you have any affiliation with the military?
No.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, I do question my beliefs every day. I mean, that's why I'm looking into this Hindu book, because...
Brian, do you question the possibility that Joseph Smith is not a prophet?
Yeah, it's a possibility. Am I questioning it right now? I have. Then I looked more into it.
And then...
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. What were you going to say convinced you?
The miraculous nature of how the Book of Mormon came. And
what miraculous nature?
Did we talk about this last time, or?
I think I don't know what miraculous nature that you...
So he dictated it to his scribe Oliver Cowdery in the space of 30 days.
I'm sorry. You think that he dictated the entirety of the Book of Mormon in 30 days?
Yeah.
Why do you believe that?
That's what the records say of the...
Who wrote those records?
Witnesses.
There were witnesses to the recitation?
Yeah, like his wife was there. Members, like...
So would you say that all of these people who are witnesses potentially be close family and friends?
Most of them were not family or friends. They
so
were
his
like...
wife is not his family?
Yeah, she is, but she was the only witness.
Did the other witnesses have any other type of stakes in the Mormon Church being a success financially or reputation?
No, the church, there was no financial advantage of being a member of the church. The church was absolutely broke.
That's not what I said. For the witnesses, did they have any costs or...
No. And some of the witnesses actually were excommunicated, withdrew their testimony of it.
Why were they excommunicated?
Which is pretty convincing, for different reasons.
Where did that tale come from?
the nice thing about it being only 200 years old is that there's a lot of like records from people and after, like signed affidavits and like if it's a conspiracy, it's a
big actually.
Where do you get the 30-day number from?
It was 90 days.
90 days.
Just from what I heard out there.
It's 90 days. I thought you said.
You know, so, look like that would take someone 10 years, you know.
Why would it take them 10 years?
Because the narratives, the complexity, concluded that there's multiple authors. So somehow Joseph Smith would be able to fool AI. It's another reason why.
I'm sorry, AI has concluded that there's multiple authors.
No, people have analyzed the text with AI and one guy made it up, you know.
So you're saying that there's multiple people in a room when he supposedly translates this book in 90 days. And none of them had stakes in it, in supporting his story.
Right.
And in analysis, you say that people have concluded that there's multiple authors.
That, like, you know how people have different writing styles, and so being that is an
Are you talking about
text,
stylometrics?
Yeah, I think so. Being that it's an ancient text from different periods of time where different people were adding to it, it's consistent with
the analysis. So, what else is there?
So,
no, but I've questioned.
When did he translate this 90-day period? When was this?
If I'm not mistaken, it was 1829.
When did he translate the first book to Martin Harris?
The first book? Oh, you're talking about the Book of Lehi?
I'd have to look that up. Because I'm not sure. I don't know.
Was it?
Look up some more information about Martin Harris too. He had
Yeah, I know some things about him. He got excommunicated too for a while, but he still maintained his testimony.
If he had done this a year prior with Martin Harris, is it possible he had had time to refine his lore, his story?
The other thing is that it has anachronisms that have been proven right, like 100 years after Joseph Smith passed away, like that he couldn't have known about. Things that like came out in, I don't know, the Dead Sea Scrolls that he didn't have knowledge of, and
You're saying it says the Dead Sea Scrolls somewhere in the text?
No, it has anachronisms that are later
something
corroborated.
What anachronisms?
Let's see.
Are you just Googling things right now?
No, I'm at my table with the book that I was reading. I don't have Google on right now.
We can hear you clicking your mouse.
I'm not clicking a mouse.
It's not me.
I have a question again, going back to the I can't let go of this. Everybody's beliefs.
If I did, I would have been able to say the anachronisms right now, but I can't. So, sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right. So, given that Mormon doctrine teaches that there is tiers in heaven and there is essentially a hierarchy, a caste system, do you think that could possibly have any effect on how you view other people and how they live their lives?
Yeah, I mean, anytime there's a value system, people tend to devalue others. But that's just the nature of people, But the true belief that's supposed to be present is that every person is a child of God and therefore divine. That's the intended view.
More divine than others.
I think of it as we're all on different parts of the progression. Yeah.
Well, what if I'm happy where I am and I don't want to progress to Mormon heaven? Does that make my level and journey of progression godly less? Does God love me less as a child of God because my progression? Then does that make my is less?
No, I mean, you have kids, yeah, he does. If you have kids, you know how.
Do you have children?
How much? I have two.
If God loves all his children the same, then why is he putting them in hierarchy for eternity?
Thought you weren't supposed
It's not
to favorite.
I don't think it's a hierarchy. It's more of like a progress bar where you're at. No, it's like
So you're penalized if you don't make as much progress as somebody else.
It's not a penalization. It's just like it's like you're in different classes. You're going to the next class and to the next class because you're gaining more knowledge. You're learning more, and so you advance more as you go.
That's not the way that Mormon community works.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe I insert my own ideas into.
What Mormonism tells you to follow. Like, as long as you believe what the Book of Mormon tells you to believe, then you get all of this ranked system in heaven and stuff like that. Demand to understand that is correct.
Well, I mean, that's what it teaches, I suppose, and it's not. It's like the way it teaches it is that. Go ahead.
The follow up I would have to that is, if you don't believe what it says, if you don't follow the Book of Mormon, do you still get access to that tiered system in heaven?
Yeah, everyone gets access to like one of the glories, and all three of the glories are better than the current Earth we're on now. Like way better.
So
is the
bronze level
teaching.
Bronze level.
So by your belief, even someone like me who does not believe or adhere to anything that the Book of Mormon says, I still get access to the lowest tier of that.
No, you get access to the mid tier, the bronze tier, like they were saying, because the bottom tier is for like people that like are like really bad, like evil people, like that just do bad to do
Not
bad.
true. No.
Isn't that? No, that's not true.
No, that's not true. The lowest tier is for people who don't believe in God at all. Middle tier is for people who believe in Christian God, Abrahamic God. They live good lives, but they didn't do Mormon stuff. Only the top tier, the gold tier, is available to Mormons. That's where you have
Sure.
information.
I'm getting a lot of feedback every day.
Yeah, every day it sounds like you're rubbing your microphone on something.
I was. My apologies. It was my zipper.
I disagree. I don't think that's what it teaches. But from my understanding, what I was taught is
10-second one. Yes, it is. But
all people that lived honorably, even whether you believed in Abrahamic religion or not, are in the middle tier. From my understanding.
Am I remembering correctly that you're relatively new to Mormonism?
Not really. I've been 8 years a Mormon. So,
what convinced you to be Mormon? I'm sorry, were you raised Mormon and left? Is that what you're saying?
No, I converted. I'm the first member of my family.
What is it that convinced you of Mormonism?
Oh, there's so many things, but you know.
Do you know the history of Joseph Smith after the 90 days of writing the Book of Mormon? Like, do you know the founding of the church and his
I know
run for presidency?
Yeah, I know about that, and yeah.
And the burning of the newspaper press.
Yeah, I think yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. He died pretty quickly, though. He killed him pretty quickly.
What are you guys
That's
talking
it.
about?
Joseph Smith. I'm wondering, does it matter to you that he married young girls?
He didn't. No, those were fake accounts, and like second and third hand accounts. Yeah.
No, they weren't. Even the church admits that he had about 34 wives.
No.
Yeah.
Just to
Maybe
be clear,
ceilings.
Just to be clear, you're saying that you believe that the story of the golden plates and everything is true, but that you don't believe accounts that are modern and recorded. By the way,
there were first-hand accounts that say that he wasn't, so I believe those over the second and third-hand accounts. So yeah.
Yeah, traditionally, guys don't believe women. It's okay.
can you let me know what the Hebrew root of Moroni is?
I don't know.
Because there isn't one.
Oh, nice.
Why do you think he messed that up? Why do you think Joseph Smith messed up?
What? Say again?
Why did Joseph Smith not understand enough Hebrew to get a name for an angel in Hebrew?
There was a lot of names that were Hebrew in the Book of Mormon.
That's exactly, Brian. That's the point Rav is making here. Is Moroni Hebrew?
Yeah, I think so.
What does it mean?
I'd have to look it up. I don't have a. I guess. We're all brainwashed by something, right?
Fascinating you would say that. I am going to let... oh, well, I guess he isn't there. We did a poll, Brian, and the poll has spoken.
For sure.
I am going to let a friend ask you a question real quick before we let you go.
Well, yeah, I did have a question. Have you ever heard of the Kinderhook plates?
Yeah, I think someone brought that up last time I was here.
Yeah, so what are your thoughts about Joseph Smith actually thinking they were real and translating them and got about halfway through them until the people that brought them to him informed him that they were fake, that they had fabricated these?
From my understanding, that's not what happened.
That's on the Mormon website. It's on the
Did you go and read it about the Kinderhook plates last night, Brian?
My next question is, how do you reconcile horses being used in the Book of Mormon when they had been extinct in the Americas for thousands of years?
All right, we got Kinderhook plates. I'm gonna look all this up.
Well, I'm just asking questions. If you don't know, that's okay.
No, I'll want to look into it. So
yeah, look into it.
It is okay to say you don't know, though, Brian, isn't it?
It is. You know, that's honesty. Honesty is good.
Yep. But the question, though, is with the Book of Mormon mentioning horses, when we know that they've been extinct for thousands of years, but why? How do you justify the Book of Mormon utilizing them?
If I'm not mistaken, I think horses is one of those anachronisms that were proven to be there were horses indeed in that time. But I'm gonna come back with hopefully some proof of that, if I can.
Okay.
And if not, then
all right, I've got two more questions for you. When the Jaredites are coming across about 1,000 years before the Nephites. So, Rav, these individuals are not of Jewish descent. These are individuals from the Tower of Babel. When the Jaredites are coming across on these barges, they are talking about not having windows because they would be dashed to pieces. How would you explain windows when glass had not yet been invented?
Are you talking about that's in the Book of Mormon?
Yeah, it's with the Jaredites with their barges, their tree trunk submarines.
So, like, when Joseph Smith was translating, like, I don't know how he saw it, or if the words were like what he could describe or his understanding of what it was, but they probably had a different word for it.
So would you say that God is not a perfect communicator then?
No, we're not perfect receivers of communication.
So God doesn't select people who are perfect receivers of his word?
There is no perfect receiver of his word. That's why there's so many religions.
So God is incapable of transmitting his word in such a way where his prophets would understand.
We are mortals, and so we're limited in our ability to receive eternal things.
Okay, last question. So Joseph Smith had an infatuation with Captain Kidd. Captain Kidd was the only pirate that we know of who actually buried his treasure. How do you reconcile that the terms Moroni and Cumorah actually come from the island and city where Captain Kidd was theorized? The mythology is that on the island Cumorah, near the city of Moroni, is where Captain Kidd buried his treasure. How do you reconcile this with these names popping up in the Book of Mormon?
I've heard a lot of stuff, but I've never heard that. So that's another thing I'll add to the list to look into for sure.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Appreciate you, Cyber. Also, Brian, I appreciate you being here, but we are going to move on. Hopefully you take some of those questions and do some of that research and come back to us. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. We're not here to tell you you're wrong, just to see if you can question your beliefs.
What were you asking him about?
What was that?
What were you asking him about like the records or something that you mentioned? The young women, but there was something before that.
Every day Valkyrie asked to be dropped.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Valkyrie.
I'm just letting you know I'm going to continue to be on mute for maybe the next 10-15 minutes. I'm just dropping my dog off.
Got you.
You gotta love this crazy oxygen lady is like, you suck, dude. Ask him real questions. I was asking him questions that he probably wasn't familiar with, and it's something to get his brain thinking and gives him something to research.
And that's the thing, this is a critical thinking space. And one of my favorite things I learned in the military was the response, I'll research that and get back to you.
It's something a lot of people forget that they can do. That they don't have to have the answer right now.
No, and these were questions that I knew he probably didn't have an answer to. I just want him to think about it. I want him to go do research and maybe it'll get his head turning.
Hello.
Welcome back, Kat.
Hello?
I'm going to say it again. Captain Avat is the final boss of solipsism.
Solipsism?
Yeah, it's when you go from nothing else exists but you to not even you exist.
Not even I exist, right? I know.
Like
I love
Descartes?
Cyber for understanding me.
You're literally just a brain in a vat.
So Seacold, quit trying to just talk in between people. I need your age for TikTok TOS.
I'm 20.
What year were you born?
2005.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I'd say I have a belief in a higher power. It's complicated, but it's definitely personal.
When you say higher power, what makes it higher or powerful?
I believe that, like, have you watched the movie Avatar? Just stay with me for a second.
There's multiple movies called Avatar.
Oh, fair enough.
I think he's talking about Avatar from Pandora, the Na'vi movies. Yeah. Are you about to say that you believe in a greater connected intelligence that you can tap into?
No, kinda.
Did you pull that from a greater intelligence, Bran?
You might have.
Yeah, I'm wired into Pandora.
I might have. That
you believe in what does this have to do with Avatar?
Well, I believe that all living things are connected. And I believe that it's not centralized, but what we consider God, or what some people consider God, is just like a hive mind.
Hive mind.
Did you just say it's not centralized, but it's a hive mind?
That's what he said.
Like almost like ants.
Do you understand how that doesn't make sense?
In a way, I do.
Ants emit immense pheromones and chemicals to communicate with each other in highly complex ways. They are considered a macroorganism.
A macroorganism? Can you explain
they
that?
They behave as one.
Yeah, like a hive.
Do we emit chemicals that help us communicate on a mass scale?
Kinda. I'm not sure.
Okay, good night, Thrayle.
You said good night, or?
I did. You can kick me. Good night, everybody. Toodaloo.
Good night, Rav.
Appreciate you, Rav.
Rav seemed to know more.
Good night, and as much I was gonna say, as much as I know he's not a fan of it, happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkah.
Shalom.
Are you guys religious?
Sequel.
Yes.
No.
No, we're respectful.
No, that's perfectly okay.
Sequel, do you believe in some kind of connection between all living things? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
And that connection is somehow a sentient, singular organism?
That's my theory.
Do you believe that there is a way that we can tap into and learn from this greater connected higher intelligence?
Yes.
How would we go about doing that? Because I have some questions I would love to ask my ancestors, and they're very slow on getting back to me.
Fair enough. No, I think it's more of like within the movie, like the Navi, like they merge with the intelligence. So like, not. I don't know. Maybe I'm just basing off.
Do you live in the movie Avatar? Is that what you're trying to describe?
Yeah, I think he's trying to describe or use an external connective foci gland called a sahelu to connect to any of the other incredibly sentient and borderline sapient creatures, fauna of the planet Pandora. It's very science fiction.
I don't know how he's in reality.
I don't think that at all. If I lick a plant, I can communicate
He's not a
with roots.
serious person.
Me? No,
Well,
unfortunately,
don't get me wrong. The Avatar movies are my favorite movies, but I don't think it exists in the real world.
Sorry for over talking, but I've gone through some mental health issues, and like this is the stem of it. So I thought I might as well.
You need to speak to a professional then.
Well, in a way.
Why did you request to be up here, Sequel?
Well, because I wanted to know what you thought of it.
What I think of your beliefs is irrelevant if you can't question them.
Question
Good evening.
Scary.
I have a question for Cyber, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
If that's okay, Thrayle.
Go for it.
Okay. You said, I heard you say that horses were extinct in North America for quite some time. Quite some time. What did you mean?
Horses in the Americas were extinct for thousands of years. It wasn't until the conquistadors brought them that we got them back in North America.
I see.
Spanish reintroduced them through Florida.
Yep. But the Book of Mormon, so the Book of Mormon starts at the beginning of the Babylonian exile. That's when it starts. And then essentially you got a group of Jews who build a boat, they float on it, come to the Americas. Not sure quite where they land, but they land in the Americas. But they domesticate horses, and they're riding horses. They're using steel.
All the way to Utah? They rode horses all the way to Utah?
They're riding all over the Americas.
That's crazy. That's wild. I should probably read this. I have a copy somewhere. I should probably read it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I was just kind of like, oh yeah, I was just wondering.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah,
I forgot about the reintroduction of horses. I was like, I know there's wild horses. But yeah, reintroduction. There we go.
Be
I'm tracking.
prepared for a whole lot of verily, and it came to pass, and lo, it came to pass, and it all comes to pass. There's a lot of coming to pass.
Yes, and there's a lot of when Joseph Smith, it appears that when he ran out of material, he just started quoting right from Isaiah, the KJV. And the issue, the big issue is the KJV has, whenever you're reading the KJV and you see italicized words, those are things that the editors are putting in. That's not in the actual text. That's what the editors for the KJV are putting in. And Joseph Smith put those.
Interpretation.
It's them putting things like for emphasis, like they're making it known like this is our term. This isn't found in the Hebrew text.
Okay.
Like this is our text. And so when Joseph Smith is translating and adding these into and just copying directly from Isaiah, he keeps these italicized words in, but they're strictly from the editors. They're not in the Hebrew text.
Oh, this reminds me. John 7:53 through 8:11. There's a little note in my Bible that says this was thought to be added in just like later at some point. Do you know about that? Do you know anything about that?
I need to look into it.
I was thinking about asking. I almost went up and asked Christ before Jesus, Jaren this morning, but then I got scared, so I didn't.
Yeah, and what was the question again? So I was actually, somebody put something in the comment and I was reading it. I apologize.
Read in the comments. No, I'm just kidding. It's John 7:53 through 8:11. Like in my ESV, there's a note right above it that says it was like probably added later, and that's all it says. And it's the only place in the Bible where Jesus writes, and it doesn't tell us what he writes.
Shoot that to me in a message, and I'll look into it.
Yeah.
Because like for example, the story of the adulterous woman, that is not found in Codex Sinaiticus or Codex Vaticanus, or the earlier manuscripts.
That's the story.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was added after 400. The first codex it appears in is Codex Bazet. And we actually know the text it came from. It came from a text called Didascalia Apostolorum.
So, why did it get added? Like, what's...
My guess, I can't tell you exactly why. My guess is that got to a point where Christians were looking at what Jesus, like how Jesus was, and they're just like, Jesus says to support Torah. Why should we listen to Paul? And so my guess is that this story was added in to show that there's times when Jesus went against Torah.
I see.
That's my guess. I can't. That's my own guess. I can't give you.
That fits like with just like the narrative that John like you know that it fits. I get it. Yeah, that's a good educated guess, I think.
And then if you look at Mark, your Mark will probably have, if you go look at the last chapter of Mark, chapter 8 was the original ending, and then in the same codex is when they added the longer ending. So if you go look at Mark, you'll see around chapter 8, your footnotes will say something to the effect of the earliest manuscripts, this is where it ended.
Huh.
Welcome up, Tortuga. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, I'm 25.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Okay, like I'm actually so excited to talk to you guys about this because I'm like in the Bible Belt, so nobody wants to hear my weird theories. But it's a big hear me out. But I feel like all gods are essentially one God. And essentially, the God is the universe. And we kind of all are like energy that kind of rotates. Like I really do believe in reincarnation. And
What
I believe
energy?
like energy, like I don't know how to articulate it very well. So like frequencies, sounds, our souls are energy, like particles. Are you guys asking me for definitions of words that you know, or are you like asking me to explain like what I think they are?
We're asking to see if you can question your beliefs.
Okay, so
And you believe
let me
that souls
explain my
are
beliefs.
energy?
Yes, like to me they are like the wind is energy, like as the basis of like what energy is.
Basis of what energy is the wind.
No, that was kind of like an anecdote, like an example, like the wind, you know, just life itself. I feel like everything is part of the universe and the universe is part of us.
Everything is part of the universe and the universe is part of us. You're just saying everything is.
Kind of like pantheism almost, but like not quite because I don't see myself as God.
You don't see yourself as God, but as a part of God. Everything is a part of a bigger whole, and that whole is God.
Yeah, sort of. Like you kind of what I'm saying, yes.
Where am I missing?
I don't know.
So
I can communicate it, but like communication is only part of it. Comprehension is another part.
Go ahead, Morgan.
Let's go back. So, am I understanding correctly that you said you believe that all gods are the same God? Is that correct?
I feel like essentially because you are putting energy like towards this God, that it's the same God. Because a lot of religions have like a similar like, you know, do good. I don't really know how to explain it. Like
Did this energy, has it always existed, or did it create itself?
I feel like it's kind of always existed. Because there are many universes and many little stars and everything, you know? And I feel like at the basis of it, like we are just one tiny speck in like this big like web of energy.
What's the evidence to support that?
I don't have evidence. This is my thoughts and how I feel. Because there are a lot of things that lack real evidence that we believe in. But like just like prayers are just like manifestations.
Could you name something that lacks evidence that you that is science-based?
Something that I believe in that lacks evidence that is science-based?
Yeah, let me get more clear. That like physicists would have a theory for.
Black holes.
You think black holes lack evidence?
I do, because are they really black holes?
What is that?
Yes.
Well, I think black holes is the name that we have given.
In that light can't escape them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they are they're completely devoid of pretty much anything. So we've given them the name black holes. So by that perception of the title we've given them, yes, they do exist. And we have empirical data and evidence that can prove they do exist. Whether in some higher power's mind who created the idea of what we identify as a black hole, whether they call them black holes, we don't know. But by our perception and what we call them, yes, black holes definitely do exist.
Okay. So then by asking me for evidence for what I'm saying, then I feel like you guys yourselves are the evidence, because it takes energy for you to move. It takes energy for you
What
to
is
be
energy
alive.
again? Can we go back to what energy is?
Like the basis
Frequency,
of it.
sound, soul. What is energy?
You know, that is a really great question. And I just don't know how to articulate it in like the way that you're asking me to. Like, it's just like life itself. And like, you have to have certain amounts of like energy together to make something work or to build something. This is confusing me because like I understand it. I don't know how to explain it though.
Do you understand it? If you can't explain it, do you understand it?
I think I do, yes. Everything is up
Why
to
do you think that
perception
you
though.
do? Why do you think that you understand it?
Because this is the way that I feel and it's what I believe.
So because you feel something means you understand it?
Not necessarily, like it's context. Like,
do you think you can know something without understanding it?
You can know how you feel without understanding how you feel. That's just like when you meet someone, you can know that they're not a good person without understanding it just because you feel not a good intuition tells you. You've never had a bad feeling about someone before?
You completely lost me on that. But
no, like have you ever met like a stranger and just had like a gut feeling like, I don't like them for some reason?
Yes,
like that's your intuition. Yeah,
but,
like
plenty of times.
But in those instances,
there's a
I've also
scientific
been
explanation for it.
Yeah, I've also been wrong in those instances where I've thought, oh, they're not a good person. Turns out they're actually chill.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that I couldn't be wrong because I totally could. I'm just saying like this is what I feel and this is what I believe in.
Right, but if you if you don't understand something, how can you believe in it?
So just because I can't like articulate it in the way that like would make you understand what I'm meaning doesn't mean that I myself am not understanding it.
I guess that's kind of exactly what it means.
What?
If you understand something, if you truly understand something, you should be able to explain it to a 5-year-old. So, I'm not trying to say that you're like lacking some level of understanding that I'm just saying that maybe you don't understand the things you're talking about as well as you think that you do. And so if you might not understand him as well as you think that you do, can you really believe in it?
Well, I mean, plenty of people believe in religions without studying the full extent of the religions, you know? It's
Right, so
about
do
how
they
you
really
feel
believe
about
in
what you're
the
believing in it.
So
do
then
they really believe in the whole religion if they don't study their religion? If they don't know, if they haven't read the book, do they really believe in the whole religion? Right? Same thing. I would ask the same question.
I mean, and that's a very good question, but I don't know.
That's a good answer.
Thanks. I tried so hard on that one.
That's a good answer, genuinely.
Do you think it is rational to hold beliefs in things that you don't have fleshed out and you can't explain or you don't understand the terms or even understand it yourself?
Is it rational? No, but it's very human to do so. Like, I don't necessarily like need the evidence to believe in it just because I hope that I'm right, which is a lot of people in religions just hope that they're right.
Is that what it really boils down to for you, is hope?
Hope has gotten me through a lot of things in life. Without hope, you'd give up.
Is that what your belief is about, though? Is the hope that there's reincarnation, perpetuation of some kind of life force?
Yeah, I think it would be really like lovely if it was. I don't think I'd like want to be a human again, but like some old lady's like house cat would be cool. But I think like the whole, oh, you've got to do this or you won't get into heaven, or you got to do this or you'll go to hell. Like, I think that's very much just something like it's a reward-based system for you to act however, like whoever created this religion wanted you to act. And a lot of it is biased to the particular time frame in which this religion came about.
Is your system not a reward-based system?
I don't think it's like you're gonna suffer like eternal damnation kind of system.
Recap reincarnation for me real quick, your understanding of it.
Like you die and then your energy gets recycled into a new life. That's like the base level understanding.
Do you know where that tradition comes from?
So there is a lot, like where it comes from. There's like Taoism and Hinduism, and just a lot of like on the Eastern.
I don't believe Taoism has a reincarnation belief.
The ancient Greeks believed in a certain type of reincarnation.
Well, let me ask a question. So we have the Methuselah tree, which is over like it's like between like 2,000 to 4,000 years old. So like my question is, how do you go about reincarnation? Like, how is the path selected? And would you support a life where you're stuck as like a tree for like thousands of years?
Honestly, it sounds pretty chill. I think I would be cool with being a tree as long as like no lumber, yards were near me. I'd be pretty chill with it. I honestly, to me, the way that it makes the most sense is like a lottery. So, like it's a random. Like I don't think there is good and bad in everyone, and I think the like idea of trying to be the perfect good person is honestly just tiring because we're not all going to be perfect. We're not all going to be good.
So are we just reincarnating eternally forever, over and over and over and over again?
I think so. Like I think you just recycle. The energy just recycles.
We never get a break, like ever.
I don't think so, but I think that's why you don't like remember being reincarnated, so it's not like as gruesome. It's like a fresh start each time.
How do I get off the ride?
Yeah, right?
That's a great question. Whenever I find that out, I'll definitely let you know.
Hi, can I bring it back to when you were talking about a soul, please? So you were talking about a soul and energy and intuition, and I'm kind of curious, what does a soul have to do with intuition?
So those were like kind of like separate topics. I was talking about like how I just know. It kind of like how when you meet someone, your intuition tells you. Like that's just why I feel this way. Like this isn't based on anything that like I've read or anything. It's just based on like how I feel.
Absolutely, but going by what you said, you wouldn't be able to have intuition if you didn't have a soul. So my question is it still applies? How do they tie into each other?
I just feel like you can feel vibes, and like the vibes are you feeling the energy of the other person, and maybe that's your soul feeling their energies and their frequencies.
Ah, right, okay, so I'm going to ask the question so that Thrayle doesn't have to. What's a vibe?
I don't know, a vibe is just a feeling that you get from someone. Like, per se, like someone has a bad vibe. Or you go into a rough part of town and it has a bad vibe. Like, it's a bad feeling.
So bad vibes are bad feelings. So that would mean that good vibes are good feelings?
Generally speaking, yes.
Right, okay. So then how does that apply to intuition? I didn't know intuition had vibes underneath the description of it.
Well, because your intuition, like you feel the good vibes and the bad vibes. And while you may not like consciously know it, your energy feels it.
Then does vibe mean vibration?
It could, I guess, like because vibrations do kind of put off energies.
So then how does vibration apply to energy in the sense that you're talking? Rephrase the question. What is vibration?
So vibration is just the frequency of like sounds that you can feel on.
That only apply to sound and frequencies?
No, not necessarily.
Does it apply to?
I mean, you can feel them. I just feel like you can sense them. But this is just based on what I feel. This is no like actual backing.
No, that's absolutely fine. So a vibration is a sound, a frequency, and something that you can feel, but none of that applies to intuition. So please help me understand where is the connection?
Because you can feel the vibrations, you can hear them. Sometimes you can even see a vibration.
Can you intuitively feel all kinds of vibration?
I think it's very on the context, on the person, everyone is built differently, so they can feel different things, they can sense different things, I think it's possible you could, but it just depends on your build up as a person.
Because, to be clear, we are made up of constantly vibrating atoms and particles. So can you intuitively feel the atoms in your person vibrating?
I personally can't, but I'm sure there's someone out there who will tell you they could.
Well, I mean, there's also some out there that says that, they have spoken personally to several people in history who have passed on. That doesn't mean that what they're saying is entirely true. What we're trying to understand is that you're saying these things, and we're just trying to understand exactly, because we're asking you questions, and you are leading us on quite a furthering circle of not entirely answering.
Well,
just trying to understand.
Yeah, it's because you're asking me definitions whenever, and you're asking me these questions that I really don't know how to answer, just because this is a belief based only on me and my feelings, not actual things I can reference.
I understand that, but you're telling us, you're giving us a lot of words, and when the lady was talking to you earlier on, she was asking, do you understand? And you should be able to speak to a 5-year-old about it. If you don't have the definition of the words that you're using, even the definition, which is base form information, then how can you sit and say that you actually understand what it is that you're talking about when you don't even know the definition of the words that you're using? You're just using buzzwords to connect them together to sound esoteric and mystical.
I mean, that's definitely not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to communicate it.
But
you're trying to communicate a feeling using words that you don't quite have the meaning of. Yeah, go ahead, Kat.
If you can't define the words that you're using, how are you communicating anything with anybody, including yourself?
What's your purpose of being here, Turtle? Are you here to question, or are you here to share an experience?
Honestly, you guys questioning me gives me a lot of perspective on things that I should be questioning. So I don't feel attacked or anything, and it's.
That's good. I'm really glad, because that's good. We're not attacking. I'm glad that you see that.
Yeah, I
think these are genuine questions, and I think I should be able to provide the answers, but I'm really I really suck at communicating.
You've been doing a really good job just now.
Yeah. So I have a question. You mentioned that you get this off of your intuition. And so this is a 2-part question. Has your intuition ever been false?
Well, yes.
All right. So if your intuition has been false, how do you know that this intuition is correct?
I'm not saying that it is. I could be wrong. We all could be wrong,
So if you could be wrong, why do you follow this path then?
probably the same reason that you follow your path, because you choose to, because you hope that you're making the right choice. There's going to be doubts in every religion.
Do you think that people on this panel are probably following the paths that we do because we have supporting evidence for our paths?
Probably, but you probably also have doubts or things that may not exactly add up to you, which you're probably questioning.
Is that something that you are saying because that's how you feel about yourself?
I think it would apply to me and like just everyone in a general like census, you know? Because who really knows? Like, can you each explain your religions to me without any doubt? Like it's indefinitely true.
Yeah,
Everything.
I'm a hard atheist, and I have logical reasons for why it is impossible for God to exist. No doubts.
Yes, there are reasons, but are they true facts? Because if they were true facts, Christianity would not exist. Gods would not exist.
How are you defining
I don't
true
think that's entirely true. You can present facts to anybody about anything, and if they honestly believe it enough, they'll still argue that facts are wrong or
fake
news or something like that. So
What is
that's
the
not
truth?
entirely true.
Well, and I think Thrayle asked a good question. I want to go ahead and re-ask it, Thrayle.
Yeah, how are you defining true facts?
Like, you know, indisputable evidence.
How do you determine what is true?
You know, that is a great question. I don't know. How do you know what is true? How do you truly know anything is true?
No, how do you determine what is true? What is your personal method for determining truth?
For yourself.
I guess I would have to see the evidence for myself. Like whatever it is that you're trying to tell me that is true, I would want to see the evidence myself.
And have you seen evidence of something called energy that goes on from one life to another that's the same energy?
Like, I've not seen evidence of reincarnation, but there is evidence of energy in us, around us all the time, you know?
Evidence
just
of
like
what?
he said about the atoms.
There's evidence of energy. What is the energy that there's evidence of?
You know, you guys, I think I'm gonna hop down.
Can I help you out just real quick? And you're welcome to leave, of course. We're not holding you here.
Like,
the words you're searching
I
for.
really want to answer,
and
but I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
But you don't, it was right there at the end. I don't know. Is there something uncomfortable about that phrase to you?
No, I think I've said I don't know a lot in this whole session.
You have, and then you've gone on to answer.
It's also absolutely okay to not know. I say it routinely. Just because I believe something and just because I have an opinion, it's like, I don't know. It's okay to not know things. You should always be questioning and learning in everything that you do. So not knowing is absolutely okay.
And normal.
Very normal.
Yeah.
So when I say what is energy?
I just say, I don't know.
I mean, if
Is
you don't
that
know,
where you're leading
if
me?
you have some answer that you feel confident in, that you know, then you could give it. But if you don't know, then the best answer is, I don't know, right?
Yeah,
also-
but then it would make me feel bad for getting up here and wasting your time if I was just like, I don't know, let me not try to explain it at all.
It's not wasting your time.
You're not wasting time. We're having a discussion. Nobody's time is wasted here. And also, so just something you said there, we're not leading you to anything. We're just asking questions and trying to help you. As you said, you don't quite know how to word certain things that you're talking about, and we might know the words that you're looking for, but nobody's leading you to anything. We're trying to understand and trying to help you understand in your own mind.
And here's the thing. You cannot waste, if you are honest, you cannot waste our time. And you have been very honest. And so good job.
And the purpose of the Socratic method is to question you, to eventually get you to points where you are uncomfortable, where you do say those I don't knows. And maybe there's something that you thought you knew, but as we go down that line of questioning, you come to a realization that you probably don't know as well as you thought you did. And when this gets your brain thinking, it causes you to go and do more research to maybe flesh out these terms and do different things. And you may come to a realization that this belief that you have, maybe you don't actually hold it. And maybe you do. Maybe you can come back like a week from now after you've done some research, you've solidified these definitions, and you can have a more solid foundation for your belief. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. I definitely came up here knowing that, like, I am not as eloquent with my words as you guys are, and that I probably wouldn't be able to explain it as good. But I definitely like the questions that you asked me, and I definitely will ask Google about this, I guess.
That's a good start.
I hope you will question the results. And
Question the results.
Don't
ask
just take
Google
them at face value.
Yeah,
No,
ask
actually,
Google
I'm gonna
why.
read the AI overview and then come back. That's all I'm gonna do.
You're funny too. I like it.
Good sense of humor.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys are very nice.
It could be
Even though
suggestion.
I felt like I was a little under interrogation there for a second.
Did they
You
make
did a
you a
good job.
suggestion?
I mean, technically, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I could feel like the light and everything, you know? Okay, I'm gonna hop down so somebody else can have their turn, okay?
Absolutely, Tortuga. Appreciate you being here. I think Crow's had one more thing to leave you with, but you
Yeah, I
can
was
hear it.
Yeah, well, I was going to say to her, she'll still be in the room. Don't rely on Google and AI to give you answers on your spiritual journey. Read books and listen on Google to the inside of you. But read books. Read all the books. All of them. Add one.
And question those too.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of
The
that,
guests tonight are so good, which is totally good to make up for last night.
right. Thrayle, one of these nights, maybe like do it like once a month or something. Do question Chat GPT's beliefs. Like ask it a question and then just let the panel go through and ask it questions and see if you can make Chat GPT break.
Have you ever tried to play chess with it?
No.
It's bad.
It like spawns pieces that don't exist and moves them wherever it wants to move them. It cheats so bad.
It moves like the queen across the board and is like, king me.
It moves the like rook diagonally or just like on the wrong rank. Or just spawns a new rook.
To be fair, when I think of ChatGPT, I don't think integrity. So I'm not really banking on it, playing by the rules.
We do have a new guest joining us. Alexandra, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Alexandra, are you with us? Let's go ahead and set them down just in case they are not awake. Appreciate everybody tapping the screen. Nice, that's amazing. I looked away for a moment. We went way past 100K. Thank you. Keep tapping though. That just brings more people in who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. I see a few other requests down here. Let's see who was patient. And if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. Oh, we got 2 for 1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Yeah, hang on there just a moment, Brandon. Damon, are you with us?
I am with you.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
46.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
What god is that?
I describe it as Poppy, like the particle of pure intent.
Particle of pure intent.
Well, it's interesting because it's like the previous girl said, it's a pantheon, but it's like all their faces share the same space. So it's like it's more of an equation than it is.
Can we
like
go back to particle of pure intent? What did you mean by that?
Well, that's just what I was describing there. Is it's all the gods, and they're all in one phase, but it's like you don't experience time. It's just more like a glitch where you see them all at the same time.
What is a definition of intent or intention?
I think it could probably be related to frequency, just trying to resonate at the frequency of Earth and making your choices off of that.
So what's the definition of frequency?
Sine wave, piezoelectric, binaural, hertz.
So what's the definition of frequency?
I just gave it to you.
The definition of frequency was sine wave.
Oh, what's the
Sine
definition
wave
of
is
sound wave? Sorry, sound wave.
No, sine wave, piezoelectric, and binaural.
So what's the definition of sine wave? I think we're going to get into a circular definition is where I'm getting at.
Well, no, but you're asking a question that you don't even know what you're asking.
I don't need to know. I'm knowing if you know.
Okay, well, a sine wave looks like a sine wave. It's like it depends. There's short sine waves. There's long sine waves.
But what's the definition?
It's like a wave. It's Are you asking for mathematical definition? Or are you asking for?
Is it like a wave in the ocean? Is it like a what is?
Well, it's an oscillation.
So oscillations are frequencies. So we're back to a frequency. So we just got a circular definition.
Aren't they synonymous?
Huh?
Wouldn't you say that those are synonymous words, though? Like,
is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, and sine wave, piezoelectric, and binaural are all the same to me.
So we got to a term that you use, but you don't have a definition for it.
Well, everybody knows what a sine wave is.
Does everybody know what a sine wave is, Damon?
I don't. Could you please define what a sine wave is for me, please?
It's a mathematical function.
That does what?
Which
I don't.
what
I
does that
also don't
function
know.
detail?
For what?
The sine angle?
What is a sine angle?
What is that?
Which shape are we asking about?
I don't know.
It's a shape. It's a shape. That's the first time you've clarified that.
Okay. So
you're not actually
let's
answering
go back.
the question here.
Right. I want to go back to what I said to the last person who was sitting right next to me, which is, if you cannot explain this concept to a 5-year-old, do you understand it?
I understand it deeper than anybody, yes.
Do you? Because you can't explain it to any of us. And that shows me that you don't understand it. And so if you don't understand it fully, do you really believe it?
Well, the best way, when you think about trying to explain hyperscript to people is like, if you want to explain it to 5-year-olds, what you do is you tell them to imagine a string of pearls, but then imagine those pearls being in different sizes, from large to small in 6 different sizes, then 5 on the other side, back up to large again.
What are we talking
Why
about?
would you expect
what just
a
happened?
5-year-old to know what a pearl is? Like, what?
No,
the
you
fuck?
asked if I was explaining it to a 5-year-old.
What?
You would just confuse the 5-year-old. I think they would be looking for their parent.
I'm gonna go
Also,
play
like,
now. Bye.
I thought we were talking about sine waves. Why are
This is a sine wave.
Yeah, talk about confusing a 5-year-old. You've confused a 33-year-old.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant to do.
Oh,
So then you're
okay.
not
So
having
you're not
this
here to be a genuine,
No, he's
like,
here
an
to be an
interlocutor.
ass. He wants to be confusing. He doesn't want to be clear. Is that what you're telling us, Damon?
Well, no, we're here to question the beliefs, not debate.
But you just said you're here to
technicalities.
confuse. But you just said you're here to confuse. So, which one is it?
Well, no, but I was speaking laymanly before, so it's I gave you a more advanced definition of it.
Well, and real
Did you
quick,
get to a definition?
Well, and real quick too, though, I just double checked. So sine is a type of frequency, so that would also be just a circular definition. Can we get a clear definition of what frequency is?
Well, you're the one that said frequency. I never said it.
No, I'm asking you for the definition of frequency. You gave me an
That's not part of my
example of them, but not a definition.
But that wasn't within my beliefs. I'm here to have my beliefs questioned.
Well, you don't want to engage with us in a genuine and meaningful way, so it's hard.
I do.
Like you
though,
don't have a definition of frequency?
Like, none of you are speaking with peace in your voice except for Thrayle.
Damon.
In what manner is anybody else not being peaceful in their voice? I mean, I wouldn't say I'm being peaceful. I'd say I'm being fairly apathetic.
I feel that
clarified.
Thrayle earned that peace in his voice somehow, and I have it too. And I just wish you guys would speak to me in the same
That's
tone.
interesting. You're kind of being disrespectful at the moment, though. You're not actually engaging. You've intentionally confounded or attempted to. Why would we want to further engage if you're not actually questioning your beliefs? You're trying to make some kind of point.
I question absolutely everything. That's what got me here. And I'm speaking very respectfully and peacefully.
Yeah, so are we.
There's not a single person here who's spoken,
Do you
I would
remember?
say, anything other than questioningly.
Do you remember, Damon, why Cyber was asking you that string of definitions? What you had said that started it?
When I mentioned sine wave, piezoelectric, and binaural?
Before that.
The particle of pure intent?
The particle of pure intent somehow got you to frequencies and vibrations and sine waves. Was that not part of your beliefs?
Yeah, but I never actually said vibration or frequency. You know, like obviously piezoelectric is vibrational. Sine wave is too. If you think about it as, you know, a guitar string being plucked or a piano key being hit.
Yes, but
go ahead, Cyber.
Something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but we're going through these string of definitions. So when I ask you for the definition of frequency, I need a definition of frequency, not an example. You just listed as your definition a bunch of examples of what different frequencies are. I'm just curious what your definition of frequency is.
Well, sound itself.
Sound is a type of frequency. It's not the definition of frequency. It's an example of a frequency.
Okay.
So do you have a definition of frequency? It's okay to say, I don't know.
Well, I can't think of anything that I've excluded, so yeah, I don't know where else to take it, so I guess I don't know.
Thank you.
Why do you believe in this particle of pure intent?
Well, that's interesting, right? Because I brought it back and I reverse engineered it.
You brought what back and reverse engineered what?
I brought back that particle and broke it down into codecs.
When you say particle, what is it you're meaning?
Well, whatever it was that I experienced in that meditation and I wanted to understand, I brought it back and I recreated it for 11 years. I just finished this year.
Do you think that you're being clear in your communication?
I'm thinking that if I been asked all the questions of all the previous versions that came up tonight, that I'd give clear answers to all of those.
Are you saying that you prepared your answers based on previous conversations you watched?
Well, the books that I brought back actually technically make me the mathematician version of Joseph Smith.
So, you came prepared to answer the questions that you heard asked of other guests about their beliefs and not answer the questions about your own beliefs.
No, I just found it interesting that tonight, out of all nights, like normally you've just got a bunch of Christians on, but tonight you had a range of like spiritualists, and then that
we
guy,
usually have a range.
It was because of the omens I got.
We usually have a range of beliefs. And we also have a range of people who come up here and don't actually answer questions and just have an agenda to say a thing and aren't actually interested in questioning their beliefs, which it seems you're fitting into.
And just to ask a clarifying question, when you say you're the mathematician Joseph Smith, are you saying that you're a fake and a fraudster?
Or was it the part about marrying little girls? Is that really what you wanted to?
Like, did you think that was
conversation towards?
Perhaps the financial exploitation.
You see, you guys were kind of misogynistic with that last girl, trying to convince her that you weren't condescending.
Nope.
In what way is telling someone that you weren't being condescending towards them, which we weren't, in what way is that misogynistic?
We're just moving on.
No.
Yeah, rage baiting, exactly. Hello, Solo.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, it's going pretty good.
Solo's up here to cook me.
Well,
I'm surprised you haven't ran yet.
Before he does cook anybody, oh, he did run. There, this is what they do.
That was so funny. Oh my god.
Before we do cook anybody, we do have another guest who's joined us and has been patient throughout that conversation. Before we get to them, though, I do need to make sure and thank, Dorothy and Philly Red, also has descent, Shell, 3 Pips, Morgan LaFay, Mom's Red Kitchen, and Cat DeWitch, all for helping with that goal. I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you. Brandon, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, absolutely. I'm 29 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Actually, I don't. And I don't know if that disqualifies me from this, the assessment of this live, per se, because I understand that this is an assessment of beliefs. I guess my argument is, and it is a scientific argument, I guess. My argument is that there should be no beliefs when decoding the true nature of the universe. To me,
thank you, Shell. What does the word belief mean?
Yeah, so to me, the word belief, I think the agreed upon definition of belief would be you think something is true in the absence of evidence. I think that's something that we all
belief is only the acceptance of a truth in the absence of evidence.
Yes.
Only without evidence.
Exactly, yes.
And you said that's an agreed upon definition. Who's agreed upon that?
I would say across the majority of the population.
Really? The majority of the population of what?
Of just, people that have
of the planet. The majority of the population of the planet is agreed. You gotta let me finish. So the majority of the population of the planet has agreed that the English word belief means an acceptance of a truth in the absence of definition. Absence of evidence.
Okay, so let me just kind of elaborate a little bit on that. So I don't actually know if that's the actual Webster definition of the word belief, but I would.
So then it's not the agreed upon definition. It's just.
Well, I would say that the accepted definition of it, the way that people would use it socially. I would say, I would say that that's pretty much how everybody.
So the common usage, the way that most people or all people,
right?
Well,
was it most or all?
Yeah,
that was the claim, right? It was all people, or is it just most?
Yeah. I mean, of course, if anybody has the actual definition of it, then I would love to be enlightened. However, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, is it possible that you are confusing the word belief with faith?
Yes, honestly, yeah. Possibly, yes. That's a very good point, because I would say that when people say that they believe something, because I'll give you an example. May I give you an example really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
For example, I'm in my room right now, right? There is a door next to me. Okay. Well, I don't need a belief. I don't believe that the door is here. I can actually make measurements upon it I can tell you the dimensionality of the door. If I get a measuring tape out, I can detect it with known physics.
Are you in the act of doing that right now?
Not necessarily, but I could be.
So
if I
then
wanted
right now, in this moment, is it knowledge or belief that the door is there?
Exactly. So it would be knowledge, yes.
And can knowledge affect a belief?
I do think so, because there are certain things, if I may, in life, in the human experience, that I might actually have a sort of belief in that doesn't really land base in a lot of science. Like, I do believe in love, you know? I think that's a common human experience.
You have no evidence of that at all.
But exactly, yeah. I mean,
There's
other
no-
than if I wanted to query the brain of the release of oxytocin, and which many would say is like a
So then
love.
you would have evidence of something.
Exactly.
And then it wouldn't be a belief anymore.
Exactly, yes.
I see. Do you feel like you maybe have, with this obscure definition of belief, kind of railroaded yourself?
Wait, I'm sorry. I may have missed the question. I'm sorry. Say again.
Do you think it's possible that this obscure definition of belief may have railroaded you into a sort of closed way of thinking?
I don't. I mean, it's possible. Again, I am very open to different philosophical approaches on whether that would pinpoint me onto a belief or a certain way of thinking. However, my personal by querying all of the different philosophical approaches, as far as whether that's scientific, whether that's theistic, all of that stuff, what I have been led to on a logical and philosophical level is...
Holy fuck, do you feel smarter saying all of that because you haven't really said shit yet?
I don't feel smarter. I don't have any hubristic, egotistical grasp on...
What the fuck was the question I asked?
I'm sorry, say again?
What was the question I asked?
That if I felt smarter by saying what
the one before that.
Go ahead and refresh me.
So you don't remember?
I don't remember, no.
Okay. Because you were just kind of monologuing on a philosophical and scientific and all the different approaches of the inquiries into the queries of all the wonder of all the mysteries of whatever the fuck you were saying, right?
Okay,
because you got lost.
I don't know if I lost my point, but look, here's what I'll say. I'm not trying to actually have a heated argument or anything of that such. I honestly like what you guys are doing on your live, and I love that you guys are having... that's very good to question your beliefs. I love that. I came here to have fun.
You came here to have fun.
Yeah. I like it's good that you're able to question your beliefs and question the foundation of your thinking. I think that's very healthy.
My question prior was about if you're unique. definition of belief might have railroaded you into a closed way of thinking.
So, can you, I guess, kind of elaborate on what? I don't think I understand the question.
No, I don't think you do.
Yeah.
I don't have any more questions for you. Does anybody have questions for this guest?
Not really.
No, I don't.
What do you use for your epistemology?
I don't know what that word means. What is that?
Epistemology is like, where do you get your knowledge? Where do you ground your knowledge?
I guess, like I said, just kind of it's very rooted in a scientifically literate background.
No further questions.
Absolutely. Hey, it was wonderful talking to you guys. Thank you so much. I haven't
Appreciate you, Brandon. I hope you keep asking questions.
Yes, absolutely.
If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up.
And I'm sorry, the epistemology question was just me being a jerk.
I understand.
I got a question for Brandon. Oh, wait a minute. Never mind.
Well, Solo had a question for Brandon.
I guess
address it to Kat instead.
If there was any kind of a question, it would have been like, how does measuring the door, like, mean that you have knowledge? Like, where do you get the knowledge that measuring something solidifies it as knowledge? But then that's a question I think that all of us struggle with. We all have some sort of axiom of some sort. I guess it just might be measuring things.
But even though we have the evidence that Kat's not here anymore, we can believe really hard and Kat is still here because of vibes.
Video game noises. Who's playing a video game?
Not I, said the fly.
I have, by the way, hit accept on a couple of different guests. Just trying not to double stack us. There we go. Someone exists. Hello, Irene. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
62.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
It's a hard question because I'm Shintoist, okay? And when we die, we become a god. So there is no discrimination.
I'm sorry, what tradition did you say you follow?
I'm Shintoist.
Shinto.
Yeah, it's a higher form of Buddhism.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't discriminate who is and who isn't what, or that, or God, right? Not like in the Western religion.
Mm-hmm. What does God mean in this sense?
Something that, okay, my God would be my grandmother who passed away. She would watch over us and protect us from harm. Okay, it's not a higher being. It's
What
just
about the goddess Amaterasu?
It's a spirit.
What is a spirit?
Something that lived and passed, but live in a different form. Like my cat, a dog, a god could be a tree, a god could be the grass, it could be an animal form. It could be anything that is living. It could be a god. It's no differentiation of what that and that is.
What do you mean by differentiation?
Okay, it's in the Western world we say Jesus is a god or a god is a creator. Okay, it does not differentiate from that and that. There is no such thing as that in our.
What is your belief then, if it's not that?
Everything has a place. Everything has to be respected, and every living thing is a god, and it's to be respected. It's to be cared for.
How does your tradition define what's living?
The tree, the sun, the moon, the mountain.
So you're giving me examples. I'm more so asking you to explain the parameters your tradition has to determine if something is living.
That I can't explain. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I want to be truthful with you. I don't want to.
No, I appreciate the honesty. I don't.
Yeah, I want to be honest with you. Okay. Yeah.
Sure. So, hi there.
Hi.
If a god could be like a tree or grass or other things, I suppose, what are the things that are not God? Because if you become a god when you pass on, it kind of makes one wonder, so then what are the not God things that become gods?
There isn't a not God thing. The rock, okay, that's not a god, right? Something that does not grow or breathe is not.
Okay, but they don't become gods, though, right?
No. They are objects.
So
a cat, a dog, a human, the tree, because it has life.
Right.
Okay.
So then, is it really becoming, or like I'm trying to get this understanding of this?
Okay.
What it means by becoming a god. If all those things are gods, then how do they become gods?
A seed grows into a tree, becomes a god. It has life. It has meaning.
Have we defined God yet?
I forgot to tell you. If you pass away 100 days, you become a god. I'm sorry. I forgot to say that. I forgot to mention that.
Have we defined God yet?
Oh, it's not a human. It's a spirit. It existed in life, but it exists in death.
What is a spirit again?
Something that lived like you, me, the soul, after it dies after 100 days, it becomes a god.
So
something that watches over you. Something that watches over you.
Something that watches over you. I think Solo had another question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to.
It's okay.
to take too much here. I just want to understand it. So, how is it like? How is it that you don't conceive of? Well, here, maybe I should ask this question: Are you a god yet?
No.
But how do you know that you're not like the blade of grass that passed on to become the higher being that now takes care of the grass?
I'm still living okay. I have to tell you, my job, I'm a paranormal investigator. I'm a clairvoyant. This is my job, but I know I've been reincarnated several times over and over again because I keep on...
Irene, I remember the last time you were here.
Yeah.
And I'm remembering a very big sticking point of our previous conversation.
Yeah.
Why did you request up here?
I didn't. I didn't request.
You were in my queue.
Sorry, I didn't request. I was in the chat room only.
Okay, well, if you're not up to being questioned, we're going to go ahead and set you back down, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Irene can't question her beliefs at all. We've been through this.
And Solo, couldn't you just accept being a dang god?
That's what happens when I get to start cooking, man. They start running, dropping like flies.
But the fly is also a god.
Yeah, I do appreciate Irene for her honesty. We've had a long conversation before, and I don't want to put her through the ringer again, knowing that she can't question right now.
Mm-hmm.
And she was good faith. The thing she couldn't answer, she said, "I don't know." She
did say, "I don't know."
Absolutely, and that's why she gets a W from me.
The lack of clicks is so much better. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, Kat.
It gives me anxiety. Like noises give me anxiety.
Oh, just a quick heads up. There is somebody, I can't remember what their name is. It starts with a G. They are a troll. They'll come up. You'll see them in chat. They'll say, "I've never lost a debate."
Yeah. That'll always be fun.
Yeah, but they're literally just trolling. Like they'll come up and they'll be like, "What's your evidence there isn't a god?" And then like when you run them through a thing, they'll be like, "Yeah, so what's your evidence?" Like they're just trolling. So just a heads up.
Yeah.
Yep, gritty bones.
They won't make it very far through our screening process. Our rigorous screening process. Like this one. Hey, SJ, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? $37, and do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Absolutely. I have belief in one God, not gods.
Yeah.
So I come from a Jewish background. I'm not really a religious person, but like through my own thoughts, for me, God is all that there is. Like there's nothing beyond God. So that means you God, I'm God. The space between us is God. The conversation we having now is God. And that's just how I see it.
So everything is God.
Everything is God.
Is there anything that is not God?
Nope.
I see.
The thing is, that's what it is. The part of not God, it means it's not there. It doesn't exist. I can give you an example. Darkness. Darkness is not God. Why? Because it's no such thing as darkness. Darkness is just the absence of light. So like we could cut the light off and dark appears, but you can't use it. So anything you can't use is not God.
So anything you can't use is not God. So there are things that aren't God.
Yeah, but you just can't use it.
You just can't use it.
Like you can't even.
Is God? What is the meaning of the word God to you?
I really don't know. I speak Hebrew, so we call it a name. It's a name for God, Yahweh. That's the name of the God. It just means I will. It mean I will be.
Did you say you were raised Jewish?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I live in Israel. So I speak English because my parents is from America. What that mean? What you say? What's the question?
Well, I just found it interesting that you say you were raised Jewish and yet you pronounced that name in any way.
Yeah, because they're like out here, like, if I was to practice the religion, then I won't say the word. I would just say Hashem, which means the name.
I see.
But I won't say the name.
I see.
But because I'm not that religious, I'll speak the name with no problem.
I see. So you don't believe in that God, or do you?
What do you mean by believe in the God?
Do you believe that God exists?
Yeah.
The character from the Torah.
Yep. I believe that he's all that exists.
Do you believe the creation story from Genesis?
In a way, I don't believe it word for word, but I believe it have a deeper meaning than what we can actually understand. It's all with understanding, like the knowledge that come with the Bereshit.
All with understanding.
It's the more you like you can study Bereshit, the first verse, for your entire life, and you can still come up with new ideas about what do it actually mean. So I just think belief is something like also like that you left with, like when you don't know God. Like if you don't know, like if you're not sure, if you don't know God, then you're gonna be left with belief. And until you know, then you can move up another level. So I just believe that human being is just on the highest level of God. Like we understand the most about God. That's why we is like above the animals. And I think the only part of the Genesis chapter 1 that I do agree with is that like every other being, every other living creature on earth live in perfect peace but human beings, because of the fact that we ate off the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That I could understand. Like I don't think it was an actual tree with actual
That's
fruit.
Genesis 3 when they eat off the fruit. You're saying that you believe then that the Adam and Eve story is true. That there's
true meaning like
fruit.
Yeah, I don't believe it was actual fruit, and I don't believe it's even relevant for if it was fruit or not. It's the message behind it. Like I used to always ask people because I got a lot of friends and they Jewish, and you know they practice the faith and they believe in this thing that they don't do, and they call their God all good. So I say, if God was all good, this is the question I got for them. I say, if God was all good, and no, I'm saying take God out the situation. Take me as an example. You see me, I'm a good man. I don't do nothing to harm you. I'm here to help. So would you see me as a good guy? They say, of course, you're a good guy. So I say, now, if you seen me sitting down in the room, you bumped into me, and you see me sitting down next to a guy that's raping a kid, a 2-year-old kid, and I'm just sitting there not doing anything. Now would you see me as a good guy? He said, absolutely not. He said, you a bad guy, and you just as bad as...
That went in a whole direction in like 2 seconds.
Oh.
Like 0 to 1,000.
You pump the brakes quickly on that.
I've actually just nicked myself shaving because of how quick that turned.
Are you
We love
okay?
the TikTok shop.
Oh, I was just nicked.
We
but,
do
like,
love the
you know,
TikTok shop.
it was actually one of those moments that I was halfway through the pool and then he said it, and I was like, did I just like stroke a little bit, or did that actually happen?
It's like people forget where they are, or they know, and they're just being an ass. Either way, we're going to move forward to somebody who can question their beliefs. So perhaps that's you. Hello, Cam Sandwich. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What's today's date? In 2 days I'll be 30, so we'll just say 30.
Well, happy early birthday. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes and no. I find it healthy to question everything, so.
Can you please not eat while you're...
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was not ready to get yanked up here.
Don't know why you requested then. We'll just move on to someone else who can question their beliefs and not eat in our ears. Well, we'll see if they can question. No, I guess not. I guess that one doesn't exist. I don't think this one actually is wanting to question their beliefs, but no, Blesso. Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 33. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I am 33. I'm from Holland. Host, I think you don't remember me. I was in your live in the morning, like 6 o'clock Dutch time. Maybe 4-6 hours ago.
I remember you being here.
The point what I want to ask you, say to you is,
Does it?
You
Does it say to come up and make a point or question me?
No, I want to actually.
Are you here to question your beliefs?
Well, that's kind of a way of saying it, because I know that God's existence. So the moment I question, I've lost it which I know of, and that starts becoming unbelief. But I want to say something, because do you remember asking me what a soul is?
Yes.
Okay, here comes a funny, I think it's called funny joke of life, but here comes it. It's kind of reverse psychology. Listen very carefully, please.
I'm not interested in just listening if you're not actually up here to question your beliefs.
I just want to say this.
So, did you just come up here to give me a sermon?
I will say, explain it, okay? You ask me what a soul is.
So what's the definition of a soul?
Yeah. Here comes the funny joke of life. You ask me a question what a soul is. So I will only.
I don't want to hear a joke. I want to hear a definition of what a soul is.
My friend, there has to be a possibility that I can explain it. Otherwise, you cannot ask that question. That's reverse psychology.
That's absolutely incorrect. You can answer a question without explaining it. What's 2 + 2? 4. I don't have to explain why it's 4.
So you're asking a question.
What is a soul?
There's no possibility of getting the answer. Is that right? You're asking a question.
You could just say the answer. What is a soul?
The point is, you're asking a question while there is no possibility of getting the answer you're asking.
If there's no possibility of getting the answer, then what is the point of you telling us the story?
Then why? Yeah, that's exactly my point. Why are you even question or debating religion? Because it's stupid.
So then what was your point in coming up?
My point is coming up. We all have a soul. So the moment they ask of the evidence of God, you are already a believer, and the moment you get it, you are a.
That was absolutely pointless.
Arrogant, boring bullshit.
I really wanted to hear his joke.
Wait, before he got kicked, was he in the process of saying that, like, by denying God, you believe in God?
Yeah.
Yep.
He was saying that by questioning if God is real, you are believing in God, and the moment you come to a decision of whether God is real or not, that is you ceasing to believe in God.
So God ceases to exist then?
Well, no, you just cease to believe because you know.
Because then you know.
Yeah.
People like that make. Never mind.
That only works
I'm not
with
gonna say
logic,
that.
though.
That
Like,
might be
that
a
only
Discord
works with
comment.
logic, though. Like, to deny logic presupposes logic, because you have to use logic to deny it. But it doesn't work with God. Like, that's just goofy.
That's probably where that comes from. Someone just replaces logic with God and rolls with the assumption. Hey, Des, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Des, did you mean to request up? Gonna guess not. Hello, Samuel. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Samuel, did you mean to request? I can't hear you.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm 51.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I kind of believe in a prime creator, but that's about it. I don't really do the whole God concept. I'm more of a truth seeker.
Does this prime creator have a mind?
Well, my belief system is that it's a god, the GAD god, which is one vibration, the male and female energy working together to create
What is
the vibration.
energy?
Yes.
What is energy?
It could be a lot of things. The king, based on numerology, it could be the king. It could be the rooster.
You said male and female energy. What were you talking about?
The positive and negative forces of energy. That's really what it is. It's just
Positive and negative forces of energy. You still haven't told me what energy is yet.
Everything. Everything is energy.
What does that mean?
Everything you see is matter. Matter is form of energy.
Is it?
Everything
sure?
is consciousness. Everything is consciousness.
What do you mean everything? What does that mean? What is consciousness?
It's when the brain...
He's just frantically making sandwiches.
It's the Trinity. That is consciousness. Without the heart, the
So
brain,
how
and
is
lungs,
that?
you don't have
So
like
how
Christ
is that
consciousness.
everything? So how is that everything? How is everything, the brain, the heart, and the lungs, working together to create consciousness? Because not everything has a brain, a heart, and lungs.
Most things do that are living or sentient.
Nope. Most things that are living do not have a brain, a heart, and lungs.
Okay, give me some examples.
Walk outside and look at the grass and the trees and all the plants around you. They are all alive.
And bacteria.
Also,
Bacteria,
quite a lot of
fungi.
mollusks. Several different vegetables.
Don't forget tardigrades.
There's actually quite a lot on a zoological scale, which doesn't have an operating higher sensory
Well, that's
system.
life. They all have life energy. I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
sentience.
Cat,
Yeah,
Sentience
pretty sure
is-
Cat was still speaking, and it's starting to turn into a debate.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Asked me a question what I thought energy was, and then it went everywhere.
no, I've gone in a pretty coherent line right here. So, you said everything, almost everything that is living has a heart, a brain, and lungs. And I said, no, it doesn't. None of the plants have a heart, a brain, and lungs. So, and they're all living.
But do they have a conscience?
Well, you said that consciousness is everything. And I asked you what consciousness was. You said the heart and the brain and the lungs working together.
That's
And
the Christ consciousness.
so we're moving the goalposts now.
Well, when you say consciousness, there's different forms of consciousness.
What is consciousness?
You can't just say that, okay, consciousness covers everything.
It's the heart, it's everything, which is
you have levels
the
of
heart,
consciousness.
the brain, and the lungs working together, which is everything, but not, it does, I don't know what this is. So, what are you talking about when you say consciousness is everything?
Okay, your skin suit is consciousness, right?
Your skin suit is consciousness.
Yeah, and then you have a consciousness of your own. There's two different consciousness going on. You got
What
your
is
body
consciousness?
and you got your brain consciousness. They
What
work
is
together to
consciousness?
create your mind that creates your experience.
Samuel,
What is
what is
consciousness?
consciousness?
Oh, let me get a dictionary for you.
Is he going to be condescending and stupid at the same time?
No.
You can't be condescending and wrong. You can be one or you can be the other. But
No,
you can't be both.
you asked me what consciousness is. I try to give you multiple definitions, so we'll just go to the dictionary version.
You haven't given definitions. You've just said levels. You've said skin suits. You said that there's different ones. You haven't said what it is.
Let's say something to
Okay,
you.
consciousness is your subjective awareness of yourself and the world.
Cool.
Comprising thoughts, feelings, sensations, and the feelings of what is like to be you.
Cool.
Do you
Defined
agree with
by
that
both
definition?
Wakefulness. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you agree with that definition?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
For the most part. What part do you not agree with? Did you hear me? Did I?
Yeah, I heard you. I'm just reading everything.
And while he's reading that, did I hear him correctly earlier when he said everything is matter as well?
Everything is matter. Everything
Matter
is
is
energy.
frozen light.
Wait, say that again?
Frozen
Matter
light.
is frozen light.
What?
What if there's something that's not frozen light? Is it still matter? Like, my cat is moving around. Is my cat frozen light?
Liquid.
What temperature?
Say liquid. Liquid light.
It's
Wait,
liquid
what?
light now.
My cat is liquid light. Millie, you're liquid light, apparently.
All right, I'll try to come back some other time when I have all my paperwork, because apparently I need it. If I just came here just to talk, and then you guys asked me about energy and consciousness and questioned everything. So the next time I come back, I'll have everything ready for you. I didn't really think this was going to be.
Are you seriously,
somebody?
Samuel, stop with your self-righteous victimization or whatever the fuck this is, and read the goddamn screen. Can you question your beliefs? If you can't question your beliefs, why did you request up here?
That's a good question. Thank you.
I hope you keep asking questions, or at least learn to. What the fuck?
Well, I was curious too, because his profile says he's like a numerologist and into mathematics and stuff. Is math just frozen light?
I was almost expecting him to say antimatter.
Antimatter. go throw a banana at something.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I need you to look at the comments for me. Please.
Anyways, I am going to hop off. Thrayle, thanks for having me up. Everybody, nice to be on panel with you all.
Give Millie some love for me.
I will. I'm curious where she
light
ran
cat.
off to. Huh?
The liquid light.
Yes, the liquid light cat. She's actually an orange tabby, which, if you know much about cats, female orange tabbies are like pretty rare.
All orange tabbies share one brain cell.
And my
No,
wife's
'cause that's all
convinced
of their
that all
light is
orange.
on the outside.
Is it on the outside?
Tyler and I
Oh,
had
go
a
ahead.
female orange tabby named Nala for a little bit.
Nice. And my wife is convinced that all orange tabbies share one brain cell that's fighting for third place.
Our first orange cat got hit by a car and sat in.
Mine too.
Anyways, I am hopping down. Y'all have a good evening.
Good night, you
Appreciate
guys.
you, Cyber.
Night.
Toss off, you toss pot.
It's really strange hearing something like that said in not a Scottish accent.
Well, I can do it with a Scottish accent.
No, you can't.
I can too.
That's which part of Scotland are you meant to be from? Dublin?
No, I'm from Bray.
You're from where?
Bray.
Well, I have no idea where that is in Scotland.
I'm pretty sure that's in Middle Earth.
If you're from Scotland or anywhere and you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, we'll go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you. I'm not here to win or score points. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Thrayle, I adore your segues. Like they're just flawless every single time.
Wait till you hear one of mine.
You could be having a discussion on the different types of like long swords used in the medieval period, and Thrayle would go, if you have a basket hilt, or even in some cases an Eclipsean hilt longsword, and you have a belief system, like you just segue so perfectly, it's phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, well, wait till you hear me do one. They're phenomenally terrible. They're always so bad.
Terrible.
I am a
Phillies are
dungeon
even
master
better.
I'm a dungeon master as a job, and when my party go off kilter, I can't segue them back smoothly. I'm just like, anywho, just so smooth. I envy it so much.
No. When I start doing the segues, like it gets real bad. It's like just like the weirdest things get said.
This is where Thrayle's waiting for the moment to go. But if you are a person who segues smoothly and you have a belief system, like it's just flawless every time.
No. And if you're a person who has weird things to say, come up and let's question your beliefs.
I think
That's actually a good one. I'm gonna steal later, Morgan.
I think I've actually changed what
Two
I
for
believe
two.
in now, and I think I just believe in Thrayle's segues. Like I think that's my entire belief system now.
Who needs a god when you can segue into questioning other people's gods? Or
And
at
on that
least
note,
admire that.
if you maybe have a god or a mermaid or Winnie the Pooh or anything like that. We want to speak with you.
Hey, whoa! Let's not get into questioning the validity of Winnie the Pooh now, right? My entire
No,
country
we have
is
a
on the
whole
belief of that.
we have a whole Winnie the Pooh pantheon of gods. Of Winnie the Pooh
Tao
gods.
of Pooh.
Mm-hmm. I'm so dedicated to this. I have a Winnie the Pooh tattooed on me.
We are freely accepting new members.
I think if you can't question the poo, then who can you question?
There must be a believer we can question.
I don't know if it's a believer.
That's not a believer.
I don't even think he meant to request. He might be asleep. If we don't say his name, will he know he's on panel?
Oh, I didn't mean to press the thing. Hi, guys.
I didn't think you did.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going
It's okay.
good.
One time I sat here for like 20 minutes while Thrayle was questioning Brian, and I didn't even know I was here.
Well, since it is your panel debut, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 38 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I actually do not.
Why the hell not?
What are you doing here?
I was raised in a family of Jehovah's Witnesses, and I was forced to have that faith for the first 20 years of my life, and I rejected it because I felt that the religion as a whole was very selfish, and I felt like it was not my place to be going around telling other people what they should believe.
It's really because you wanted to eat cupcakes on your birthday, isn't it?
Well, I wanted that too, but
Do you celebrate your birthday now?
I have a couple of times, but it's not really a priority for me.
Since you've started celebrating your birthday, what's been your favorite birthday?
My favorite birthday was the time that my friends threw me a surprise birthday party, and they bought me a cake shaped like a hamburger. I just thought that was fun.
That's nice. Yeah, that's really nice.
That sounds really nice.
You know how sometimes they make those illusion cakes where they, like what you're just saying, they make a cake that looks like a hamburger. I always wanted one of those, like in reverse.
Oh, like cake fake.
A hamburger that's a cake?
No, well,
Cake that's
no,
a hamburger.
a cake that's a hamburger. Yeah.
So does that mean you have to make the cake out of hamburger ingredients?
Yes.
It's still a sandwich, so
do it.
It's a sandwich either way.
Yeah, I guess what you want at that point, is a large hamburger.
A large hamburger. What are you putting on the outside as frosting? I have many questions, but they are going to take us off topic.
Yeah. Okay.
So, what do you think might convince you to believe in a god?
I'm very fact driven. So And I feel like I do a lot of things very scientifically. So if there were some kind of piece of evidence that could be reproduced and allow people to have sort of a real replicatable solid idea that I don't know, that would convince me. If you could come up with something that anyone could test and reproduce and always get the same result, that proved there was a God, then yeah, I mean, I would go right along with it, no problem.
Supposing you had that evidence, would you worship the God just by nature of it existing, or would you need something more?
I guess it would kind of depend on certain attributes about this God, right? Like, there are a lot of ideas of God that, to me, seem almost as though God is holding people hostage and forcing them to worship him. And I'm not up for that. I would rather have a God that allows you to worship them, but does not require it.
But it sounds like you might believe in free will.
So on the topic of free will, that's a different thing. I think that we all have, it's sort of pseudo free will, if you will. Like, we're all allowed to make decisions, but at its core, those decisions are only going to be presented to us by our subconscious mind. So in a way, we don't have free will because everything is generated from our subconscious, and that's the ultimate governor of what we can and can't do.
How do we always end up here?
We bring an atheist up on a panel and start questioning them. Usually it ends up at free will or morality, one or the other. But I do wonder, does it matter to you, Barfing Toaster? What a fun name. Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
I feel like I'm more prone to believing in something that I have a lot of what I think is truthful evidence for. If I'm ever proven wrong and shown that that is incorrect, then I change my belief system based on that evidence. Whenever I left the church, obviously I didn't mind doing it then, and I don't mind doing it afterwards either. I just think that whatever it is you're doing, you should strive to be doing something that is in line with whatever is real and truthful and provable in some kind of scientific manner.
Well, that's it, guys. He's irrational completely. I don't have any more questions for you. Does anybody else have any questions?
I've asked him many questions already.
I know. I've actually heard him be asked some of those questions twice, which is why I just had to go with the script. But I appreciate you coming up, Toaster. You're welcome to stick around and question for a little while if you'd like, but I may thin the panel out here again soon.
Yeah, I'll hang out for a little bit, but if you need me to go, that's fine too.
Appreciate you. Well, I guess let's see if our next guest can question their beliefs. Hello, handsome tiger. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, 28.
You're very quiet. What was that?
I'm sorry, 28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I think I do.
You think you have a belief?
Yeah, I mean, I guess to say like a higher power, or I always believed in like the spirits. Like I have a connection with them, I guess. That makes sense?
No, what is spirit?
I mean, like the teachings from, my teachings from like the monks that I trained with, they taught us how to like detach ourselves so we can have a free spirit.
What is a spirit?
It's kind of like an energy man that exists inside the shell of your body, but it's the most
An energy man.
That makes it's kind of hard to explain.
An energy man that lives inside the shell of your body. What is energy?
Right. Or what we like to refer to as spirit.
I said, what is energy?
What is energy?
Uh-huh.
There's all types of energy, but I would say living energy or life force energy. There's vibration, there's heat energy, vibration or sound, there's kinetic energy, there's electromagnetic energy, there's a kind of a broad question.
Well, I mean, those are all adjectives that you're placing in front of the word. So remove the adjectives and just describe the word. What is energy?
I guess I'm not.
That's an okay answer. You can finish it.
He was almost there.
He was so close.
I think he left to look it up.
Mm-hmm.
If you're talking right now, we can't hear you. Oh, there you go. What were you saying before you left the app?
No, I was saying, I guess it's like force or something like that. I guess it's really tough to explain. I really came to ask like a question. You guys might be a little bit more helpful of how I'm thinking about it.
You came to ask a question.
Yeah, you sound like you're super like knowledgeable and you have like a lot of good judgment.
I'm really not here to answer questions, though. See, it says on the screen, can you question your beliefs?
Right, that's why I actually came in, because I think that I'm like, I don't want to be like a hateful person or evil, you know, like to feel like racist because of hatred in the world or hatred against people, you know, like I don't want to be a bad person. And
then don't be.
Right. But I mean, like, I feel like I'm racist because I just like, I hate firebenders. Like, they came into my land and like killed my friends and killed a bunch of the monks.
This guy's trolling. He's pretending to be Aang the Airbender from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Thank you, Bran.
This is why it always pays to have a nerd on the panel. Like,
wait, did you really not know that's what was going on?
No, I did know that. But
Oh, okay.
yeah, no, I knew.
Oh,
I
right.
just-
Okay, cool.
I was kind of sarcastically thanking Brad for stating the obvious, but
Sorry.
But also thank you, I guess.
I kind of wanted to see where he was going with that, but okay.
I'll see how far he took it.
Right, that could have... If he hadn't broken character right then, I guess maybe we could have kept going, but
And now my
there are other
girlfriend is the
people in queue.
moon.
Wow. Tough break. That's
Who
rough,
knows?
buddy. Sorry, that's the autism part of me, is I was just like, I don't know if people are understanding this is what's happening. Sorry, guys.
Oh, yeah. Yazika, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Yazika going once. Going twice. And we'll move on. I didn't sell them.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I'm so proud of you for not auctioning people off to the comments tonight. Like, you're doing really well. We're making progress.
Yeah.
I know it has always been fine, but like, there's always that one, it just takes one time.
I think it lets the audience know that if they sleep request, there is a chance they could be auctioned off for no cost. Back to the audience. I keep seeing requests that don't pop up in my queue. Well, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or all that. I'm not doing it.
He's so not doing it, he's not even going to make the speech about it. That's how much he's not doing it tonight. It's a lot of not doing it.
So, Thrayle, what's it like not having skin?
Cold. Very cold. You said, how do I feel the cold if I don't have any skin?
I said, what's it like not having skin? That's a good one.
I mean, yeah, it's cold.
I can't even imagine. Hold on.
We did hit the goal a while back, and I don't know if I thanked Insomnia, Shell, Tex, Morgan Le Fay, or Cat the Witch, but thank you guys. I really do appreciate you. Also, we are waiting just for a believer like you, if you are one of those believers who can question what it is you believe. If you are, well then, that's what those extra boxes are for. And we're not waiting to pounce or tear you apart or burgle your gods. We're just waiting to see if you can question, well then, what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? There There is a request. I don't know if they're still there. I know the last 2 times I've brought them up, it has not been productive. We'll see. Yeah, see, they don't exist anyways. But if you exist, and you have a belief, I'm gonna have to do it, aren't I? I'm gonna have to either it feels early, but I guess if you can question your beliefs, well, I might answer some questions too. I'm guessing they just don't exist anymore. The believers who can question.
I exist.
You do?
I
Hello,
do.
Debbie.
Hi.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
44.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I don't know if it's a higher power. I don't believe in a god per se. I believe in Gaia, Source, Mother Nature.
Gaia, Source, Mother Nature.
Yeah.
Is that an entity, a being with a mind, or is it just names used for what exists and happens?
I think it's just a name that people use. My take on it is we have all these religions out there. Rather you're Buddha worshiper, Allah, Jesus, whoever. Who's to say that any one of these religions are wrong or that their God isn't a God or the God? It's all one and the same. It's just a name that we put on it and what we choose to worship, I think.
So for you, it's not that there's a mind, a Mother Nature that's actually some
Running the
kind
show.
of
Yeah.
thing thinking. For you, it's just a word to use to describe the processes you've seen.
Yeah.
Do you believe in an afterlife?
I do.
What is that afterlife?
I know that we're all made of energy, and energy never unalives, and that energy is made of atoms. And I think it just transfers from one, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? From being like a person to some sort of other form of energy. You just don't have the meat suit no more.
It's becoming
What
the
do you
theme
mean?
of the night, but I'll hold off on it. Go ahead, Kat.
What do you mean energy never unalives?
It doesn't pass. You know, you got to word your wording on here just so.
No, I understand TikTok language. I just
Energy
mean,
never
what do you-
passes. You know what I mean? It doesn't end. It keeps going.
I think they're referencing the fact that energy cannot be destroyed.
Correct. Thank you.
Second law of thermodynamics. That's what you're referencing?
Just what he said, that it can't be terminated. It can't be ended.
Created
it
or
just keeps
destroyed?
going. What's that, hon?
Created or destroyed? Is that what you're...
It can't be destroyed.
Okay.
Can it be created?
Yeah.
I would have to assume so, because it came from somewheres, right?
Well, so it sounds like you're trying to reference the second law of thermodynamics, which is energy cannot be created nor destroyed in a closed system. But you're... Is that...
That is what I'm understanding them to be referencing.
That's what it sounds like, but I just want to make sure that that is what you're referencing.
Yeah, pretty much.
So
I mean, there's probably little things here and there that vary or differ depending on the case, but
well, so the important part about this that everybody always forgets is that end part, that in a closed system part. So we don't know if the universe is a closed system or not, which means we don't know if energy leaves the system, like moves freely in and out of the system or not.
what's your take on NDEs? Do you think that stays in a closed?
What is an NDE?
Near.
Yeah, I mean, I know.
We know what. What do you think it is, though?
Your heart stopping, technically being out of body.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean out of body?
Mm-hmm.
Like being able to see what's going on and knowing that you're not.
What is out of your body?
Like out of your body, where you're looking at yourself, or.
Yeah, but what is out of your body?
Your spirit, your energy, your soul, whatever you want to call it.
What is the soul?
Whatever's inside our meat suit.
Well, I mean, there's lots of things inside of our body, right? But like, I don't know of any part of the inside of my body that is like a consciousness that can also be outside of my body.
Your organs can go from one body to another, correct?
Do they have a consciousness? Can they see?
Those are things we can see that exist. We're trying to find about the thing that we can't, that you're saying is there. Can you tell us what it is that you think is there?
An awareness? I don't know.
An awareness. Yeah. And you think that awareness can exist outside of the body, that it's not something produced by the brain?
Yeah.
So what is it? If it's not a product of our neurochemistry, what is it?
I'm not sure what it is. That's why I said it's something. It's not part of your physical body or anatomy. It's something separate. I've had some people really close to me pass, and there's things that happened immediately after that there is just no explanation for.
You think that because something happens immediately after someone passes that you can't explain, then you can explain it by the person having something to do with it?
Maybe their energy, maybe whoever else's energy that may have passed at the same location before.
When you say energy, what is it you're talking about? What is energy?
Either their source, like their soul, or ghost, spirit,
soul,
entity,
ghost,
whatever.
Spirit. And if I ask you what each of those things are, ghost, soul, spirit.
I think they're all the same thing that leaves the body when you pass.
The thing that leaves the body when you pass.
Rather than consciousness, just your soul.
And if I ask how you verified there is a thing that leaves the body.
Like I said, just things that I've seen through hospice and other passings and personal experiences.
And in those things you've seen, have you seen something leave the body? Is that?
I think you definitely can tell when somebody's leaves. Like you can see when they take their last breath. Like
you can see
their eyes are dark. There's like nothing behind them anymore. You can kind of see the body relax, the entire body all at once.
Have you ever had one of these out-of-body experiences?
Not me, personally. Unless you consider dreams, but I don't know what the hell that is, honestly.
So if you've never had one of these experiences, how can you verify that they're true?
Like I said, I've had some really close people to me pass, and I've had things happen to let me know that they were still there.
Could this not be a product of grief and confirmation bias working together?
It's of what?
Grief and confirmation bias.
I wouldn't say so.
Why not?
Because more than anything, a couple of those passings, I was in shock, if anything, more than grief. And had things continue to happen similar to those events after that, years later.
So when your brain does a thing, like anything that it does, right?
Mm-hmm.
It creates these pathways in there. And once those pathways are created, it is much easier for your brain to follow them again. So if you have similar things reoccurring happening to you that confirm this thing that you experienced, that you likely experienced because of shock or grief or stress or some combination of all of those things, the pathways are there, and it is much easier for your brain to do it again.
As with anything. Riding a bike,
Right.
Eating, bathing, tying your shoe.
May I ask what the signs were?
I had a little girl and a son pass. And before I had kids, I had a dream about being in a silver Toyota Tundra with two about 1-year-old babies in my back seat, a little boy and a little girl. We are driving over a bridge. We go off the bridge. We go into the water. I end up getting one baby undone, but we all pass because I can't get the other one undone in time. I had that dream repeatedly long before I ever even had kids, thought about kids, long before I even had a husband. I had my son aspirated, which is like drowning, and my daughter actually drowned.
Mm-hmm.
They're both about a year old.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you. The morning I found my son, literally 3 or 4 of his toys that didn't even have batteries proceeded to play before I even got to his door. To know that was that morning, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. When I was pregnant for him, I had a dream about finding him face down in a crib in this house with like 70s shag carpet and wallpaper. And I, for the life of me, was like, what the heck? I said something to my OB, and he says, oh, it's hormones, you know, pregnant women, they always have these wild dreams, because of everything going on. I said, don't put too much thought into it. I was 5 months pregnant with my daughter when he passed. That morning when I opened the door, it was deja vu, instantly. I was like, holy crap, this is that room. I knew before I even got to him. He was laying exactly the way I'd seen in my dream, wearing the exact sleeper. Like, I'd already been there. Already went through that exact situation. And everybody's thoughts on deja vu is different. People say it's timelines, overlapping. There's a bunch of different things that people can attribute it to. My thing with the dreams for me is, from an early age, I've had these dreams, and it hasn't always been a good thing. Every time I've had one of those dreams that come true, it's never a positive thing.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't a very good experience for me growing up because my grandmother didn't know what it was or how I knew some of the things I knew. So needless to say, it was a little bit rough on me growing up.
Were you raised by your grandmother?
Yep. Both my grandparents, actually. I was the black sheep. My mom tried to literally end the pregnancy while she was pregnant for me a few times. Didn't succeed, so as soon as she got to the hospital, she was 16 years old. She spit me out, she dropped me on my grandparents' door and said, "See you later."
Sorry for your loss again.
So a few of these things happening repeatedly, like these dreams that have came to be, whether they're premonition dreams or whatever you want to call it, deja vu. Everybody's got a different explanation or answer to what that is. I've always had like very clear intuition when it comes to certain things and certain people. Like I can almost call certain things before they even happen, and I have no idea how. So for me, my thing is there's got to be something more to this whole thing. I don't know per se that there's a god on the other side, or somebody running the show or pulling the strings, or, you know, we're somebody's little ant farm. But I know there's got to be more. I've had, like I said, my son's toys were going off before I even got to his room. And it was my gut was telling me before I even got to the door, like, uh-oh. Like something seems eerily familiar here. You know, to open the door to realize it. When my daughter passed, her dad is the reason she passed. He put her in the tub, turned the water on, and left the room.
Mm-hmm.
So, needless to say, that wasn't a very good situation.
Yeah.
Her grandfather, so her dad's dad, OD'd in my house on the day of her funeral.
Okay. Can you let Morgan ask the question she's been trying to ask?
Okay.
I've lost my train of thought. Give me a moment, I'll think of it.
I have a couple questions for Debbie if you are contemplating yours.
Go ahead.
So Debbie, you said that these things you call God are just names for things that are in this world already, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I wouldn't say God because I'm not a fan of the word God.
Right, but whatever it is that you feel is this otherworldly force is therefore represented in this world somehow, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay? So whenever somebody, let's say somebody dies, unalive, sorry, excuse me, and this energy, as you say, leaves their body. How exactly does that get turned into a reincarnation? Because I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of entropy, which is the tendency for things to flow from order to disorder. But that would imply that if that energy is leaving somewhere, it would have to be collected and then handled in a very organized manner to be implanted into something else. And I was just wondering if you had any ideas what might be furnishing that function.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I mean, if I had those answers, I'd probably not be as confused as I am. It's been one of those things I've kind of always questioned things from an early age, I guess.
Right.
Like I was made to go to Sunday school and stuff like that, and I just always felt out of place, you know?
Okay, so if the idea of this supernatural power is not furnishing the reincarnation function, do you feel it's reasonable to still believe that that is occurring?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have so I'm curious to know why is it that you think that reincarnation is occurring, and what is it? Do you have any sort of evidence that would prove that that is actually occurring at all?
Nothing to 100% concrete prove that or say that.
Okay. But it is a core belief for you.
Yeah. It's, yeah. I believe maybe. I'm inclined to believe it is happening more than it isn't happening. Like the deja vu thing to me, and having dreams. I'm still trying to piece together why those events happen, or what's the cause of those.
Do you think that there is some explanation that could exclude supernatural causes?
It's always a possibility.
Have you looked into how science might try to explain deja vu?
I've read a couple of small articles. I can't remember the book that somebody just recommended me to read actually regarding that. But it's stuff that I've been poking around and playing with for a while. I haven't really gotten a definitive answer that sits right with me, I guess. I mean, it could all be nothing. It could be all wrong. It could just all be a figment of my imagination and, you know, just wanting or expecting or hoping that, you know, because of grief, like she said. You know, I'm not one of those narrow-minded people who could think it's only my way or this way, and it's my belief is the only way.
Do you think it's more likely that there is some supernatural explanation, or is it more likely that there's just that it's grief,
Coincidence or something?
Coincidence.
The grieving parent in me wants to believe there's something more. The realist in me, I've honestly never really thought there was much more past that. You know, like at the end, it's a dirt nap and that's that. The things that I have happened, the things that I go through and experience, I hope there's something more, because if not, that means I got some serious issues that I should get some medication for.
I feel like
No, go ahead, Kat.
I feel like I hear this idea a lot, right, when talking about things like this, where we may experience something that might not be like real as we would as you know we would define it to be. But I think it's important to be aware of the notion that just because we experience something that might not be real due to grief or stress or some combination of these things does not mean that we have like serious issues or that there's like something seriously wrong with our brains or the way we function. It just means we have high amounts of grief and stress from something that is likely very, very traumatic and difficult. And although it's always good to see a therapist and to seek help with these things, it does not mean that there's anything like wrong with you. It's just your brain trying to protect itself and deal with the things that you have experienced. And I don't have a question. I just think it's really important to make sure that you know that.
I definitely know that. I'm not saying medication is always the answer to things, but it's one of those.
Oh, and I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying it's not necessarily that there's something wrong with you. It's just
right
how our brains function.
Right. And I mean, I don't know. I don't consider there to be anything wrong with me. I've been through hell and back, that's for sure. But it's made me a little bit more aware and open to different aspects of different things. Like, I didn't really think too much into this whole aspect before my kids passed.
Okay. So, you said it's opened up your eyes to aspects of certain things. Are you saying that you didn't have supernatural ways of thinking or magical ways of thinking before, and now you're more open to the ideas?
I've always had the dreams. The first dream I remember, I was 3, and my grandmother about unalived me for that. So I don't know what I would consider that. I had 6 dreams come to be before my kids' dreams came to be. And I never really had anybody explain to me or talk to me about that. Like I said, I had my grandmother in a very frustrated way take it out on me. But I never really got an answer as to why those dreams happened and why they came to be, or how it so happened that I knew the details.
Thrayle, you know the memory recall thing better than I do. About the way we recall memories.
Memory reconsolidation.
I was hoping you know it better than I do.
Well, and especially if you couple it with deja vu. But if are you familiar with memory reconsolidation, or what that means?
No.
It's the idea that our memories are not. For instance, when I'm recalling a memory right now when I was a child, playing with toys in my room, I'm not recalling that moment in time necessarily. I'm recalling the last time that I remembered it.
Okay.
And the time before that, I would have been not recalling it either, but the time that I remembered it before that, going back. So just a chain of remembering the memory, and in each one of those instances, as I'm recalling the memory, I can reshape
the details
it.
can change.
I can add new details or take away details, and being honest with myself, really try to remember it, but create entirely new memories.
It's like a big game of telephone with your brain that it's doing with itself.
I'm not 100% sure if we're on the same page as far as what I'm talking about, because I don't know how that would tie in. Like, when I was 3, I had a dream about my great-grandmother being gone. And I told my grandmother, and that's why she just about ended me. She called and had housing check on her mom, and sure enough, she was gone. So, I had a dream that Nana couldn't get up and needed help. And I told my grandmother that. And, she literally got mad at me and agitated. She finally made the call and found out that, obviously, she was gone. And like I said, having that dream before my kids passing, for them to pass that way, I mean, aspiration's pretty much drowning. You know, I had a dream about my brother's car accident before it happened.
And you don't think it's possible at all that you could have had a similar dream, and then when the event happens, recall it to be more specific, to be more precise?
It could be. I just know, certain dreams stick with you. And if you've had them once or 5 times, there's certain things that just kind of stick with you.
Dreams are actually inherently fleeting.
Right, you're not
and
supposed
it's really hard. it's really difficult to remember the details of them, and like I don't remember pretty much any of my dreams ever. I don't even remember dreaming most of the time.
You dream journal at all?
I cannot remember dreaming to even begin to try to journal about it, right? But what I'm getting at here is dreams are like really, really fleeting. This is why people keep journals next to their bed to write the details down, because you write them down as soon as you wake up, as many details as you can remember, to try to remember as much as you can.
Right.
I think a big part of the reason for this is because of what our brains are doing while we're dreaming. It inherently, like, it's part of the function of this, part of the neurotransmitters that are released and the functions our brains go to. Like, they're amnesic by nature. So it is extremely difficult to remember these details just as they happened in the dream. And then we like to solve puzzles and find patterns, and so we will fill in the details that we don't have.
Have you ever had a nightmare?
Yeah.
Did you remember any details or aspects of it?
Yes, I I've had nightmares that I remembered bits and pieces of and then filled in the rest.
So my thing is if you remembered bits and pieces of it and filled in the rest, it was still bits and pieces of it you were able to recall, right?
Yes, there are details. Right. That's kind of what I'm saying, is like, if you had a dream that was similar to these events or could have been similar to these events, it's very easy to make the rest of the details fit because of the nature of dreams, just in general, like just the way dreams are. If you had a dream that was, similar, then it is very easy for the rest of the details to fit and for it to feel like that was the exact dream that you had, because you, like, that's the way dreams are. They're very hard to remember.
This also calls into question the distance of time between when that dream happened and the events you correlate with it, because over time memories degrade.
The dream about being in the truck and going off the bridge was a good 5 or 6 years before I even had kids. So probably, well, my son passed in 2005, my daughter passed in 2022. So, it depends on how you want to break down the years there, but probably 6 years before my son passed is when I had the dream about being in the truck and going off the bridge. The dream about finding him face down in the crib, I was 5 months pregnant for him. And then that happened 6 months or a year.
Are you familiar
a year later?
Are you familiar with postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety?
Yep.
Okay.
You're saying that there's a year or more between the events and the dreams.
It definitely is.
And you're calling them certain that these dreams are correlative of the events that
Well, I mean, the kids and me being in a truck going off a bridge isn't exactly the same thing. No. But, I mean, the dream with my son being face down, I remember a lot of those details. I don't know. It was a dream. It was a nightmare to me. That's something that sticks with you. Like, because I was already thinking, is it depression? Like, that's why I said something to my OB when I had it. I was like, is that my brain thinking messed up crap already? Like, what is that?
And what did they tell you?
That it was hormones. That all pregnant women have those wild dreams because of hormones. And not to put any thought into it.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm so sorry.
If it's hormones and women, even men, fathers have dreams like this of their worst fears realized.
It's like a biological, like neurological change.
Mm-hmm. If these things are common and yet not all parents, not all families go through these losses, then would it be more likely that it is just coincidence in your case?
It could be coincidence.
Could it be because of your proximity, because it is happening to you, that it seems to you more likely that it's correlative, that it is predictive?
I'm not sure about that, because I mean, to have that dream or premonition or whatever long before I ever even had kids, I mean, that's a pretty messed up thing to be almost manifesting. That's another thing that I always wondered, if, like, in having that dream, if that's something that I ended up manifesting because of that dream.
See, that would call into question a whole new round of beliefs.
Exactly, and that's what I said.
Manifestation is and how that.
Yeah, I can't question mine because I have no idea.
I do hear you questioning, and I understand that a lot of this is also emotional and tied to things that are difficult to process.
Trying to put an answer to things. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Closure.
Mm-hmm. You said earlier that a part of you does recognize that it could just be lights out, it could just be the end with nothing after, and that these dreams could even be explained through some mundane means. But those could-bes were kind of light-hearted, right? You believe firmly that there is some relationship between these dreams and afterlife.
I would like to believe it, but I'm also, like I said, realistic on the aspects that I do pay attention to science and I do pay attention to other different things, and I'm not closed to the idea that it's only this answer and this answer only. You know, like, I don't know what it is, so that's what my search is. That's what I'm still up in there on my beliefs, I guess.
If you woke up tomorrow and found that there was no reason to believe there was an afterlife, and that there was good reason to believe your dreams were just dreams and coincidental or even misremembered, would that change the way you live your life?
I'd probably be a little bit more miserable.
Why?
Just because it would be more of a final thought that I'm not going to see those babies again.
So, I have a couple of questions. We know that our minds, at least through dreaming, are capable of generating something that is very similar, very akin to a memory itself, right? So if our brains are able to make something that is like a memory, do you think that there's any possibility that whenever you went through the trauma of losing your child or children, that your brain was able to sort of connect to some dreams that you had previously had and substitute some of the information and even create false information that supports the idea of these being premonitions, if you will?
I mean, there's not any one of those dreams that 100% was 100% the event. But, I mean, like I said, the dream with my son, my brother's car accident. I mean, I had a dream about him being in a rollover and in the woods and his car on fire. And that's what happened. I mean, did I have the exact place, proximity right? No, it was in a whole different town. The time frame, it was the time I seen it at the early 5 a.m., 6 a.m. hours. It ended up being like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, go ahead, Morgan.
Is it possible that there's a phenomenon when it comes to dreaming, because a few of us have touched on it. Dreams are the brain's way of processing big feelings, big thoughts, big events, and it uses familiar and unfamiliar images to transliterate, like to be able to process, to be able to process it in a healthy way, if that makes sense. And it's very well possible that you could have seen at least pieces of the imagery that you then later saw in life when it came to your children. It is entirely possible with the amount of time, excuse me, that even with the short amount of time between when you were 5 months pregnant with, I believe you said it was your son?
Correct.
Even within that time frame, that's a lot of hormones and a lot of dreams and a lot of big feelings and thoughts happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that the information that you saw later became interpolated with that dream, and because that was a scary, like, moment for you, that's what made it a memory? Does that make sense?
Kinda, but waking up from the dream.
It was really long-winded. I'm so sorry.
Well, that's okay. Waking up from that dream and feeling that, to the point where I talked to my OB about it, and then the morning it happened, it's like, wasn't, I don't know how you explain deja vu. Like, I've had deja vu a lot, and I have a hard time, I don't believe in coincidences. Like, everything happens for a reason.
Well, this goes back to why I asked if you knew what deja vu was, or if you looked into the science of it.
Yeah, that's why I said there's been multiple answers I've got, so.
Mm-hmm.
Which one's right?
I don't know. There's been a question or two in chat that I'd like to ask, okay. At least one of. And I'm curious, because I was thinking something similarly. Do you have a tendency towards tragic dreams or
being a Debbie Downer?
Well, not just that, but yeah, sure.
Not necessarily a tendency. I do have a lot of them, but they're pretty evened out, actually.
Do they all come true?
No. Some good, some bad, but I mean, the more drastically bad ones have came to be. I mean, the good ones have came to be were like
Is it
little
possible
and
there have been other drastically bad ones you just don't remember as well?
it could be.
Because they didn't happen.
Well, the other ones I don't. If they didn't happen, they probably don't stand out to me as much as the ones that did.
Right.
That's why I started keeping a dream journal.
And is it possible that you have a tendency towards dark thoughts, as some might say?
Could be, yeah.
And that might lead you to imagine scenarios.
The worst case scenario type thing. Yeah.
If you do that with any frequency, is it really a surprise that you would get a few of them close or somewhat perceivably right?
No, I mean, like I said, that's one of the things that's crossed my mind also. If having those dreams is almost what caused the events to be. Like,
well, that would be different, though. That's not what I'm asking. My question is if that tendency towards having those thoughts might lead you to be right occasionally, as kind of like a broken clock's right twice a day, right?
Correct.
So as long as you keep having dark thoughts, of course, some of them might come close to true.
It could. I would
And
hope
seem
not, but it could.
predictive. And seem predictive, but not really be predictive and not be your fault either. Not manifestation, but coincidence because of the commonality of that kind of thought.
Yeah. That could be. I mean, if I knew the answers to any of them, or if I could stop it or control it or change it, I would love to. As I don't sleep much, honestly. I just don't like to, because it's usually not very good.
Do you...
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Thrayle.
No, you're good.
Just out of curiosity, because I've been listening quite intently to what you've said. I am somebody who, I've got quite a highly photographic and I'd say I'm probably close to eidetic memory. I do remember the vast majority of my dreams. When you talk with a lot of clarity about your dreams and what happens in them, and Thrayle kind of asked this earlier on, but I'd like to just expand on it a little bit. When Thrayle asked if you only have kind of drastically tragic dreams, do you feel like you only remember the major details of these tragic dreams, or do you think that you remember them equally?
I'm not 100% sure, because I had this dream about McDonald's, of all things, and being in their basement and having an argument over uniforms and robbing 2 trays of their cookies hot off the oven. So, I mean, I don't know what the significance of that one was, but I woke up and I sat up laughing. I was about choked on my own spit because of how hard I was laughing. I was like, what in the hell was that?
The only reason I ask is because, as I said, I remember the incredibly vast majority of the dreams and the details within the dreams that I have. And therefore, I've always been quite curious about it. And I've looked into it before, and it's kind of like the thing of when you look at reviews on restaurants and stuff, you very rarely see positive reviews. It's mostly negative because people remember the negative. So the reason we might focus a lot on negative dreams is because the moment you have a negative dream, you come out of it, you have that overarching anxiety, fear, dread that comes from those nightmares.
Yep.
I was just curious to see if that was something that maybe you experienced, that there was maybe more of a lean towards remembering the negative than the positive.
Yeah, definitely could be. Like just the ones that I know that have came to be from the positive to the negative ones. I've definitely had a lot more negative ones, and I've remembered a lot more of the negative ones than I have the positive.
And do you think that you've talked about some of your dreams becoming true, becoming reality?
Yeah.
Do you think it's more the negative ones that become reality?
Yeah.
Okay, so to add on to that, just one more question. Do you think that the reason that the negative ones, as you perceive them, are the ones which become a reality more often is because of these obviously incredibly tragic things? You have more of a negative perception of the general events of everyday life, and therefore you kind of self-fulfilling prophecy these other negative things to come into effect.
Yeah, I definitely think that. My thing is like, because of how big and traumatic those events have been, that some of the positive ones that are coming true, I'm probably not even realizing or seeing, because those ones outweigh it. Kind of like the food review thing, like you said, people are going to remember the bad before they remember the good about it. Unfortunately, that seems to be the mindset for a lot of people, and honestly, with the life I've had, I've always had to prepare for the worst.
So, do you have any thoughts or ideas why your brain would generate mostly bad dreams?
They say it's your mindset, your thought process, the chain of like how you live and your thought process.
Right. I know what they say, but is that what you believe, or do you think that maybe there could be another reasoning?
I would hope there's another reasoning, because as a kid I shouldn't have been thinking that way.
And do you have any sort of inclination of what that reasoning might be?
I don't.
Okay.
Honestly, it's a journey I've been on for a long time, trying to figure it all out. It's sad that it took the 2 losses that it did to really open my eyes and to really send me on a journey. But my eyes have definitely been opened.
So one more question. What do you think about the possibility that, I mean, obviously we know that our brains can generate things that are like memories. They can also, your brain is also capable of masking memories from you.
Oh, yes.
Do you think there's any possibility that at a young age you experienced some kind of traumatic event that then created a negative propensity to have these negative dreams?
Definitely could.
Okay.
I don't know if I have any more questions for you, but I do appreciate you coming up and answering the ones you did, and sharing and questioning your beliefs. Yeah, does anybody else have any more questions for our guest?
I had just one more hypothetical question. If, let's say, there were a pill that you could take that allowed you to have knowledge of whether something is truthful, untruthful, or a lie with 100% certainty, would you take that medication?
Probably.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wonder if it's possible that the reason for your belief lies in that answer. Probably with hesitation rather than a yes or a no.
I just
Maybe
always
that's some-
question everything, you know, all the experiences. I mean, those are the major Arcana events for me, but there's been a lot of other major ones that have made me question anybody and everybody and everything in my life. So it's kind of a rough way to grow up living, but I mean, hey, I guess I'm learning something, huh?
Yeah. I appreciate you being here, Debbie, I do. And I hope that you keep asking questions. I think we're going to move on to our next guest. But thank you. And we are at, 166,000 likes. You guys are amazing. Appreciate y'all tapping the screen, sharing the live out, getting more people in here who might be able to question their beliefs. Hello, FR33. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm 43. That's freaky. It's just, not that much, but
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I try to make room to be wrong about anything, but it would be hard for me to not believe there's some form of signature in architecture, so to speak.
I'm sorry, say that again. Signature in the architecture.
It would be hard for me to believe that this is all an accident or just a process of something other than some design. I'm not.
What does design mean to you?
Intention, will. Yeah.
Everything is the product of an intention or a will.
Yeah.
Why is it you've decided that?
Well, there's examples. Examples abound. Just the sheer.
Did we catch you at a bad time? You seem very impatient with the questions.
No, I'm sorry. It's cold. It's cold. No, actually, I appreciate the questions. I'm a fan of the Socratic method, and I appreciate you trying to challenge my beliefs in general. I'm just trying to be as considerate as I can be with the answers, you know? I mean, and there really are. The examples kind of abound for why I would believe that this is a world of design rather than a happenstance or anything.
Can you tell me what design means again?
Well, in my mind, it just means that there is, in some way, shape, or form, an intention or a building of this. Have you ever heard the watch? I think it's like a watch comparison as far as like molecular structures over basically infinite time. You could shake them up in a certain amount of space, and you wouldn't get a Rolex pretty much ever. I'm just the space between the moon and the sun to make the perfect eclipse.
I'm sorry. So you talked about it. Stop. You said something about a watchmaker, and no matter how long you waited, you wouldn't get a Rolex. But then you jumped and said the way the moon and the sun line up.
It's a comparison. Sorry. It's actually a somewhat known.
So the watchmaker fallacy we can leave behind, right?
If you want to, we can revisit if you want.
Okay. I'm not sure why you put it out there, but
it's a comparison for just this actual argument that no matter how long time and volatile movement of our universe was here, even over nearly infinite amounts of time, the amount of novelty that is created to create our life, especially in this planet,
novelty.
The amount of accidents that would have to happen are unfathomable beyond even
the amount of accidents
that would have to happen to make this
What do you mean by accidents?
Protein folding.
Protein folding.
Just, I mean, even just the Goldilocks zone, the chance of water in and of itself.
So do you know what a Gish Gallop is?
I don't.
Okay. It's when you rattle off like a whole bunch of things so that nobody can really respond to any one thing. You're not doing it on purpose, but it sounds like that's what you're doing. You're just kind of saying one thing, and then before you complete that thought, jumping to another thought. Before you complete that one, you've got another one. And each time...
Examples abound.
You said examples abound. What is design?
Intention.
And so you say that there is intention in the size of the moon, or there is intention in
the distance from the Earth, and then also the distance of the sun being in relation to completely eclipse each other.
Do they completely?
Yeah, often.
So
is it complete?
Yeah, it does the...
Absolutely, it's not complete, I suppose.
Hey, hang on. What was that barfing?
I was just going to ask, is the path of totality from an eclipse large enough to envelop the entire Earth?
I actually don't believe it is, no. It's segmented.
Correct, it is not. So the idea that the moon being exactly the right distance to blot out everything on the Earth is a false statement.
I didn't say everything on the Earth. I just said a total eclipse from a person's perception on this Earth. You can witness the moon totally eclipse the sun.
So you can see it totally.
Small example of how, and the mathematical likeliness of that is ridiculous in and of itself, and it's a very small example, honestly. And it's kind of, I don't want to say completely irrelevant. It's not that relevant.
You say it's not relevant. It's relevant.
It's not that relevant comparative to lots of other shockingly unlikely things that have happened to make it possible for us to have this conversation. Oh. And to say that came from nothingness.
So
freaky. Magic nothingness.
I'm sorry, who said nothingness?
Well, to me, I guess we're going back into a definition of God then. Because that was basically my point. I didn't want to rest on any form of theism or anything like that, or especially a sky daddy or whatever. But something, I believe something is in, if not control, has designed.
Something is in control and something designs. And when I asked what design is, you said intention, something with intention. And then you gave off examples, and the examples you gave were the sun and the moon, the size for an eclipse, and the, what was another one? It was...
just water alone. I mean, there's...
Water alone. Just water alone.
Water. Yes, water is actually quite miraculous.
So do you think the Earth is the only planet that has water?
No, it is not, but there are not that many of them, and there are not that many of them at all.
How do you know there are not that many of them?
I don't really know anything.
Then why are you saying there aren't that many of them? It seems rather declarative.
It's a consensus that
is it a consensus?
It's a consensus that people who study bodies of planets and whatever forms of sciences they use to
astronomers and astrophysicists, you're saying that it's a consensus amongst them that
water is of rarer elements.
That water is a rare element.
Is a rare
element.
Sure?
Are you sure that it's a consensus amongst them that water is a rare element?
pretty sure that it doesn't exist like it exists on our planet in the state.
But I mean,
It doesn't exist like it exists on our
Gas,
planet.
liquid, and ice. Yeah. And
So, are you talking about how the Earth is placed in such a distance from the sun
yeah, the Goldilocks zone, yes.
that water is capable of existing in all three states on this planet? Is that the distinction you're making?
Just wait a second. Oh, it really is. Not bad. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's pretty random. It would be hard for me to believe, and I'm, stand on that. I'm sorry if I don't have enough good examples for you right now. I've been up for far too long. It's cold as shit out here, hard to think. And I do believe.
Why did you? Why? Like if you, it's cold. It's hard to think. You haven't slept. Why are you up here to question your beliefs if you're not really in the state of mind to do it?
It's a fair enough question. Usually this goes a lot better. And I didn't realize when I was going to step outside and smoke a cigarette to keep my volume down for the kids that I was going to be so frontally assaulted with this cold. I wasn't ready. You can either drop me or you can change the line of questioning, I suppose. We can switch it up. I'm sorry I disappointed you.
I do apologize if we seem as though we're assaulting you with questions. We're actually...
No, he said assaulted by the cold.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the questioning isn't going anywhere either, though.
It is kind of... You're not wrong. Yeah. I apologize. I seem to have kind of foxholed myself in this argument. It's kind of... It's strange to me in general that I'm even being questioned so hard on like the rareness of like potential for life here. It really is kind of what's your favorite song? And you can't think of a single song because there's just too many damn songs. Something like that. I'm staring at a Netflix queue right now trying to figure out what to watch.
You think that there's just that many reasons to believe that things are designed? Could it not be that you are seeing things and attributing design to them because...
It absolutely is possible.
Why might you do that?
To feel comfortable, because unknown is a terrifying thing.
Why is the unknown terrifying?
It represents infinite potential for anything, really. And a lot of times we psychologically evaluate that as potential threat.
Do you feel that's possible that you are doing that?
I think that almost anything is possible. I try not to deal with solutions if I can help it, period.
Is it likely?
I've been wrong before. I mean, to some extent, I believe that's probably a quantum question where to some degree yes, some degree no.
So, if uncertainty is frightening, were you scared of the idea that scientists may discover what the Higgs boson is before they did? Or were you completely unaware that even happened?
No, I actually think that it's pretty interesting, the research they do at CERN. And I will say that I think exact science is an oxymoron, and you have to make room for unknown unknowns, period. But no, I don't think I was typically scared of that. I found it to be a little bit more fascinating. I thought maybe some of the reckless way they do research and is spicy, but I mean, I'm actually kind of a risk taker in general. I probably would have done the same thing, if not a little bit more aggressive. I don't know.
Okay, so would you agree then that the the ideas of uncertainty that you find difficult, obviously, are only ideas that you can personally be aware of.
No. It's a really tricky, weird question. Do you mind trying to reframe that a little bit? Exactly what you were asking me. Do you mean?
So, I'm just curious. Like, do you think there are things that nobody knows that you are also unaware that it even is a piece of knowledge that we don't know?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so
Otherwise,
is the thought of those things existing, is that troublesome for you?
I mean, yes, but can I reframe that? I'm only saying yes because it is to some potential. Me personally, I also find it more so exciting. Just because it's troublesome and scary doesn't mean that it's there's different values to, a lot of different thoughts and emotions I would attach to that. And most typically I would probably lean on being comfortable means I'm not growing, and I tend to try to treat things like exposure therapy anyway, and I would lean into it and find it more exciting than troublesome. Final answer.
Okay, so it becomes less scary or frightening once you have the answer, obviously, right?
Probably. It's probably situational and at very least subjective. I don't know. I mean, once you know something, is it less scary? Sometimes. I suppose there's room for it to be more scary. I don't know. Kind of a weird line of questioning. Interesting, but yeah.
I'm just sort of getting the sense that there's something uncomfortable in your mind that you are striving to alleviate in some way. And I'm not sure if it's actually the uncertainties of the world, or if it may be something else.
I mean, to me, that's part of existence. Period. It's part of being born into duality and the self-gnosis and trying to, discern. Period. The Maya. It's the game. It's the wall. It's the cave. I don't think I'm alone in that.
Okay, so do you think it's possible to attain a state where you feel at peace with the world?
Sure.
Okay. So what's preventing you from feeling that?
In this moment? I could not possibly complete a list for you, but I mean, I could speculate at some personal or non-personal, local, non-local, and examples abound, man. Examples abound.
So again, it sounds as though you have a lot of worry, and I'm just wondering what.
A lot perceptive. Like, there's a difference between hot and cold. It's really just energy moving. How much it's moving is very personal. I don't feel necessarily completely worried. I just, I think in my answers, I tried to be very honest. I don't know if that's the best value I could attach to it. I'm trying to not lie to myself or you. And that's just kind of my approach with things. I try to be very philosophical if I can help it. And, I'd rather have the truth cut my nose off than miss the smell. So yeah.
And I can appreciate that. I strive for understanding things in a real and truthful fashion as much as I can. What I'm sort of curious about is, what is the barrier for you that prevents you from feeling calm, stable, happy, satisfied, content, all of these pleasurable feelings.
In this, it's very. I mean, that's the novelty in that, man. Typically, man, that's deep, really. I'd say the biggest answer, probably over an average, a mean of my life experience, self-worth, that nagging feeling like you're supposed to be doing something you're not, whether that's attached to some childhood trauma event or whatever. We're all trying to be enough,
Right. And you say that we're all trying to be enough. So who's holding you to that standard? Who's making up the rule that you're trying to live up to?
Ghosts, typically. Past events, mostly. Myself, that's why I'm trying to heal the most toxic relationship I've ever been in. It's with me, I'm bitches.
So then, do you feel as though it is a healthy practice to enforce these expectations upon yourself?
Well, I don't necessarily think it's the most unhealthy thing as far as, like, I guess, self-hypnosis and the game of life and duality pushing you in whatever direction. I think it is detrimental, but also that is one of the mechanisms that will cause you to change and or find new advantages and viewpoints in which to view the situations which caused them in the first place.
Are there any other ways that you can discover those things without having some kind of nervous energy behind it?
Stillness, if you can find some stillness and those things. Revisiting with intention and a little bit more levity typically helps. Not being yeah, I mean, usually just better insights, breath, man, breathing, actually just not creating so many egregores, so to speak. And I mean, to me, there's usually two choices in every one of these scenarios. And there's so many of them that come up in all of our different lives, but one way or the other, you end up getting to around the same space. You either like lean into it and go through it and see what the hell the shadowy shape at the other side of it was that was scaring you, or you run around until the bumper bowling of life bounces you back where you were anyway from all the other ill effects of the running from it, so to speak.
So, do you think it would ever be possible for you to face an entirely new experience without any anxiety?
Anything's possible. I think that that's a lofty goal. I think while I have a human, I think I'll always be sparring my organic CPU in some way, shape, or form. It's riddled with viruses, with viri abound, so to speak. There's a lot of viruses in this organic computer from, living a life here. But we maintain. I just maintain. I mean, it's just that I also kind of think it's part of the mechanism that helps me seek truth, and very, it's a metric by which to measure, so to speak.
Okay. So do you feel as though the anxious nature of your mind is serving you, or is it in your detriment?
See, that's the thing. I think that they are, while being polaric in nature, it's very much a paradoxical thing, but I think that there are mechanisms working to, it's like the same mechanism, essentially. They seem like they're opposite values, but they're actually kind of just two sides of the same coin that absolutely exist, and it's some sort of quasi-superposition, for a lack of a better way to put it.
I'm Now I'm a little confused as to what superpositioning has anything to do with anxiety. But
wellness, feeling of wellness and feeling of anxiety, and how they're in relation to my health or my well-being.
He referred to earlier
both work towards my
something.
well-being. The same.
He referred earlier to something that I had asked as a quantum question because it had sort of a yes and no answer. So I think that's the same kind of thinking.
Pretty close, yeah.
You're not using it in the literal superposition sense as to how quantum physics might actually refer to it, but in a colloquial understanding of two things being sort of contradictory at the same time, which isn't quite what superposition is.
No, it's not. I'm using that very loosely. It's poetic lessons.
And we're kind of getting into the weeds here. The question, some of the questioning that sorry, barfing, your name is. For some reason,
if you want.
Right, I want to avoid saying the barf part for some reason. But some of the questioning made, like I think I get where you were going, is the belief that there is some order or design based on anxiety, given in the not knowing, in the lack of understanding. And I think we've kind of covered that base. So I'm curious, Freaky. Do you gain something in your belief that things are designed?
It's a really interesting and hard to answer question, the way you frame that. I mean, yeah, to some extent. I mean, at first it was very, very terrifying to come to that conclusion. And I don't say conclusion in absolute, but I do find comfort in the idea that this is all, a play of some sort. Yeah, it is somewhat comforting.
So you find comfort sort of in the idea that something is in control.
If not control, at least watching. I don't know. Yeah. That it's not just complete randomness.
I see. So, and if it were, how would that affect you in your daily life?
That's hard to answer, but it would make me. I would be sad and a little disappointed that nobody was watching the play. You know what I mean? That nobody's recording, basically. Some of the more intimate portions of all of our lives. The little alone moments would be dust in the wind, so to speak. That would actually, I guess, be sad. It's kind of sad to me.
Okay. I thought I had another question, but it left my mind. So, Thrayle, I don't know if you have any other questions for this gentleman.
I apologize. I really was not.
You're right, Freaky. I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you did. I think we are going to move on, but maybe another time we'll have more questions and you might have more answers or different ones. Who knows? But yeah, keep asking questions. Thank you guys for getting us to 177,000 likes. That's amazing. Also, there's 109 of us in here now. Seems we lost a few along the way, but if we keep tapping the screen, we could probably get a few of them back. Who knows, maybe even a few new believers who might be capable of questioning their beliefs might stumble in and actually question their beliefs. Let's see. But we do have the Kimmy joining us. Are you there? Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and set you back down till you get to a quieter place. If you even meant to be here. Hello, Nemu. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
31.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, Thrayle, I do.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what is your belief, Nemo?
I believe in Gaia, Mother Earth.
When you say you believe in Gaia, Mother Earth, do you believe that there is a mind behind nature?
I don't know if there's a sentience behind it. I just know that there's a pattern to it that I can recognize.
A pattern to it that you can recognize?
Yes. The flow of nature, the way things are naturally occur, feels to me like there might be an indication that there's something bigger than
You got muffled there. It's hard to hear you. I think you covered
I'm
the
sorry.
mic.
I feel that the pattern of nature points to something bigger going on, and some might call that just nature, but I prefer to call it Gaia.
So when you say the pattern of nature, are you just saying the recordable and notable ways in which we see nature function?
Yes, we can observe the pattern of nature, yes.
Why are you calling it a pattern?
I can call it something else.
Well, I'm curious why you're calling it a pattern.
Because I think all life is just a series of patterns, and I like patterns. It's just how I see things. Like even the way you talk, there's a pattern to it.
Is it possible that that patterns just are inherent in things, that we define them as patterns, but things just are happening, and so as we record and look at them, we find things that seem like patterns?
I think if the patterns were to fade away and cease to exist, like if something truly isn't a pattern, it'll fade away into like confusion. You'll think you'll see a pattern and then it'll fade away and will actually be no pattern, and you have to go back and figure out why I saw a pattern in the first place. So like, but if there is a consistent pattern that continues and doesn't end, then I think it has to be a pattern. It can't just be a coincidence. I'm one of those, I guess, people who doesn't believe in coincidences. Ugh. So I randomly have discussed with my beliefs, but I try to think of them critically.
Oh, I know.
So you mentioned that we can observe these patterns, and I'm just curious to know if you have any personal observations about them and what those might be.
Like anything from the seasons to the way the salmon swim to the way trees propagate, involving insects and things around us. It's just, yes, there's a lot of calamity, but there's also a lot of order and pattern. And I feel like that points to something bigger beyond us. Whether it's sentient or not, I don't know, but it's.
Why does it point to something bigger beyond us?
I don't know what else it could be pointing to.
Why does it have to be pointing to something?
Maybe I like to think we're all a part of something bigger. Maybe that's why I think that way. I don't know.
Do you think it may be possible that these patterns that you are recognizing are actually sort of structures that are emerging from the way atoms and molecules and chemicals all bond together?
Are you referring to the thing that keeps molecules from just like dispersing and out of their form, or what? I'm a little confused. Sorry.
So in the sense of molecular structure, things form in a specific shape, if you will. Do you think that because of those shapes and the way that they interact with each other, that they slowly generate what appears to be a pattern?
I don't know, because I also believe in sacred geometry. So I think, I think I'll have to think on that one.
Okay.
At this point, I'm not sure I know that answer, but I'll think on it for a while. If I come with an answer, I'll come back with it.
Yeah, for sure.
What is sacred geometry?
Patterns in both a microscopic level and a bigger level that we can recognize. There's a sequence of circles you can do that represent cellular growth, and the way they expand is very similar to all the way we expand when a fetus evolves into the different stages.
So cells propagate in similar ways amongst life forms. Cells act like cells.
Yeah, but we've had this geometry since before we could actually look at cells.
You say we've had this geometry.
Yeah, as in like the, I don't want to say civilized part of humanity. I guess I want to say people who collect information have had it for a while. I haven't had it myself for a long time.
People have had information about.
You'll see sacred geometry. Like the Greeks, the Romans, they all had this geometry.
Circles.
Yeah.
They all use
And
circles.
even like I think ancient Celts had like a series of circles they would use, and it was very similar to like cellular growth. That's something they wouldn't know about because they
Are
didn't
you
have
sure that
access
it's
to microscopes.
right? They wouldn't have had access to knowledge of cells. Are you sure that they have anything to do with cells when they drew their circles, or that the circles in the geometry have anything to do with cells? Or is it more likely that if you arrange circles in a certain way, they'll come out looking like cells?
So you think it's a coincidence?
Could it not be?
Coincidences are very hard for me to accept.
Why? What does coincidence mean? It just means happenings or events or occurrences coincide, right?
Yeah, like when something
That they happen at the same time or in some timely way.
in a pattern that we can recognize, yeah.
In a pattern that we can recognize. In a thing we can recognize as a pattern.
Yeah, that's probably a better way to say it.
I
Right, okay.
love. Go ahead, Tutsuki, you go.
Yeah. Do you think that the sacred what do you think the sacred geometry is representing, or what do you think that the origins of like the Greeks used it for?
I'm not entirely sure how they used it. I think they just had access to knowledge that I definitely don't have.
So typically, sacred geometry was just used to reflect what they saw within the universe, right? It's a means to be able to describe what they were interpreting they saw within the universe. Beyond that, where do you think sacred geometry takes you?
Well, when I first started looking at sacred geometry, it took me towards like quantum physics and stuff. But that was a while ago, and I can't remember everything from that.
So it doesn't sound like that's really important to you.
Well, it is important because it's fascinating.
I'm sure it's fascinating, but it wasn't important enough for you to remember, right?
Oh, well, importance isn't necessarily what determines what I remember. I've had a lot of head trauma.
I mean, this is Bats I'm talking to, right?
Yeah, just, it's me, but it's not me, if you know what I mean.
Okay. Do you think that when you remember things that are important, I don't know, like a birthday or the things that you do remember, do you find them to be important?
Not necessarily. I remember a lot of things that aren't important. Like, I remember the old Norman Rockwell plates in my grandma's house. It's not important, but I remember them.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Where do you think things like sacred geometry, I think I might have already asked this, but where do you think it will take you? Where do you think that, like, why do you think that this is an important thing to believe in?
I think that sacred geometry is important because it helps us recognize patterns, that there are patterns on a small level, there are patterns on a big level, and it's all connected. It's all like speaking the same kind of genetic language of some kind that is beautiful. And I think that that is the only kind of like not real evidence, but like it's not irrefutable evidence, but it's like it is the only kind of evidence that I have that points to there being something bigger.
Do you find that sacred geometry is natural within the universe?
Yeah.
Where? Can you give me an example?
Like when like cellular growth of a fetus, like how this cellular like sequence is different, the different circles that grow different ways into something bigger. It's like some of the sacred geometry just looks like fetal growth.
It looks like fetal growth. Can you give me a specific example of what you mean?
Like when the male chemical attaches to the female chemical, it's the cells split.
Okay. Where is the
And
sacred
that
geometry?
splitting and that growth and that pattern of growth you can see in sacred geometry.
Where? I'm sorry, I failed to see where sacred geometry falls within cellular growth.
It's sounding more and more like pattern recognition and a tendency towards revering that pattern recognition in a way that it might not deserve. Why is pattern recognition so sacred? To you, Nima, why is it so sacred?
I'm not entirely sure. I think at the very least it's probably sacred to me because it shows a consistency, that something I can look to that won't change. Like unless something else comes in contact with it to alter it. So there are things in this world that won't change. Math, science, sacred geometry, science has changed, but like there are certain things you can measure that won't change.
And when they do change, it's something you can explain or look to, some anomaly, some thing that is different.
Yeah.
So, do you think it's possible that you seek out these patterns that you find because they bring you some kind of comfort?
It could be comfort. It could be it gives me clarity. Like, oh, okay, I understand now. Maybe I don't fully understand, but I get a sense of, okay, it's okay.
Does that illusion of understanding give you something? It sounded like comfort.
Probably, yeah. But I don't only lean on patterns. I love playing and altering them. So I don't know if the comfort's solely in just the patterns being there, because I'm also a witch, so I mess with patterns all the time to get a different ending.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel that you manipulate the patterns beyond your physical interactions?
At first I didn't, but then when things started to happen, I did.
When things started to happen?
You know, when the spells that I didn't have, like I would at first I would do spells for things that I knew would probably happen to increase my odds of it happening, kind of a more of a just as an interesting thing. But eventually I started exploring and trying different spells and different approaches to magic, and some of it started working, and the odds weren't in their favor. Like, I was able to manipulate the patterns, and so that was pretty cool. And I can't explain it other than
Are
that.
you sure that you were manipulating the patterns, or that you did things and other things happened? How did you verify that you manipulated the patterns?
Well, can I give an example so it's easy to explain?
That might help.
Yeah, so, I only usually do magic for myself, generally. Like, witchcraft I felt like was a personal thing, something I wanted to do to explore. But my friend came to me and said that their parents had been physically abusive recently. Again, after many years of a lot of that. And they were concerned about it getting worse. And so we did a binding ritual after a lot of back and forth. It was like 2 weeks of back and forth before I finally did it. But after I did it, they stopped. Yes, they would yell every so often, but since I've done that binding ritual, they haven't physically touched them.
How do you know that it was you that made that effect?
I don't think it was just me. I think it was a combination of maybe the magic.
How do you know that your magic had any effect? If there's a combination coming at all, how do you know that the other factor isn't entirely what drove the change, if change is what happened?
Because it wasn't looking like it was going to stop. It was looked like it was going to get worse.
Mm-hmm. Could it not be that the cause of harm in this situation, the person behind it, recognized that things were escalating and that they should draw back? Saw a reaction from the other party, the victim in this case. The same kind of reaction that led them to come to you.
I'm a little lost.
Could they not have seen that they've caused enough harm, that this person was reaching out, that they might need to stop? So they don't get caught or noticed.
I don't know that the parents knew that they'd reached out. I think that they're very secretive in it, and like they were scared to even like talk in the same room with their parents. They didn't. I doubt they told their parents they were reaching out to anybody.
Oh, I don't think they would have told them. I'm saying, could they not have known that they pushed far enough that they should stop? Could nothing have indicated to them?
At the same time I did my spell, though, It just seems like another coincidence.
You say it, another coincidence.
That's what it sounds like if you say it that way. Like I happened to do a spell at the same time they happened to get the revelation.
They
It just seems
happened to come to you when things happened to be accelerating. And the abuser happened to notice that they had been pushing too hard. You don't see any possibility that that there could be some correlation here. Coincidence without correlation, or correlation without causation. Do you think it's possible that things just happened and happened in that order? It does seem a lot like you're relying on denying the possibility of coincidence for this to be magic.
Maybe I just can't understand coincidences.
Have you tested the magic to see if it is repeatable?
In small ways, but not anything big. I suppose I could try to find a way to test it.
In a way that would be more definitive that it was the magic and not a...
I have to test it multiple times to remove all doubt. So it would have to be like a series of tests. So if I want to go with the scientific method, I'd have to do it like as a study, basically.
If it's something that you believe you can do, or that you believe is happening, doesn't it make sense to do that?
I guess I'm going to have to get back to you on it.
I appreciate that. I don't know if I have any more questions, Nemu, but I do appreciate you coming and questioning this belief.
Thank you, Thrayle. Give me the space to question it.
Absolutely. I hope you keep asking questions and we get to ask you more. But I think we're going to move on.
All right. Have a good night.
You too.
You as well. Please do come back whenever you feel as though you have more questions than answers.
All right.
Oops. I don't do that on purpose. It is really just
right.
Timing on my part.
The timing of it, yes.
It just happens all the time. I think we've lost Kat. I think it's safe to say Kat's phone is probably no longer with us. Kat likely is passed out, so we'll free up that box too.
I was looking for a spot to come in and say, I'm going to dip out as well. I'm going to go and do some housework and stuff.
Appreciate you, Bran. It's good to see
I will
you.
catch up with you guys later. It was lovely seeing you all again. Cheery bye.
Nice to meet you.
Take care. And we're up to 187,000 likes. Looks like we're well on track to break that 200K before I have a poem ready. And we're not quite there anyways. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. Interesting. Sometimes you see a comment, you just know how the conversation's gonna go. And so you don't do it. But of course, the scientific method would require that I follow through and catalog my findings. Suppose we can try. Hello, Ricky. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Spiritual, and then I able to read people without my tarot cards, without all that. But I'm able
What does
to read.
spiritual mean?
Spiritual? It means that you believe in yourself, and
It means you believe in yourself. What do you mean by believe in yourself?
when shit goes wrong, it means that you can depend on yourself when
When
everything
shit
goes
goes
wrong.
wrong, you can depend on yourself.
Mhm. I
That's
don't know
what
if you
spiritual means.
Yeah. I mean, I believe in the phase and all that too, but
We believe in
if you don't believe in yourself, if you don't give a shit about yourself, you shouldn't. Well, you should live, but you should try to get some more
Thank you, Shell.
new peoples.
Ricky, you said you were spiritual and you could read people. You're saying spiritual means believing in yourself when shit goes wrong or something like that. What does read people mean?
It is pretty much given the feeling. I mean, I see Morgan. Morgan has some like hard feelings with her. And then I see you. And then I see Burlington, whatever his name is, whatever. There's a lot of there's a lot of like unsolved. Unsolved, what I can say. And
I'm
what
sorry.
I can say also.
Are you cold reading the panel right now?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck's sakes.
I'm not trying to. I'm just telling you what I can see.
Okay, so by reading, you're saying that you guess at what people are thinking or feeling or something to do with.
I don't guess. That's one
Isn't that
thing.
what you just did?
No.
You
You
have
said-
interacted with all of one person here.
Okay.
And I'm the one he didn't make any, like, he said I see Thrayle, but he didn't, like, say what was going on with
What would you like to hear?
Oh God, I'd like to hear the truth. I'd like to hear you be honest. I'd like to hear, some respect.
I can do that too. Give me a second. What's your favorite number?
Wait, she said, I'd like to hear you be honest, and you said, I can do that too.
Yeah,
As though
give me
you
your
weren't-
number.
As though you weren't already being honest. And then
No one's
what did
not
you just
being honest.
pull out cards or something, and you're asking for a number?
Yeah, exactly. They want confirmation. And people like to be confirmed. People like that reassurance. Do I?
Bold of you to assume I'm people.
Right.
I'm just saying in general.
What is providing you a number? accomplishing, Ricky?
What is you doing?
What is me
Let me
doing?
read you.
What?
Huh?
What?
So, Ricky, if you have the ability to read people, do you have any inclination as to where that ability is emerging from?
My thing is the void with you. The void is nothing nice. It sucks.
The void?
Can you reach upon it? Yes.
What
However,
are you saying?
Okay, but we're not talking about me right now. I'm just curious to know if you have any thoughts or reasonings as to where your abilities come from.
I'm a medicine man, dude. I got it from my grandma.
A medicine man.
Like I said, I already read all you guys. It seems kind of factual.
Are you drunk right now?
No.
Okay. You say you've already read all of us?
Yes.
What was your reading of me?
Of you? Someone that's pretty concerned. Someone that's pretty worried. I would say that I wouldn't say confused. Someone that would like to enjoy to enjoy themselves. However, you can't. There's something that's like pulling you back, and there's something that's making you upset that you can't actually pull forward. And on top of Morgan.
Wait. Don't jump over to Morgan. You were still lying to me about me.
Why am I lying about you?
Yeah. You said that.
How are you gonna lie about yourself?
What do you mean lie about myself? I didn't say anything about myself.
No, I'm telling you, is how are you gonna lie to yourself?
How am I
Make
lying
sure that
to
you're
myself? You're saying if somebody says that your reading isn't accurate, then they're lying about themselves.
No, I'm talking to you.
You're saying if I say your reading isn't accurate, then I'm lying.
Oh no, you're fine. You're totally allowed to say if I'm wrong, if it doesn't resonate with you.
What is happening? I can't.
However, what I can see is
I think Ricky is either, I don't know, it's something. I'm sorry, you said you were about to say what you can see. You're going to tell me more about me that is wrong, right?
no one's telling you wrong. I'm saying I told you what I can see. I mean, you're always allowed to say, oh.
That something's holding me back from truly enjoying myself, that I can't, that I'm always worried. What am I worried about, Ricky?
What are you worried about?
Yeah, what am I worried about?
Giving yourself a chance.
Giving myself a chance.
Yeah. Giving yourself a chance. If not, you wouldn't be here.
If I wasn't worried about giving myself a chance, I wouldn't be hosting the live where I ask people to come question their beliefs.
Oh no. Yeah. And that's what I'm taking on you. I'm just
So by hosting a live where I ask people to question their beliefs every night after night.
What do
That's
you
me.
believe in then?
That's
Tell
me
me.
being
Oh
worried
no.
about giving myself a chance.
Well, what do you believe in? Tell me.
Ricky, why does what I believe matter? How is that going to change? How is that going to help?
How is that going to help yourself? That's
Ricky.
How does that affect your
Ricky.
ability to question your beliefs?
Oh my
Excuse
goodness,
me.
Ricky just earned the block. That's very hard to do without being a racist piece of shit, but you managed to do it just by being a misogynistic asshole. Fuck off.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you just scream shut up when a woman starts speaking. Yeah, you were treating me with respect. Fuck off.
Oh no, but he read me. So.
I think he would be very surprised to hear that I am fully at peace with the reality that I live in.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Wow. Harassing or bullying?
Over here minding my own damn business.
We just got reported for harassing or bullying.
Wow.
Somebody is so weak-willed they can't handle questioning.
That sounds
And they
like
had to go
projection.
ahead and report the live. So I'm gonna have to drop down, and we're gonna do this a different way.
Okay.
I thought it was rather interesting that he felt as though he could read us based on literally the only pieces of information he had were a little round picture and our names.
Mm-hmm. Especially with your autopilot picture from
Yes.
Oh man. That's a real person. That scares me a lot.
It is rather interesting, the range of people who are just sort of walking around everywhere, right?
They just exist. I agree with Forget-Me-Nots.
Yeah, he did seem like he was in some sort of altered state.
Mm-hmm.
I learned recently that there are some people walking around in our world today that do not have the ability to have an inner monologue.
Mm.
And that just kind of blew me away because I don't know how I would even function without my inner monologue.
How do you scream shut up at somebody and then immediately backpedal it? Like what? I'm sorry. I'm stuck. I'm so sorry.
Well, I think probably he responded to a negative emotional effect in a way that was not constructive or right. And then the second that it left his mouth, he realized that he regretted it.
He went, oopsie. I bet he did think I was his mom. I probably could be his mom. Shit.
See, Robert gets it. It is extremely surprising to find out that some people don't have that inner monologue and that ability to just sort of think things through in their mind.
It's a very particular skill set to be able to meta like that.
Yeah, it does. There's a lot of things about just sort of how you function in your own mind that takes a lot of practice. I know that years ago I felt as though I had almost no control of my thoughts, almost as though I was standing underneath a waterfall and every thought that I could think would fall right on me. And now, after much deliberate choosing to sort of observe the thoughts that come through my mind, and I can choose to engage with whatever thoughts or ideas that I want to engage with.
Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us. Keep tapping the screen.
How did I train my brain to do that? It's kind of difficult to explain. It takes a lot of sort of finding a way to practice sort of stopping your thoughts and allowing yourself to step back and view things from almost an outside perspective. No, oh, he's changing the background. The important thing, for at least for me, was the ability to slow things down and choose to analyze my thoughts one at a time. Yeah, meditation and focus is a good practice.
Have we resolved, Thrayle?
What are we talking about? Have we determined what the fuck we're talking about?
I mean, we can only talk with the level of authority that we think we have, which in reality is probably much less than on ourselves.
Are you saying speak a bunch of bullshit before we...
What was that, Thrayle? I didn't quite hear you. Never mind them, I guess.
That was weird. Right.
That was very odd.
I thought we had a guest, and then it was all just strange background noise over the top of me talking. And then I couldn't mute them. Strange.
Yeah.
Sounds like an oopsie to me.
It seems like your volume is way down there, Thrayle.
God or God's higher power or anything like that, and they're capable of questioning their beliefs, go ahead and request on us. My volume is... yeah, I can't do anything about that at the moment. Hello, souls. Can I get your age? Guess not.
Might have a sleeper.
It's always obvious when people start doing that right when they come.
Everybody drink your water, take your meds.
Right. Hello, Julie. Can I get your age for TikTok? Okay, just background noise.
Beneath my roof. So
Okay. Well, you can try again if you meant to be up here, but try it without the TV in the background. That'd be great.
Oh, apparently it was audible.
I see.
Is audible. We can do it.
We could definitely hear the audible.
Okay. All right. Are we clear?
I think so. PJ, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
That's Bible from beginning to end.
I'm sorry?
The Bible from beginning to end.
Oh, yeah. If you...
What is being a Christian?
To be true. I'll fix it.
Sorry, yeah.
When we're not talking, please.
Did you have a question, Thrayle?
Yes, I did. I was asking if he believes the stories in the Bible to be true in this world.
Yeah.
So you believe in a 6-day creation, and Adam and Eve as the first two humans.
I don't believe in a 6-day creation, like a 24-hour day creation.
So is the first chapter of Genesis in error? Is it wrong?
No, I just think we're reading it wrong.
What do you mean we're reading?
Like an ancient Near Eastern person would not read Genesis and come to the conclusion that the world was created in 6 literal 24-hour days. Mm-hmm.
What conclusion would
ancient Near East? This would be speaking of something called a functional creation rather than a material creation. I'm sorry?
What do you mean by functional creation?
Okay. What a functional creation essentially is God is ordering the bits of the universe to do certain things and act certain ways. So if you'll, like in Genesis 1-2, it talks about how the earth was formless and void. Those words essentially mean that there was no guiding purpose behind the earth and the universe at the time. And so the next few days in that cycle, God is essentially setting up the world for its purpose. So he has certain guiding principles. And in fact, it's if you look at it versus like other ancient Near Eastern origin stories, he's creating his own temple in the cosmos. This is something that scholars like John Walton and John Sailhammer and Michael Heiser would endorse. Hello?
We're here.
Okay.
Does the silence scare you?
No, I was just finished speaking. Wanted to make sure I was hearing everyone.
So, I have a as a Christian, what ways, if any, do you feel you allow your Christian beliefs to govern your behavior?
I mean, I guess I'd need like a.
Before we go down that road, I was still curious about this creation. Sorry, they're barfing. I had a technical issue, but I think, at least for the moment, this will work. So, DJ, you said that in your idea of creation, that the story is not about him creating this reality or this world in the way we see it, that it's him creating a kingdom somewhere else. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I just want to clarify. I do believe that God created the universe, but I think what Genesis 1 is describing is something called a cosmic temple event, where God is creating a place for him to reside, right? And this would be the universe, right?
So he's creating a place for him to reside when he creates the earth,
when he orders the universe
and the heavens. And so even though it doesn't say anything about cosmic temples or anything, that's what you're saying Genesis 1 is a cosmic temple creation.
Well, I mean, Genesis 1 doesn't say anything about this, but
No.
not explicitly. But if you
What does
look
it
at
talk about?
well, if you look at what other cultures around the same time are talking about as far as origin stories are concerned, they will say that the gods themselves are using the universe as their own kind of cosmic temples, and their so in the same respect, we can just kind of say, okay, if all these other cultures around here are doing the same thing as the Hebrews are doing, then probably the Hebrews are doing the same thing.
So you're saying they're all talking about cosmic temples?
They're all of their origin stories depict their gods ordering the universe in such a way.
In the Enuma Elish, it talks about their gods ordering the universe in this way.
Not off the top of my head.
So not all Mesopotamian cultures then, since that's probably like one of the primary Mesopotamian creation stories.
Yeah, it doesn't follow that because I can't off the top of my head call to where in the Enuma Elish it says this doesn't mean that there's no Mesopotamian culture that says this, or that even the Enuma Elish doesn't say it.
Can you tell me where in the Bible it says this?
It says what?
That he's building a cosmic temple in Genesis 1.
I mean, Genesis 1 would be the text to go to, wouldn't it?
And since it doesn't describe a cosmic temple,
I mean, I think it does.
Where does it describe that?
It's in the text, like the ordering of the universe is him setting up his temple.
The ordering of the universe is him setting up his temple.
Yeah, so like, if I had a bunch of materials sitting around me to build the house, but I left out the one fact that, or I left out the one sentence, I built a house. It doesn't mean that I did not, in fact, describe myself building a house.
I see. So you're just saying that the universe as he builds it is his cosmic temple, and that's your understanding. So what does this have to do with the creation story? You're still saying that you believe that he has created the universe. Is it just the days that you have conflict with?
Well, I think the days are I do think the days are describing 6 literal 24-hour days.
Oh.
But I think that the creation, what we think of creation as material creation, that happened quite a long time ago, 14.3 billion years ago. But I think that the cosmic inauguration event, this temple thing, happened.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying that the universe has existed for 14 whatever billion years, as according to the current understanding of science, but that God did this temple building 6,000 years ago or so in 6 24-hour days.
I don't know about 6,000 years ago.
Okay.
That's just a open area in my
So
I haven't.
he did it at some point in the near past, cosmologically speaking.
Right. I think you need to look at like Adam and Eve to really determine like where this is placed.
But you believe it to be a true story then, but just that it's not him creating the material universe, just him ordering it to suit his needs.
Yeah.
I see. And so he ordered the universe to create light where there was none? Are you saying there was no light before he stepped in?
No, I think that, so again, this is just speaking generally, but I think that things like the creation of light, this is a function that something does. So the sun has a function of creating light. So it doesn't mean that the sun doesn't exist prior to this point. It's just the purpose is now directed in a certain way for God.
So he said, "Let there be light," and then it was so. But that doesn't mean that he said, like, "Let there be light," and then light came into existence. It's saying, you're saying that he said, "Let there be light," and light started to only come from the sun instead of some other chaotic other origin.
Well, no, I'm saying that he's giving light a function that, or giving it a particular purpose that suits him at that point.
So he's not saying, "Let there be light." He's saying, "I have a reason for this light. There's something I can do with it."
Yeah.
Interesting. So is that what he's doing with everything? Does he say, oh goodness, thing. So you're saying that he's not saying, let there be what is it, separating the waters. He didn't separate the waters and create dry land and a firmament. He didn't make those things happen. He just said, "I have a purpose for these things that are already here."
Yes, it's a functional origin story.
So it's not an origin of anything actually coming to existence. It's just the origins of his usefulness of things.
Yeah, his usefulness for the things of the time. Yeah.
Fascinating. Where in the text does it say anything about him just discovering usefulness of things rather than creating them?
So I'm going to disappoint you here. So I'll just reference a book here. This is from John Walton's The Lost World of Genesis 1. It's been maybe 2 years since I read this. So I'm able to recall general things. I'm not able to recall precise.
So you're remembering somebody else's interpretation of a thing, but not really explaining the way you believe it. You believe it because this person said it, not because you remember why.
Well, I remember at the time this being like, first of all, he's a well-respected Old Testament scholar, so it's not like I'm just getting some random guy's interpretation. Like he's done the work, and I remember at the time being fairly impressed with what he had to say.
Right, so you were impressed with what he had to say and decided that it was what you believed too, but you don't remember why you were impressed with it or what was convincing about it.
Brought in other cultures from at that time and like explained, like he would compare certain texts with the.
At which time?
But. Like
you
in
were
the
saying
book?
You were saying the timing of Genesis 1 is kind of in question, like when he did this purposing, right? I don't know why we're calling it a creation. It was a purposing, right? He repurposed things that were there.
The reason why we call it a creation is because this is how the ancient Near East would have understood creation. They thought in terms of functional creation, not material creation.
They thought in terms of functional creation. They thought in terms of repurposing things, not in terms of generating material. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so they wouldn't have, if something were to exist but it didn't have a purpose behind it, this was not something that they found particularly interesting. So they were interested in the purpose, the telos behind the world. Like they asked themselves the question, why is any of this here? There must be some purpose behind it, right? That's the no. You can quibble with whether or not they were even right to ask the why question in the first place, but they were asking that question, and that's the conclusions that they came to.
So for you, you see them as only looking for purpose, not for origin. And so you see the story of Genesis one of God creating purpose in things, not him originating things.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter to you that the text says that he created things or that he generated things, because you read that as him purposing things, correct?
Yeah, I think that, it matters to me that it says that he created the things, but I understand the word creation in, I think, a way that's more consistent with what the people that would have been.
How is it you've verified this understanding to be of the way that people at the time would be, and not just this author in this book and now you?
So I think that it's just based off of his and others. I mean, I don't think his views is like novel or like in serious. It's a serious minority position among God.
So for you, it doesn't matter too much if there would be contradictions between this chapter and the next chapter. Because they could be. Actually, no, I'm not seeing how you would still find it. Would it bother you if there were contradictions within the text?
Well, I'm not an infallibilist, like, or an inerrantist. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm not an inerrantist. So, contradictions within the text, I'm comfortable with, but I'm interested in what you think a contradiction might be.
Well, if you're comfortable with contradictions in the text, I don't see how it would matter. I'm more curious than why you are comfortable with contradictions within the text.
Well, because I don't think that being a biblical inerrantist is like necessary to be a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be one reason.
Because you don't think that it's necessary to be a biblical inerrantist. So if you find errors within the Bible, that doesn't give you pause or cause you to question the divine origin of the text.
Well, it depends first on what we mean by contradiction, and then second, it depends what we mean, or what exactly the contradiction in question is. If the contradiction is some like central thing, like the Trinity or the bodily resurrection of Jesus, or something like that, then that would give me pause, because that's logical. Or it's a central tenet that's being threatened.
Right.
Or, but if it's something like I think somewhere in the Old Testament there's one place where it talks about a certain number of horses, and then another place, I think in Chronicles, where it talks about the same event and it gives a different number of horses. It's very obviously a scribal error.
What about larger contradictions, like the two different accounts of Judas' unalivement, or as we were just in Genesis, the chapter 1 to chapter 2?
Well, I'd have to see what you're saying as far as the contradiction between chapter 1 and 2. As far as Judas is concerned, I think that's I've heard of this before. You're going to have to refresh me on the contradiction. Something about who has the land or something like that.
No, it gives two different accounts of his unalivement, the cause and aftermath.
Yeah. Like I guess two different accounts. It depends on what about those accounts are contradictory. Because I know some people will say that in like one gospel, there's one man at the cave, and then another man there, or in another gospel, there's two angels at the cave, and this is a supposed contradiction. But it seems like we could just that this isn't a equals not a situation. So if it's that kind of contradiction, I don't think of that as a contradiction. I think that you could at best call that a tension within the text, but it's not a contradiction. Yeah, I'd want to talk about that.
I have a question about the early creation times. So you mentioned that the universe is sort of...
ask about one and two.
Yes.
Yes,
you mentioned that...
Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you. You mentioned that the universe is sort of God's residence, if you will. So before he created the universe, then, where was he?
I mean, I think that I don't think that applies to God, because a where question would imply like some spatio-temporal location, and I just don't think that. I think that's a category error.
Well, see, that's why I asked the question. I wanted to know if you thought he was in another universe or another dimension or anything like that.
No, I don't think that God is a spatial being. I don't think that he occupies space.
Okay. So then you think that he was able to create the universe just with whatever energy he had available to him?
Sure, you could say that.
Okay. The humans and scientists' estimation of the age of the universe.
I think that. Are you talking about like the age of the universe being 14 billion years or so?
Yes.
Yeah, he was already okay with that.
Okay. So why then do you think that if the universe is 14.8 billion years old, why did it take so long from the beginning of the universe till the last few thousand years for Christianity to emerge?
Well, I would say that humans weren't around for the vast majority of that time. So maybe we need to talk about that before we talk about Christianity in particular. Why did it take so long for humans? Or
Wait, you're saying humans haven't been around? I'm sorry, the majority of that time. They weren't around for the majority of the 14 billion years, but since the event that you're saying that God took ownership and created, has it not been a majority of that period of time that humans were without Christ?
Yeah, I think so, but I think at that point in time we're asking ourselves, what is the majority that we're really concerned with the majority of time, or is God concerned with the majority of people? Because the amount of people that have existed since Christ has far outweighed the amount of people that have existed prior to Christ. and I can't get the exact numbers, but these are secular estimations. It's not. I think there's on the order of 1 to 10 as far as people that have been born since Christ.
Do you believe that someone who's never heard the word is going to be judged based on their since they've never heard the word?
I think that people are going to be judged based off of the life they have.
So
essentially, if you're born in a Christian home, you're like taught the Bible from a very young age, you end up rejecting it, then you're going to be judged based off of that. And but if you're like born at some remote tribe in South America, but you try and live a life that would be pleasing to, I think we all have kind of a sense of deity. So people kind of naturally are given to believe. I don't know
what you mean by that. A sense of deity.
People are given to the sense that there is something like a higher power, generally speaking.
Are you sure?
I think sociology is pretty confident.
Are you sure that people without the notion given to them will tend towards that?
Yeah, I think so.
And how have you verified that?
I think, again, I think this is a pretty recognized thing in the field of sociology.
Is it?
I think, I think even
are there studies in this? Is there some way you can verify that people without the notion given to them will tend towards deity? If they did, would that be explained more by the presence of a deity or some evolutionary predisposition to explain away the mysteries around us? With assumptions.
I think the question was originally was something about whether or not people, if people need to hear the gospel, something like that, right?
The question was originally if people need that for salvation, are they required to hear the gospel? Yes.
Yeah. So I would say that no, I don't think that you have to hear the gospel in order to have any hope of salvation. I think that you're judged based on the life you give, or you're given. But I will say that.
Oh, I see.
I will say this: we would want the most amount of life.
Don't people who hear it and disbelieve face a harsher judgment then?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it make more sense and be more likely to save more souls if you were not to spread the gospel, since someone cannot reject what they have not heard?
Well, no, because I think that people would still, generally speaking, people would still, for the most part, end up failing the standard. Now, it's not saying that there's no hope for them at all. I think God.
So then, being judged on your life isn't really relevant if we're all going to fail.
I'm not saying we're all going to fail. I'm saying that you're given an opportunity to work with the life you have. Most people, even with the life they have, aren't able to meet this even lower standard, and so the best thing for them is to just hear the gospel. Because
a lower standard. Where's this lower standard?
Maybe lower standard isn't the right way to phrase it.
Is there
this lower
amount standard?
This lower amount of
other
life,
than the laws that he prescribes in the Torah.
Like I said, maybe standard was the wrong way to say this. This lower amount of light is what. I've got like 10 minutes before I have to be going.
I don't know that I have any more questions right now, DJ. You said that you hadn't heard the contradiction between Genesis 1 and 2, so I'll make sure that you are at least aware of it, and maybe you can come back with answers later. If you read through chapter 1, you'll get a sense of an order given, right? A light firmament, plants and animals. I'm sorry, plants, then sun and moon. That prediction would be the plants, the animals, the humans, in that order. Genesis 2 starts in 2. Well, the second telling of the story starts around 2:5, where it says that before there were plants in the ground because there was no rain and no man to till the ground, he makes water come up from the ground. He makes a man, and then he makes plants, then he makes animals, then he makes a woman. So you get an order of Genesis 1 of plants, animals, man, woman, and in Genesis 2 you get man, plants, animals, woman.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll look into that.
Sure. Appreciate you being here, DJ. Maybe another time we'll have more questions and you might have different answers. Who knows? But either way, I think we'll go ahead and let you go early. Take care. Interesting takes.
Yeah, for sure.
I wonder if the time on that restriction is up, but we might call it a day anyways. Hello, Marley. Did you mean to request up? Marley, are you with us? I'm gonna guess not. That's okay. You can always request backup if you meant to be here. And so can anybody else who has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. If you do, go ahead and hit one of those request buttons. We're not here to argue with you or debate. I'm not looking to burgle your god. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? I don't like not having the music.
Yeah, the music is nice, admittedly.
Right. It's unsettling when it's not there.
100K likes.
And that is awesome. So thank you all for getting us to 200,000. Well, 200,002. Thank you all so much. I appreciate that. Wonder if it's even worth the risk of bringing the Thrayle account back up. But eventually we are going to have to read a poem and call it a day.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's just how the poem's meant to be read today.
I don't know about meant to. What do you...
Well, it seems to me like you put some meaning into the music behind your poetry, yes?
Well, I mean, I apply meaning.
Mm-hmm.
Am I to apply non-meaning to the difference today? a difference created by somebody's extremely sensitive ego.
I feel like we might be getting somewhere with that.
Such a strange thing.
You know, when you think about it, the not having the music may actually sort of amp.
I think that might be you making meaning amplified where none is.
Where there is none.
Yeah. Where there's no meaning at all. We're amplifying the silence.
Could be.
We're not afraid of the silence here.
The music was pleasant. Let's see if we can't get it back, at least for the end. The poem is not quite ready, though. That's the only problem.
If only there were believers we could question.
I thought there was somebody down there earlier who kept asking when it was going to be their turn, but I don't know if they maybe got upset and left or.
Oh, those people never wait.
Never.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true.
They're looking for.
And when they do,
seconds of
it
fame.
either turns out they have no beliefs or they can't even articulate them. It's usually the downside to bringing up somebody who's eager to be up here, is they don't know what to say.
We all miss the tavern music.
Well, let's go ahead and do it. Because the phone will not last much longer. This mic just drains the battery.
Mm-hmm. Now's a great time to share the live, repost, re-repost. And everything was right in the world again.
And then there was tavern music. I don't know which mic is better. Oh, the other one. Definitely.
Yeah.
go. Hello, Wandering Luna. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Wandering Luna, did you mean to be with us? I'm gonna guess that's a no.
Oh, no, I didn't. I was sleeping.
No worries. Let's
Sorry.
back down. Sleep
Enjoy
well.
your nap.
We love our sleepers.
We do.
Thank you, JTP. What seems to be troubling you?
I think I'm actually going to break away and make myself some breakfast.
Yeah, appreciate you, Toaster, being here.
I really appreciate that you let me be on the panel, and I hope that my presence was helpful or at least pleasant.
Absolutely. At least pleasant. Thank you, Toaster. I do appreciate you. Your questions were helpful.
Thank you so much. I'll see you guys later.
See you around.
Catch up later. Keep asking questions.
What would be on a Thrayle's greatest hits on CD?
You mean questions or poetry?
Ooh, that's a valid question. Is that one of them?
Maybe. Or is it questions like, what the fuck is energy? or maybe it's like, what the fuck is God?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't know. Those
When I
might be
figure
good
it out, I'll let you
questions.
know.
Mermaids, that's what the fuck we're talking about, Shell. Exactly.
Thank you
We
for
are
keeping us
talking
on
about
track.
mermaids.
The three big what the fucks.
Oh, I'll add more, don't you worry. I have one I'm working on already that's what the fuck is a soul. And
I was thinking about that one.
yeah, it needs to be asked. I have the art for it already, I think.
That's exciting.
Michael V says mermaids always be stealing my seaweed. I don't know, maybe if you shared it with them. What the fuck is source? That's a good one, Catfather. What the fuck does the Bible really say? That's a good one, Squiggles. I think one of my first prompts, not my first, but like third or fourth, was early. It was, what is scripture? Because my first
What
prompt
answers
ever
did you get
was,
for that?
mostly it was just, the answers were the source book of whatever faith the guest had. So the Tao, the Batcolyte, the Quran. That was most of the answers. Sometimes it was just whatever book you wanted it to be. That was the live where we coined the phrase the Babel. Or it was the one right after. What the fuck is a soul is a great question, and I have asked it many times. It deserves a background, I think. I think I'll have that one ready for the next live. And who knows what other what the fucks I might come across between now and then. To ask what the fuck is sleep. It might be that time. So Morgan, I appreciate you sharing your journey with us and asking great questions as you've been going through it. But I think we are at the end of this live, at least.
It certainly sounds like it. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, Thrayle, for having a space like this.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Morgan. I'm going to set you down, and we're going to do this, and this. So many buttons to press. There we go. And I definitely want to make sure I thank everybody for being a part of this community, for being amazing, the best audience on TikTok. Not just for tapping the screen and sharing the live, not just for commenting with your thoughts and questions, but not just for being here, whether you were awake or asleep. But for just really being amazing, open-minded, respectful questioners who help uplift a space instead of tear it down, who aren't afraid of questioning. And if you want to be a part of a community like this, if that kind of thing matters to you, well, you can always join the Discord community. There's a link tree in my bio or the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You'll just want to make sure that you read the rules. Otherwise, it might get a little lonely. And if you happen to stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank all of you who help that way. It does make all the difference. I really think there's only one thing left. They flinch at questioning like an open flame. Call curiosity a threat, as if a thought once fully spoken might undo what fear has said. They wrap their answers tight as armor, polished smooth, proclaim as fate, mistaking silence for conviction and questions for debate. They say some things aren't meant to bend, shaky ground, afraid that one unguarded why might bring the whole facade down. They sneer at doubt as weakness, brand inquiry as a crime, yet tremble at the thought of standing without a script, without a sign. What courage is there in certainty that's never once been tried? What strength is found in borrowed truths that crumble when applied? It is easy to inherit answers, to kneel where others knelt before. It takes a spine to face the unknown and knock on truth's closed door. So ask, not loudly, not for show, but honestly, without disguise. For the bravest act is not belief, but opening unguarded eyes. And if you question, and it scares you, if it shakes what you defend, perhaps the fear is not the asking, but what survives in the end. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.
That's part of the problem. Like I think about the two things that, at least in our generation, that we grew up being told not to talk about. You don't talk about religion and you don't talk about politics. Well, both of those things are intertwined and have completely gotten out of control because people don't talk about them. And I think in having these discussions or hearing us have these discussions, they realize that their positions are indefensible. This God's behavior is indefensible. I think it was, I don't know if I'm saying her name right, Maya Waya in the comments was saying